they want it here, so that he's next to the panelists.
Sure, next to Pakistan.
Yeah,
You
again,
got
like
it.
social media
Yeah,
is
I mean,
moderator.
I mean, honestly, when I saw the moderators here and they have a mic here, it was
And that's how they kind of want to set up most of them when they do the changes. So they actually to like write it out so that they have it, so you have it all.
okay. Are you doing the Titan?
I won't be here. I'm going to room 5. I have another meeting to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start? Okay. Good morning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's my honor to welcome you to the United Nations' first ever Social Media Day held here at UN headquarters in New York. My name is Maher Nasser. I'm the acting head of the Department of Public Information. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of those who are following today's event via UN webcast, UN YouTube, and in the Twitter sphere all over the world. I'm particularly pleased to welcome our UN colleagues in Geneva who are participating through a viewing party in today's conference. And we're very pleased to have you with us. Good afternoon, Geneva. I also want to invite all of you to join the conversation online by including today's hashtag #SocialUN in your tweets and posts. Our UN social media team will be monitoring the hashtag throughout the day in hopes of receiving your ideas, questions, and any feedback that you may have regarding today's program. As we all know, the meteoric rise of social media over the past decade has directly and indirectly affected us all, both in our personal and professional lives. It has not only transformed how we perceive the world itself, but also how we interact with one another. Good morning, across platforms, time zones, and continents. Empowered by our laptops, smartphones, and tablets, which have become like digital Swiss Army knives, it is nowadays easier and faster than ever before to connect and communicate in an instant with our fellow global citizens. Social media has become an incubator, a facilitator, and an engine for real change in the world. We should use it. Social media has redefined our communication landscape, presenting both opportunities and obstacles. With your help, we look forward to discussing all of this today. We have assembled an extraordinary program which we hope will spark conversations here at headquarters and among our colleagues around the world in the days and years to come. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Adam Snyder, Global Digital and Social Media Strategist at Burson Marsteller, is here to discuss the results of the latest Tweeplomacy study, an annual survey that examines how international organizations and world leaders use social media. He will also give us some insights into the role in social media played at the World Economic Forum just last week in Davos. After hearing Mr. Snyder, we will have the honor of listening to a distinguished panel of ambassadors to the United Nations who will discuss the changing nature of diplomacy and give us a backstage look at the art of digital diplomacy. Our most sincere thanks for joining us today. I see many of your esteemed colleagues in the audience as well. Our second panel will drill down to the core of social media itself. Representatives from various social media platforms serving on the front lines of digital landscape will share their ideas on how users within our unique UN context can adopt effective approaches to social media. They will also give us an overview of their plans and share their predictions for the years ahead. Following the lunch break, we invite you to 3 TED-style presentations. We will hear about what Wikipedia can teach us on collaborative creation on a global scale, how the LGBT rights campaign All Out harnessed social media to amplify global action, and how humanitarian agencies can connect with and inspire people to act through strategic storytelling. We may not know what the future holds, but during our last panel of the day, social media experts from various fields will provide you with educated guesses and well-informed predictions to guide us through the social media jungle in 2015. Through these exciting speakers and topics, we hope to engage, excite, and inspire you at today's first ever UN Social Media Day. Last, but certainly not least, I would like to acknowledge our social media medics who will be stationed in the back of the room throughout the day. They are social media experts from across the UN system and beyond, ready to take your questions one-on-one and help you treat the growing pains that we all encounter in our digital identities and personal profiles. If you're not happy with your current social media profile photo, just approach our photographers here to take one, and they will replace it. And if you're completely new to social media, we encourage you to get started today. Finally, let me express my gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making today's first UN Social Media Day possible. In particular, I would like to thank the co-hosting missions to the United Nations of Canada, the Netherlands, the New Zealand, as well as the Canadian and Swiss consulates, and of course the New York chapter of the Digital Diplomacy Coalition. It is now my privilege to introduce Mr. Adam Snyder from Burson Marsteller, who will get us started by presenting the latest Diplomacy report, as well as his insights from Davos. Thank you again for being with us, and I wish you all a fruitful digital discussion and a very successful day at the United Nations. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. I'm here today to talk about a study called Tweepomacy, and Tweepomacy really looks at diplomacy in the digital age and really gets into detail on how it's playing out over Twitter. Before I get started, you'll notice that the first name on there is @Lufkins, as far as the individual. That's my colleague, Matthias Lufkins, who I believe many in this room actually know. This is his brainchild. This is really his baby, something that he has built from scratch and really developed. Now, he's done all the work, and I get the pleasure of presenting here at the UN, but if you're really interested in learning more, I would say follow Matthias on Twitter. He is actually a social media ninja, as we would call. We were just in Davos together, and he was called Mr. Selfie, Mr. Social Media, Der Konig to social media, and all sorts of other things by a number of delegates that we saw on the street. So when we start, I always like to just give a baseline of what we're talking about with social media. And the real way to look at it is that it is media that is social. I mean, it truly gives a level playing field, and I think much more in the democratic sense than in the conversational sense. I, as an individual, started on Twitter in 2007, and I was technically an early adopter. In about a week, I had 100 followers. About 3 years later, I spoke at a conference. I got up to 1,000 followers. Now, somehow, I have about 5,000, even though I don't really think I have anything interesting to say. But the point is I started right when a number of other sort of very influential individuals started. And going from 0 to 5,000 shows that just me with no backing, no company, no government, nothing behind me, I'm actually able to get out there and get my voice. And so social really is, I would say, something that in the sort of growing socialized world is something that's truly a great equalizer. And why does this matter? We always like to break this down really into two ways. You know, it's a two-sided coin. First and foremost, it gives you as an individual, as an organization, as a leader, as a company, real-time access to the masses. And if you want to reach an audience, you know, like we're using today, #UNSocial, anyone who is following that will see a tweet that someone sends. Now, if you take a step back and you think about it, there are thousands of people following this around the world. You essentially have the opportunity to reach thousands of eyeballs with a message, with a comment, with something that you're trying to put out. You know, that is, I think, one of the sort of small indicators of why we see that the online world is sort of turning the TV advertising world on its head. If you can actually go out as a brand or as a company or as an organization and put out a message and have thousands of people see it for free, well, why do you need to pay $1 million for a spot during match day or during the Super Bowl or during something else? There's a lot of other ways now that, again, truly baseline and social that we can really look at. But the second point, and it's definitely a caution, is it's also the new public record. So what you say online is not going anywhere. The example that I like to give, it's very American, but I think it'll really prove the point. A football team, American football team out of New England, reached 1 million Twitter followers a few months back. And so as a thank you, they decided to randomly select one of their 1 million followers, or I think it was every 10,000, and create an image and create a New England Patriots jersey with that person's Twitter name on the back and say thank you. Now, the issue was there was no human moderation, and as smart as machines are, they're sort of not very smart. They didn't really look at who they were doing this thank you for. So their 10,000 fan happened to be a Twitter handle with a very racist and expletive-filled name. And now, as a New York Jets fan, it's great to see the Patriots suffer. But so they put out this thing of @expletive derogatory comment, thank you for being a fan. Now, after the fact, they happened to see this and they immediately deleted it, and I think it was about 3 minutes. But within those 3 minutes, I think it was up on 1,000 different blogs that had been posted to ESPN, the New York Times, everyone under the sun saying the New England Patriots support racism. And, they're probably going to win on Sunday, but it was good that they got a little pushback. So caution is that if you put it out there, it's not going anywhere. And so if we look now, going back to this notion of it being the great equalizer, I had a video. Unfortunately, the technology didn't work, but it actually is better because we're talking about the age before technology. If everyone's familiar with the TV show Downton Abbey, it takes place sort of right after World War I in a British aristocratic family, sort of right as old Europe was changing into new Europe. And in 1924, and this is historically accurate, the king decided to address the public over wireless radio. And this made the Earl and his butler and the whole family so uncomfortable. It was people are going to hear the king's voice, and they're going to realize that the king is a real person, and he's going to relate to them just like that. Like, what's going on here? And it was this real sort of tragic, horrible thing. And finally, the Earl says, if the king is going to have to do this, we're going to have to buy a radio, and we're going to have to support him. And yes, he's going to talk to his people about the empire, but everything is going to be okay. And so if we think about that in 1924, there was this issue with people hearing the king's voice. As we start to look at how social media has impacted sort of the regal area, it's pretty interesting. So we'll just take a quick look at sort of who is, from a royal standpoint, who's using Twitter. So one of the most, if we could go 2 slides up. Next. We see, and this would make the butler on Downton Abbey stir, that we're finding a lot of royals using Twitter to show that they're human. Prince Haakon from Norway is an excellent, prolific Twitter user, and in a lot of ways, in the positive Machiavellian sense, he's using Twitter to show that he's a representative of Norway. So you see things that his family is doing. You see charity work that they're doing. You see in this example, his family, just like a real family, is out there on vacation enjoying themselves. And it's just interesting to see, if you think about 1924, that now we have the crown prince and future king really out there showing himself. Another example is we'll see the Prince of Monaco actually out there announcing that the lineage has been continued on Twitter. And rather than put out a press release or go on TV, the first instance was here. And again, just very interesting to see from a small principality that you're seeing the prince out there. If you also follow what the prince does, you'll see images of him at Nelson Mandela's funeral, of him doing charity work, of him sitting in things the EU Commission. And again, really showing what his commitment is to the principality and to Greater Europe. We've also seen royals taking part in something that the general public is doing. Now, months back, one individual wanted to get attention for ALS, which is a very, very horrible disease, and pointed out that having ALS is like having a bucket of ice water dumped over your head. And I'm sure a number of people in the room saw the ice bucket challenge, probably participated. Well, we saw the King of Belgium do this, and actually dump the bucket over his head and participate, and then go on to challenge people. Now, again, if we think, the Royal of Belgium is now going down and doing what the common folk are doing, again, you're seeing just how in social media it's impacting from the bottom up and really sort of giving us this just, very sort of basic touch point. What we also saw, going back to the Prince of Monaco, is he participated, and then he challenged Francois Hollande and Prince Haakon to also participate. Now, what's interesting here is I remember reading an article about when Grace Kelly married Prince Rainier and became the Princess of Monaco. The people of Monaco demanded that she stop acting because the last thing that they would want is to see their princess in a movie. So if you just think in 1960 till now, that the princess could not take part in a movie, but the prince can actually dump ice water over his head just like everyone else. It's again, we're seeing how social in the world is really impacting things. We're also seeing new generations announced, and this is coming in countries where there isn't as much freedom of speech as Western Europe or as the US or some other areas, where the new king of Saudi Arabia has actually sent, I think as of now, 10 tweets and is a regular Twitter user. So he announced that he was coming on and he was becoming king. So again, further just seeing how this is impacting what's happening and really how we're seeing changes to the landscape due to Twitter. We also saw the former king of Spain abdicate over Twitter. And what's very interesting about this is, one, this is sort of an older royal. Even though he didn't come into power until the late 70s, he's definitely more from the old line. it was also Twitter that really helped push to force him to advocate. I mean, there were a number of pictures of him hunting in Africa that got animal rights groups and activists and everything else really up in arms. And I think there was something, the picture of him shooting an elephant was retweeted hundreds of thousands of times. So you saw not only did Twitter and the sort of social baseline even playing field push this, but what you also saw was the king then abdicating over this. And again, this then pushed, and there was a press release after the fact, but this was the first message. We're also seeing royals using Twitter to take a stand on important messages. Now, I made the point about a hashtag, and that's a way to reach anyone who is talking about some sort of topic and a way to align to a conversation. Well, Queen Rayna of Jordan is very outspoken. She's definitely an activist and really stands on mixed messages. She uses Twitter to really let it be known that she has a stance on important issues and she wants to rally people behind those. We're also seeing the pontiff, the Pope, out there on Twitter. He has 9 separate language accounts, and we'll get into, I think it's about 10 million followers as of now. He's regularly doing things to rally his followers. You know, he's outspoken in the media, he's very outspoken in social media, and is definitely out there with, talking about it's very important for human rights. It's very important that Christianity takes a stand and really has important issues. And it's fascinating to follow him. I would say, out of all of the royals that we looked at, he's probably one of the most prolific Twitter users. We mentioned the World Economic Forum. Last year's World Economic Forum, he put out a message all about wealth inequality, and it was resonating, not just on Twitter, but then in the real world. As you were walking around Davos, you couldn't step into a bar or a cafe without hearing people say, "Did you see the Pope's message?" So again, a perfect example of how to reach people. Now, much to the dismay of the butler in Downton Abbey, we're also seeing the royal family of Europe start tweeting. When the Invictus Games came to the UK, Prince Harry sent his first tweet on behalf of them, and this was actually the tweet announcing it, and so it was just amazing. As you can see, he's so excited by the technology. This takes me back. Seeing this tweet as we were doing the research, we look back about 5 years, there was a video of him and his brother showing the Queen the new website for the royal house. And it was, "Oh, Granny, take a look," and Bubba was really going through the technology, and so now you see it a step further that he's tweeting. And now just to put the last one, if you could click one more time. Even the Queen is tweeting. Now again, does not have her own Twitter handle, but at the opening of the Science Museum, she sent the inaugural tweet. And so now we're seeing royals actually coming out and cutting digital ribbons. So again, Twitter has very much created this even playing field and in a lot of ways brought these institutions that were so sort of high up and above us down to planet Earth. So let's dive into diplomacy now. And diplomacy is a study, as we mentioned, it really looks at what is the digital diplomacy landscape. How are governments, heads of state, finance ministers, NGOs, international organizations, how are they using Twitter to conduct digital diplomacy? And what we really look at in this study is it's not just how many followers you have, because that is such a simple baseline, almost in a lot of ways irrelevant metric. It's so much more about how people are using it, who's following them, and who's connecting with them. So we'll actually go in and we'll look at some details, and there will be time for the end on questions as we go through the study. So Diplomacy, it's a 929-page study available on diplomacy.com. I would say, as we point out here, please consider the environment before printing, but we're looking at a number of different topics, a number of different areas, all sorts of things that I think, speaking to a group at the UN, you can really find that can impact your jobs and give you just a great sort of hip pocket piece of information to draw from as conversations are happening. And the basic piece of what we found is Twitter is a formidable communications tool. Over the past 5 years, it's gone from being something that very few people in government or in statecraft were using to something that nearly every one of them are using. What we're also finding is beyond just the point I was making about hashtags, it's truly giving people accessibility to their leadership. And we'll see some examples of some very good people in Africa and in Sweden who are doing this. But anyone can @message anyone. You don't have to be following it or be anything else. And so when I say @message, I can say @UN for my Twitter handle, I am so pleased to be speaking at the first social media day. And the people managing the UN Twitter handle will actually get a ping and see that. Now, whether or not they choose to respond is a whole other point, but it takes activism and it takes actually communicating with your government to an entirely new level. So what are we seeing? 84% of governments have a Twitter presence. We're seeing 130 heads of state and our governments are on Twitter. We're seeing 93 foreign ministries and 67 foreign ministers, and this is as of December 2014 are on Twitter. It's interesting. And if we look at how they connect and who the best connected are, first and foremost is the foreign minister of France. He has 99 of his peers following him, which means he will see their tweets, but more importantly, he can communicate with them privately. The European External Action Network comes in second, followed by the Russian Foreign Ministry, followed by the official French Foreign Ministry, and then after that, the Swedish Foreign Ministry. So when we look at this, if you look at just the declining numbers, 99, 82, 79, 74, 69, these are people who can be in direct contact. You know, there's the old-fashioned idea of diplomacy, and I'm sure it still exists, of having a hotline between one country and another. Well, now there's a Twitter line between one country and another, and you're seeing it play out in this case. If we look at the most followed world leaders, and these numbers from December 2014, you know, a month and a half later, are actually out of date. Number one is Barack Obama. The second, and this is a combination of all of the Pope's 9 language accounts, is the Pope. Third is the Indian Prime Minister. The fourth is the Turkish Prime Minister. And then the fifth is the White House. Now, again, we mentioned that this is just purely followers. This does not mean that they're the most influential, nor they're the most engaged. This just means that they have this broad reach. Now, when we talk about advertising and public relations, sort of the initial metric that any success is actually measured on is impressions. And it's slowly but surely fading away with importance, because impressions just means the number of people you could have possibly reached or who could have possibly seen it. Whereas, so 49 million people are following Barack Obama. That doesn't mean that 49 million people are seeing every one of his tweets. It means 49 million people could have. Now, the average life cycle of a tweet is 2 minutes. So in reality, let's say 50,000 people at best are probably seeing each one of his tweets. But there are ways to curate, and we'll get to that in a little bit. If we look at the most active world leaders, we're actually seeing this come out of Central and South America, the different groups. So the government of Mexico are actually going, and all of these are going on borderline spamming, sends 78 tweets per day, followed by the presidency of Mexico sending another 78 tweets. So just in case you didn't see it once, you'll see it again. Then El Salvador and Dominican Republic and the presidency of Colombia are all close, you know, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And these are also sending messages about policy, about things that are taking place in the country, about events, about different things that will actually be happening. And so you're really seeing these very, very, very active handles. Now, me as the professional who would be advising individuals in this room, I wouldn't necessarily say to tweet 78 times per day, but there is a lot to see and a lot of different ideas and a lot of different seeds that can get planted based on seeing what these individuals are tweeting. So I would recommend taking a look at these accounts. If we look at the most conversational world leaders, now this gets back to that point of @messages, and the president of Rwanda is a great example. Something to the effect of 87% of his tweets are replies to people who have actually messaged him. And it's, if you look at his feed, and there's a few others, it almost reads like an old-fashioned message board. It's not just, I am doing this, #event. It's, I'm going to be in this place, please tell me what you think, people of Rwanda. And then the people will actually give him quotes. Okay, well, Mr. President, we would love to see you do X, Y, Z, A, B, and C. And then you actually see he goes back and responds to all of them. Same with the president of Ecuador and the prime minister of Norway. Very, very, very conversational with their people. We're also seeing the foreign ministry of Rwanda and the foreign minister of Kuwait doing something similar. A little bit less conversational, but very, very engaged and very active with their followings. Now, if we look at this as far as tweeting, you know, who's been online and which groups have been using Twitter. Now, the joke that I always make when I talk about this is this follows Twitter's stock price. But in reality, when you look at this graph, this really follows how Twitter was adopted internationally, which is why in 2007, you had Barack Obama, you had the Prime Minister of Canada, you had the State Department, very, very, very Western-focused places using Twitter first, because that's who was using Twitter in 2007. 2008, 2009, 2010, you know, leading till now, it definitely got much more internationally adopted, and now you're seeing many, many more heads of state, foreign ministries, organizations, you know, really using it to the point where we're up to a number of 184 actually on it. And that's, as you know, Twitter has gone from being this very, very Western-focused tool to something that is just as international as it gets when it comes to truly social media. And if we combine this, now again, this was as of December 2014, so we're probably at 2.3 million. But from 2007 till now, there have been 2.2 million tweets sent by world leaders to 175 million followers. Now again, taking a step back, thinking about, you know, the crew in Downton Abbey who were so worried that people were going to hear the king, their heads would spin. And, with the expression of rolling over in their grave, I think they would probably make the grave 20 feet deep by how much they would spin if they saw this, knowing that this many messages have been sent directly to the constituencies and people, to 175 million followers around the world. And so we have a lot of data, as you can see. There's a lot of information. We have a fantastic tool on diplomacy.com that's built by this great company called Surely out of Luzerne. And what it does is really lets you go in and manipulate and touch and feel and play with the data. So if you want to know about how foreign ministers in Western Europe are using it, you can do that. If you want to see how finance ministers in the Middle East are using that, you can do that. If you want to see prime ministers in Africa and see what their data is, you can do that. There is a fascinating amount of information. And now I've been working diplomacy and working on this for a year, and I probably haven't even scratched the surface on this. And as a true data geek, it's fascinating really to see what we have here. So when we think about diplomacy and what we've learned, it's really fun to look at different tips and different pieces of information that are out there that we can use actually to advise and learn from. So we're just going to go through a few of these. So first and foremost, a tweet is like a newspaper headline. If it's well written, your followers will want to click on the link and read more. And there's a lot of very prolific users here and a lot of just great headlines. So when the now current Prime Minister of India won, what did he first do? India has won. He made it all about the people. And this has actually been the most retweeted and favorited tweet in India, period, ever. Another great example is the Prime Minister of Romania. Now, he's not a very active Twitter user. In fact, he stopped using it around 2012 after he won re-election. But one thing that we saw in looking at this information and wanted to try and put it, I personally think, I'm best when I'm being self-deprecating because, what's funnier to laugh at than myself. But this individual was very, very good at just sort of, having some humor and putting some personality into his tweets. And this was the last tweet that he sent before he got elected president. And there we go, he's saying, look, if I was the captain, it would not have sunk. And I think that's a great message to say, now you have your captain to steer the ship of Romania. I would say not listed here, a prolific Twitter user, somebody who I use as an example when talking to executives, is Helen Clark from the UNDP. She is just fantastic at putting in her work, her personal life, her travels, and really giving you this diary and access to what she's doing day to day. So I don't know if Christine is here from the UNDP, but congratulations. Helen is just an absolutely fantastic Twitter user and somebody who I think, anyone who really wants to learn about Twitter, she's sort of the archetype you can learn from. So the next question is, when you're putting together a tweet, you should always ask yourself, is it interesting? Is it relevant? Is it engaging? Is it something that people are actually going to care about? And so there's a few different ways to go about that. A very popular tweet that the White House sent was in the wake of a crisis that we're still dealing with, was Ebola. And there was all of this misinformation online of, well, if I walk near somebody who had Ebola, then I'm going to spread it to my entire family. And had a lot of hysteria in the news, a lot of hysteria in the American news, which I apologize for, really speaking about this. And the White House really taking a stance in a position of leadership, went on their Twitter handle, and this is just one of many, to really call out the fact, this is what Ebola is. These are the facts, believe us, here's all of the information. And so again, this was very engaging, and the key here is it was connective because it was relevant, it was timely, and it was about an important issue. Another one is just to come clean. Now, the CIA, and I'm not trying to only use American examples, but the CIA did a great one, and this is much to the dismay of several conspiracy theorists out there, said, in the 1950s, do you remember those reports of a UFO flying over New Mexico? Well, sorry, that was us. So I don't know if that means Hollywood has to give back all the money and all the different UFO movies they've made, or if Independence Day is now not going to be the biggest box office movie ever, but it's very interesting to see this organization that is built on secrecy really coming clean about an issue that has been debated and talked about. Now, the other question that I always have with reading this, in 10 years from now, are they going to take this back when the aliens have a Twitter handle and say, well, actually, we'll see. Right now, it's just global. It hasn't gone intergalactic yet. Then there's also the idea of being connective and being timely and being relevant. Now, not to have a shameless plug, which I'm happy to do, but at the World Economic Forum, we saw the finance minister of Turkey actually tweeting out information about diplomacy. Now, my colleague Matthias, who I mentioned, was actually putting together day-to-day updates while we were in Davos of this is how this world leader is connecting, this is how that world leader is connecting, these groups, and just even further drilling down into the data at a point when you're at this major, major international diplomatic financial event. Now, we always get this question of, is there a best time to tweet? And especially as it was there a best time to tweet that we saw in looking at diplomacy. Now, unfortunately for me, since I work with teams in the US, but then in London and in Hong Kong, the world is not on one time zone. And so sometimes I don't know if it's up or down or day or night. But the reality is as we've done this study, there is no best time to tweet. What we can say is, and this will be a vague answer, there might be a best time to tweet based on who your followers are, where they are, what they're interested in, what they're following. I think it's more so the way to look at it is the best time to tweet is when something is timely. Now, a good tweet doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get picked up and it's going to get read, but if we look back at that idea of it being on the public record and it being out there, you're able to push something out timely. You can show in the past, well, I was on this issue, I was following this topic, I was at this event. So really, again, the best time to tweet is timely, and it's when you feel comfortable tweeting. Now, we're also seeing that there's this great way with Twitter we mentioned about connecting with people. And we've been trying to interview a lot of different individuals and get some quotes and comments and actually take diplomacy from just being something that we're putting out to something that individuals who are reporting on actually have a piece of. So this is an example of my colleague actually reaching out to Radek Sikorski to try and get him to respond. And if we click again, once more, why not do it in his language as well? And again, this is just that idea of the real level playing field and the idea that we have direct access to our leaders. So this individual is not following us. We wanted to speak with him. Why not @message him and try and get him to actually respond? We also saw, and this is one of my favorite examples, when the Organization for Chemical Weapons Proliferation won the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Org could not reach them on the phone and they could not reach them via email. So they turned to Twitter, and they finally did reach them. If you saw this tweet was retweeted and favorited, and it actually drove real news. And this is just a great example of, again, this just real level playing field and this real sort of close access that we have via Twitter. Now again, direct messages are a very interesting thing, and we talked about the idea of a hotline. So the Prime Minister of India is actually following diplomacy, so we are able to direct message him and say, look, we're doing this study, we would like your information, we'd love for you to take part. And what we see is that he says, great, email us back. We've also seen this case with Carl Bildt from Sweden as well, who is just very out there and very much somebody who's on Twitter again. So we've responded to him, we've @messaged him, we've direct messaged him, and finally responds, I would love to see an advanced copy of the study. So again, now going back to some of these tips, following someone, as I mentioned, does not necessarily mean that you read all their tweets, which is again why we talk about that follower number is not the most relevant topic. So if you want to do so, the best way to really see someone's tweets and make sure they have a full list is to create a Twitter list. So what we found is, go to the next one. With all of this data that we have all these different individuals, all these people that we can follow. So go to the next one. We've created a number of public lists that you can find on the Diplomacy Twitter handle that are broken out by all these different groups. As I mentioned, all the people who you have access to via that data, we've then taken and summarized, because not everybody is into getting hands-on with the data, and said, if you want to follow these heads of state, follow them here. If you want to follow this world leader, follow them here. And again, you can see the number of members that we have broken out. Next one. And one more. Then we also have our own private Twitter lists, and we get back to that notion of direct messaging. These are things that are our own that we can use, that we're actually able to send out blasts and send 10 messages at a time to these individuals about advanced copies of the study, to question them on findings, and really just to get more information so we can improve this better. And interesting, one finding that we have is Carl Bildt is the best connected world leader, even though he's technically not in government anymore. Was listed as the best technical, and again, if you look at this, he has this bit of self-deprecation. Sounds interesting, and he gives us a plug. And one piece I'd say, so one reason why he's the best connected, and again, he's another one, I say behind Helen Clark, is probably the second most prolific Twitter user that we've found. He spends a ton of time, now this is granted, this is about 6 months old before he's out of office. He spends a lot of time actually responding and not just saying, great, thank you for your message, but engaging with conversation, with people in conversation on his Twitter handle. And so he's one really to look at, I would say. Another is the Prime Minister of Uganda. And again, he uses Twitter, again, more as a message board, more as a conversational tool to keep his constituents up to date on what he's doing, where he is, who he's speaking with, and again, just really using the channel to show that he's not up here, that he's really on planet Earth with people, and that he is a representative of the people. So a great point just to take away is really tweet directly and speak with these people. Another fantastic, fantastic Twitter user is the current president of Estonia. We actually had the pleasure of interviewing him in Davos, and unfortunately the technology for video is not working now, but we spoke with him and we did a 6-second Vine video. Now Vine is the Twitter of video. It's, if Twitter's 140 characters, Vine is 6 seconds, so you can get out a sentence at most. And so when we spoke with him, he actually gave us a quick quote to say that the World Economic Forum is like Twitter in real life. And it's just amazing, speaking with a world leader who's that prolific on Twitter, he has the stage at the World Economic Forum. Let's talk about Twitter. And I could certainly send around a video. We can try and click the next slide. The video may play. I will send a tweet later on the hashtag with a link to this video so everyone can see. Now, another great way to really use Twitter is to document what you're doing. And so here we saw this individual meeting with the Prime Minister of Holland at the World Economic Forum. And really just pointing it out, this is the Prime Minister of Indonesia speaking with the Prime Minister of Holland, showing this. This lets his people and his followers know what he's doing at the World Economic Forum, shows that he's meeting with this other world leader, and really lets progress get documented. And this, again, this is a simple @ message. So essentially, everyone who follows the Prime Minister of Holland also saw this, and this was likely retweeted as well. Now again, we talk about this notion, the number of followers is really irrelevant. It's all about quality. I would much rather have a Twitter handle that has 500 of the people I want to reach than 50,000 of the people that I don't want to reach. It's all about that sort of internal bit and those real quality people, the influential folks and those important people that you want to reach. And so if we look at the handles that are followed by the most world leaders, I would say congratulations to Charlotte and Nancy. The United Nations Twitter handle is followed by the most world leaders, which means they can send direct messages to the most world leaders, foreign ministries, foreign ministers, and other individuals. And if you look down, Barack Obama, likely because he's been on Twitter the longest, the White House, the State Department, all the way through. And towards the bottom, you start seeing journalists coming up as far as most followed by world leaders, which is interesting. It's not actually, sorry, not journalists, but actual media outlets. If we look at, again, by influence, and we're talking, this is strictly media outlets, we don't start seeing the individual journalists. We see Christine Amanpour all the way towards the bottom, but the New York Times is followed by 142 diplomats, Reuters, CNN Breaking News, The Economist, BBC World, and then all the way down you see Christine. Now, the one point I want to leave with before we get into some Q&A is I did mention in the beginning that you're on sort of the public record, and something that you tweet is out there. But in the end, it's 140 characters. It lasts about 2 minutes, so don't make a crisis. The point that I always leave is there was a presidential candidate in the US who, it was something like in order for him to send one tweet, and I think he sent 10 tweets during his campaign, it took 5 hours of review to make sure that the language was perfect for 140 characters. Or in my professional life, I do a lot of work with a large bank, and banks would be nothing without lawyers. I mean, that they make the sun, the moon, and the stars hide and disappear. If we want to send a tweet about something, there has to be 10 lawyers reviewing it, approving it, making sure. But in the end, it's a tweet. It's a great way to communicate, and it's something that lets you be connected to your different groups. So please, as I mentioned, thank you very much for having me. Follow me on Twitter, follow Burson Marsteller on Twitter, follow Diplomacy, and follow Matthias Lufkins. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you for that interesting overview. My name is Gary Fowley. I'm the representative for the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, which is a UN specialized agency. I was really interested to see that President Kagame is the most conversational, and I think a little background that you might find interesting is, and explain that, is he is actually the chair of our UN commission on Broadband Commission for Digital Development, which is structured to bring attention to the need to roll out broadband, because social media has obviously had an incredible impact on all of our lives, but for 70% of the world who doesn't have access to the internet and the broadband technology that really is the lifeblood for social media, it's of limited value at this point. So to have someone like President Kagame push that is incredibly important for ensuring that everybody does have access. So I think we have to keep that in mind. And what are your thoughts on how we might actually connect the rest of the world, 70% of the world who does not have access to this kind of social media? Yes, they have a cell phone, but the platforms that they have aren't compatible with the kind of data that you need to have to be able to use social media.
Sure. I mean, if you just think about the democratic nature of social media, I mean, that's probably the best place to take the issues to and really push that out to the people that you're trying to reach. We talk about @messages, direct messages, and all of these other tools. You can reach people via those. And what you can also do is just, I'm sure the ITU has a pretty large Twitter following, take to that and do some activist work and really push the issues out. What we find a lot of cases is that we see, and we mentioned, with the abdication of the King of Spain, but I mean, you can see this in the corporate world, and you can see this, really in many worlds, is you'll see real sort of live news media born out of what's happening in social media. If you look, for example, The Guardian, almost every single article has built-in tweets for people to send out, because they want to know, are people reading this, are people consuming this, and is this an important issue to follow? And so I would say, find ways to get attention to that. There's also ways to put some money behind some of your content to get in front of the right people, and you can do that publicly and privately. And so my thought is really take to the Twitter airwaves to get attention to the cause.
Kristen from the Millennium Campaign. I wanted to ask, because you mentioned that one key component, I guess, of leaders following each other is that they can private message each other. Is there any evidence of them actually doing that and communicating via Twitter privately?
It's more assumptive evidence, and main reason why is it wouldn't be private if I could tell you in a study. But I mean, the assumption is yes, especially some of the more prolific Twitter users, they're using every other feature publicly. I can't see why they wouldn't be using that one private feature in their own, sort of behind closed doors.
Anyone ever told you that they maybe communicated privately?
What we have seen are world leaders that we're following communicating privately with us, and we showed a few examples. So, some of the more prolific ones that we're able to access a little bit more closely are using it. But that's something I could take away and also tweet about later.
Hi, I'm sorry. It's great. I'm Olivier Puech from the World Bank. If you, on all these leaders, how many of them are really tweeting by themselves, and how many have a team tweeting and responding and DM to you? So do you have an idea of that?
I don't have the stat off the top of my head, but we did actually track that, and we do have some indication of who's tweeting on their own and who's not. Carl Bildt, as I mentioned, is tweeting on his own. Helen Clark tweets on her own. There are a lot who are doing it on their own, and then there's a lot who, you can tell it's coming out of the press office. And I think the way, just sort of at a qualitative level, to look at that is, you can see this sort of bit of humanity in the tweets versus, not to knock people in communications, which are myself. When something's a prepared statement, it looks like a prepared statement. Now, one is not better than the other. It really all depends on the purpose that you're trying to serve. But there's definitely a line that you can see. Yes.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for a great presentation. I'm Heidi Coots from the Canadian Consulate General. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit. You had a slide up there on news agencies and coverage and followers. And I was wondering if you could comment on how Twitter has influenced or impacted the coverage of foreign affairs and diplomacy by international news agencies.
Well, I think it's in general, Twitter has impacted news, period. One, people's sort of cognitive appetite has gotten smaller. So people are now, reading things in very, very small bits. I mentioned the point about The Guardian, but it's also the LA Times, I think it's also Der Spiegel, a number of other, really large outlets. BBC does this, where they have pre-prepared tweets for you. So you read the article, here's what is called a share line in order to push that out. I think you're seeing that piece as far as how people are consuming it. It's also a measure of consumption. I think it's 99.9% of news outlets, whether it's a broadcast or if it's a print or if it's online, have buttons to say, share this on your different networks on the bottom. And that's changing the public relations industry and the news industry as a whole, because you now have an indication of, okay, this many people read it, this many people consumed it, they shared it, then this is what happened from there. And so you're seeing that. And then the other piece is the way that news is breaking has shifted significantly. I was speaking with a journalist in Davos last week, and he was talking about the days when they shot news on film. So they would actually do the nightly news, develop it, push it out, and he was amazing. We could get it out in an hour and a half. I mean, an hour and a half is gone and over. It's no longer breaking. So now you're seeing, journalists themselves are taking to Twitter, and they're at something like the World Economic Forum, or they're at something like, the UN Climate Summit, and something happens, some issue, something comes out, they're able to tweet it right out to their followers, and what that says is, okay, I'm going to write 1,000 words later, but no, here's 140 characters on what's taking place. Now, we have one over here. Oh, and we have a question from Twitter. How can you attract new audiences via Twitter? The big piece which we mentioned is, I talked about all those different tips. Be interesting, be engaging, be personal. But I think the other piece is if you really want to attract new audiences, it's all about being relevant, and that point we made about being timely. Hashtag gives you access to however many eyeballs that are following a certain event. So if you wanted to be known, to the person who asked this question, about social media and international diplomacy, I would say tweet your opinions today on the UN social hashtag so that people can actually see, okay, here's my thoughts. I'm an authority on this topic. If you have a blog, tweet out links to that blog. If you're writing something in real time, find ways to get that. The hashtag is, if we talk about Twitter being this great equalizer, the hashtag is sort of the true baseline equalizer.
I was just wondering, you had said, be wary of trying to attract followers just for the sake of attracting followers, but would you advocate for, if you had some really great content that you thought a lot of people would really like that was outside what you would normally publish, would you go for a campaign, for example? Would you pay for a campaign?
I mean, it really all depends on the content. You certainly can, and as I was mentioning to the gentleman from the ITU, if you're trying to get broad attention to an issue, absolutely. If you're, trying to sort of be more known internationally or be more widely known, then absolutely. But if, your goal is to tweet on something very, very, very specific, and there's a small universe of people that are actually, engaged on that topic, you don't need the ancillary 90,000 followers on top of that if that universe is 5,000, is the point there. Oh, yes.
You mentioned that there is no best time to tweet, but there are some providers that are also being used by reputable news organizations that guarantee maximum exposure to a specific tweet. So what do you make of these providers, and do they use tools that agree with what you just said, or is there anything else behind that?
Well, the point about the no best time to tweet that I was talking to specifically is that we did not find in the study that for a Twiplomat that there is a best time to tweet, that it's really all about what's the best for your followers, what's the best for your issue, what's the best for everything else. I'm weary of services that talk about sort of this, we're going to pinpoint you at the exact right time and get this out, and we're going to automate this and do that service, because the reality is you're dealing with human interaction. Human interactions are not perfect. In fact, they're filled with flaws. So it's really all about, like I say, I think it's about being timely as opposed to the right time to tweet. So the perfect example is if you want to tweet about what's happening today, tweet about it today as you're hearing the speech, not necessarily next week. But then on the flip side, if you're writing an article about what's happening today, next week, then you're going to want to tweet about it. So it's not a perfect science. There's right-ish times for, not to be totally vague.
If you're a mission, say a consulate or an embassy with several different areas, business areas, and several different target audiences, everything from export to investment to public diplomacy, culture. You want to reach press, you want to reach certain sectors. How do you communicate that broadly and at the same time be authentic and be engaging in the role you have?
Well, I think it depends on the volume of content that you have. Now, if you said, you're talking about the business world, you're talking about press, you're talking about your constituencies, and you're talking about a few other groups, you actually may want to look at different Twitter handles. You'll see a lot of, and you can borrow from the banking world. Bank of America is actually very good at this. They have one Twitter handle that is Bank of America News, and that's all about breaking news and important things to reach journalists. They have one that's about community, and that's all about their philanthropic and corporate social responsibility efforts. They have another one that's related to consumer banking, another one that's related to careers. Now, when we say that and say, okay, you're going to have multiple Twitter handles, it's not that much of a lift, because if you were going to tweet those 20 tweets out per day to different audiences on one handle, it's just a matter of switching accounts and going to others. So really looking at the volume, I would say, would dictate should it be on one handle or not. Now, on the flip side, thinking about the sort of life cycle of a tweet, it's likely you're not going to overwhelm your audience. I mean, maybe unless you go towards some of those accounts I talked about that are doing 78 or so tweets. But really to be in relevant conversations and have sort of the people that you're trying to reach respond to you, retweet you, mention you, it might make sense to look at having multiple accounts. Okay. So one question that came in from Twitter, and this is, how should someone handle tweeting something that they regret? I think I would liken that to the same thing of, how would you handle saying something you regret? And if this question, which I imagine is coming, the media picks it up, it goes out in the news. I mean, I think it's the same piece. You're prepared, you have the right statement out there. If you do regret that, sort of be human. You're talking to sort of a very, very social world. There's nothing wrong with apologizing.
Oh, okay. First time at the UN, hi. So in that particular case where you regret tweeting something, you wouldn't recommend deleting a tweet?
I mean, the example that I gave about the American football team, because what was put out there was derogatory and racist and horrible, I would say delete that. In most cases, if it's out there, it's out there. Now, somebody goes through their feed, they don't necessarily want someone to see that makes sense, but if you say something to the point where, you're out there and you regret it and you think, the media is going to pick it up or whatever else, it's there regardless, and I think it's you already own it, so there's no point in deleting it. I think there's one more back here, and then
Hi, good morning. First of all, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. One of the questions, it's actually a two-part question. So if you're just starting out with a Twitter handle, I would like to know, first of all, how many, if there's a requested or let's say recommended amount of tweets that we should make per day, and how many times per week would it be recommended for us to start up?
I think a simple average is to do between 4 and 6 a day, and average that over the course of a week. It really all depends. We've actually advised some clients when there is an event like this. So there were, gosh, at least what was it, about 5,000 companies at that one event. And what we decided was we wanted the company from a branding standpoint to be visible on the hashtag during the event. So we said, we had just launched, let's make it so that every 10th tweet is from this specific company. Now, that's not something I would say to do on an ongoing basis, but as you're launching, that's a really good way to get yourself out there and, get in touch with some followers.
Now, the question is, that's about Twitter. What's the next big thing?
That's a great question. And I would like it if my financial person could tell me that as well. What we're seeing are interesting. Twitter is really short form, and we joke. I read an article in The Atlantic, and it was called "Is Google Making Us Stupid?" And it was written in 2007, and it was talking about how, one, it was the history of how different inventions and innovations have sort of changed people's cognitive nature. And so the first example was, think of a father and son. The father was born before a clock was invented, and the son was born after. So the father would have to use his brain power to look at the son to tell time, and the son would say, okay, it's 12:30. So there's a different set of, cognitive energy spent there. And this was talking about Google in 2007 and how it was changing the way that people were doing academic research. So I remember when I was in university, I would sit in the library with a stack of books and highlighters and post-it notes, and I would actually highlight the books in the library, but don't tell my school. And that was the way I did it, and I would actually sit and write it. You know, some of the people who worked for me, who were in school very recently, what have they done? They've gone on Google, they've searched a subject, they've read the first sentence of the article and said, no, this isn't good. They've clicked back and forth and back and forth, and that's their attention span. This article was actually written before Twitter, so what's the next step? Twitter is now, you're getting a point out in 140 characters and so digestible. And you think, okay, it can only get so short form. There's now a company called Yo. And Yo sends you a message and it says Yo. And that's how you communicate. And it's Yo and a link. And so you're seeing companies, you're seeing organizations, this and that. They're not even describing what it is. You just sign up to get updates and it says Yo, link, click here. So I think the next big thing is something that's going to get even more short form, but somehow even more rich. Yep.
First of all, thank you so much. I have a question as a mission tweeting at the UN. There are a lot of speeches that take place, a lot. And many times we will be live tweeting them. And my question is, sometimes there will be more than 4 tweets coming out of that speech, sometimes 10. And how do you make sure that each tweet, each line gets the maximum engagement?
There is no easy answer with that. I think that's an instance where I talked about, you know, really helping this one company become very visible. I think it's just that. You want to be visible. So I wouldn't look at it as each tweet getting the amount of engagement, but overall, did you get the amount of engagement by the amount of tweets that you sent? Because a speech is a lot more than 140 characters, you know, different points are.
Do you recommend retweeting the same tweet just to get more visibility?
Yes and no. For the most part, retweeting is, and I don't mean this negatively, it's sort of a lazy form of tweeting. Now, granted, you're dealing with 140 characters, but I would always recommend doing a mention or a quote so you can put your own spin on it, especially if there is a link to it. So, you know, so-and-so spoke about X, you know, you mention the person's name and you put a link in versus just a simple retweet. Now, it's not to say that retweets are bad. I just think find a balance between tweeting original content or content that has a point of view and retweets.
Thanks. I meant more, I should have been more clear, sending out your tweets multiple times. Do you recommend that?
I wouldn't recommend that as a full practice. Again, I think it's the same thing. You can send things multiple times just because of the life cycle, but you want to make sure that you have other content in between there, because most people don't follow a Twitter handle by clicking on their page and reading their profile, but some do. And so if somebody goes to your profile and they see the same tweet 20 times, they're going to say, why am I following this? I got what they have to say.
Well, I have to admit I'm a social media newbie, so I maybe ask stupid questions here, and sorry if I ask a question which maybe has already been answered because I came late. I just want to see what's the relationship between Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and other media for communication purposes, as a mission, as a diplomat. I know, of course, what the different contents are, but are there do's and don'ts, you know, how to use each of these media best for official purposes, or is Instagram, for instance, not a medium you could use for official purposes?
So you can actually use them each for their own purpose. Twitter and Instagram go incredibly well together because you take a picture and then you send a tweet linking to the picture. Facebook is a bit more long form, so you can actually say a bit more. Now, if you're trying to get attention to something where you're trying to get engagement on Facebook, you can tweet and push someone there. So the way I'd almost look at it is look at Twitter as sort of your real-time content feed, and then look at Facebook in a lot of ways as a magazine. Things are going to have a lot longer shelf life on Facebook than they are on Twitter. So Twitter is, in the end, it's something to attract people and to get people somewhere else, or to get people to engage, where Facebook, you can really create something that can last for 2 or 3 weeks if you're trying to start a discussion. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. I think this gentleman has, I'm sorry. Absolutely. I mean, the joke I always make is people love to look at pretty pictures and shiny things, but in reality they do. And it definitely, a line of text with a picture is much better than a line of text. Yep. So I think we can take one more. One gentleman.
Thank you. I got a question that I also posted on Twitter, which is maybe a bit, I'll try to make it simple. Do you think that diplomats are actually ready for the digital world? I mean, as a diplomat, I was given, my permanent representative gave me the task to develop social media at my mission, the mission of Italy, by the way. And my impression is that in my category, we are still looking backwards comparing to other categories. For example, our leaders, politicians, who are much more used than us to communicate, they are much more ready to jump into this. Diplomacy, well, we're going there, we're getting there, but my impression is that we are still slow. What do you think?
I mean, I think I think it depends on the level of pressure and the level of importance of the actual diplomacy you're conducting. I think that's first and foremost. You know, Twitter is never going to replace human interaction. So it's a great way to communicate, and I think more so, just like the media, it's a great way to show communication, but it will never substitute for, you know, things that are actually happening of one-to-one and face-to-face interactions. I can give you one example before I close. We actually saw at the World Economic Forum last year a conversation between the president of Iran and Shimon Peres from Israel going back and forth. And you can tell in a lot of ways that neither one of them were actually tweeting. It was their age just pushing out rhetoric. And so what did that show? Okay, we're sort of talking, but that doesn't actually replace, you know, getting those two people to the table to actually speak. So again, it's sort of a way to show things, but not necessarily a way to actually actively make a difference. Okay. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you having me today.
Thank you, Adam. I think that was incredibly inspiring, encouraging, and I think just to go to your the last question, this is exactly why this day was organized, to actually try to bring the experience of missions and diplomats that are already active and encourage others to do. I know that some permanent missions only established Facebook this year or last year, 2014 and 2013. Others have had them since before. Others still don't have any Twitter accounts, and they are establishing them. But I think now maybe in this panel that's coming up, we can have an opportunity to have that discussed a bit more. My pleasure now to introduce the first panel of the day, Tweeting from the Top, Ambassadors and Direct Diplomacy. And as international diplomacy no longer takes place exclusively behind closed doors or in the Vienna Cafe, secret world of démarches, diplomatic dinners, and global summits, we now have a chance to listen to a distinguished panel of ambassadors to the United Nations who will discuss their own experiences with the changing nature of diplomacy in the digital age. Before I welcome the distinguished ambassadors, I would like to welcome our audience and many followers who are actually watching us. We know from the live feed that we have followers from Nepal, Guatemala, Ghana, and many other places. So thank you for joining us. I know it's a bit with the time difference way ahead of the time, but that shows that there's interest in this topic all around the world. So please join me in welcoming Ambassador Michael Grant, Deputy Permanent Representative of Canada, Ambassador Peter Thompson, Permanent Representative of Fiji, and Ambassador Masoud Khan, Permanent Representative of Pakistan. The panel will be moderated by Scott Nolan-Smith, Associate Director at Portland Communications and the founder of Digital Diplomacy Coalition. Guests, ambassadors, please join me on the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Scott Nolan Smith. Going to be moderating this great panel today. Just wanted to quickly kind of run through our panelists here real quick again. So we have our Ambassador Khan from Pakistan, Ambassador Thompson from Fiji, and Ambassador Grant from Canada. We're going to kind of start out pretty easily by having each of them give brief remarks and kind of delivering a bit on their view and their take on the topic of digital diplomacy from the ambassador perspective. I'm going to have a brief moderated discussion, but I have a large section as well where we take questions from the audience here as well as the audience online. So go ahead and we're going to start off. Perhaps we can start off right here, the Ambassador Khan. Do you want to start? We can start with Ambassador Grant then.
Thanks very much, Scott. And good morning, everyone around the world. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Michael Grant. I'm the Deputy Permanent Representative of Canada. And I feel a little bit intimidated, actually, being on this panel. I don't consider myself one of the most prolific tweeters in New York, but I think I'm here more because my government is quite active in social media, and both our mission at the UN and our consulate partnered with the UN to bring this about today. I'll just give you a few comments and probably throw up a couple slides very quickly. But just in terms of social media and how it's impacted me and also from a government point of view. First and foremost, diplomats are sponges. It's our job to try and absorb as much as possible. And we've done that in various ways over the centuries. Up until maybe 20 years ago, that was all hard copy. That changed with the internet, of course. And now social media, for me, first and foremost, is an information source. It is the first thing that I turn to in the morning. I'll try and quickly look through the last 12 hours of what's happened. And throughout the day, thanks to some of the people that you see here, it allows me to have an understanding of what's going on here in New York in places that I'm just not present at. So it is a message source. Secondly, this is from a mission point of view, personal point of view, but more from the government point of view, it's a message amplifier. So here, as was mentioned earlier, we deliver a lot of speeches on a daily basis. Other than the few people in the room that are listening at that particular time, and the few people that might look at our website, those messages don't get out. So it allows us to replicate, to amplify those messages, as well as those messages from our government by retweeting messages that are coming from our minister, our prime minister, and other places. Is social media absolutely 100% required? No, it isn't. There are a generation of diplomats, and I don't think my PR will mind me pointing out him, who don't use social media. Does that mean that they are not well informed? No. Does that mean that they are not completely on top of what's going on? No, it doesn't. They are able to do their job. I think you can do your job better by engaging in social media, but I don't believe that it's absolutely required for diplomacy. Is it 100% part of diplomacy? Yes, it is. I can remember my first posting where my ambassador, we had just received desktop computers. And I went into my ambassador's office and it was off. And I said, well, why don't you turn it on and you can explore the internet? And he said, no, I'm not going to do it. And he was around for another 5 years or so and he just didn't engage. There are some diplomats who have the same view of social media. But going forward, I think that has changed completely. And I think the generation of today and those to come will use social media the same way that we use newspapers when we all began. Over the years, probably since the existence of diplomacy, the relevance of diplomats have been declining. Certainly in the age of journalism, we then had to compete with journalists to try and get our analysis and our message back to our governments. And that's continuing. In many ways, what we're doing now is we're searching for that value added. And social media can help in that regards for some of the reasons that I mentioned. We can get more access to what's going on, to greater analysis, and it helps us to do our job. And in that instance, I do believe it's required going forward. Just to mention a few things from a government perspective, I saw that our Prime Minister was on Twitter as of 2007. I didn't realize it was that early. We kind of, in foreign affairs, we kind of became aware about maybe 3 or 4 years ago that we were using social media more and Twitter. But even 3 years ago, when I was ambassador in Libya, we had a total of 4 ambassadors who were on Twitter or some other kind of social media. And we were criticized for it. And now at the time, it wasn't so much the social media aspect, it had a lot to do with the government communications. And where's the message coming from and who's delivering it. And I think that was just more of an extension. So people were quite reticent about getting on social media. I was one of those 4 a few years ago. And I did so mainly because I felt it was a requirement. I was in Libya. There was no real quality mainstream media. Even though the penetration was probably only at about 5 or 10%, those 5 or 10% were the activists, were the government officials, were the politicians, were the militias, and you had to know what they were doing, and if you wanted to communicate with them, you had to do it. So it was absolutely necessary. Can I just put up a couple of slides, and I'll try to be real quick. Just this slide is just our current footprint for a department of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Development. We have 413 social media accounts in 91 countries, covering 108 missions, and that doesn't include the personal accounts. So here in New York, we have an official account for the mission, and then I have my own personal account, and some of our other diplomats have theirs as well. The department's using 10 different platforms. I won't go through them all. You probably know what they are. And even though it's just been a few years, we've really caught up quickly, led, I would say, by our minister, who is quite prolific. And a month ago, we put out internally our digital strategy, Modern Diplomacy, a digital strategy for public communications and engagement. So this is really what we see as our standard bearer of our objective to incorporate social media into communication. So I think when we have this conversation in 3 or 4 years, I would expect we're not going to be talking that much about the difference between social media and other forms of communications. It's going to be communications writ large. Just to mention, if we can go to the next slide, just a couple of examples of how some of our colleagues have used digital diplomacy in a very effective way. This tweet came out of our mission to NATO at the height of the crisis at that time over Crimea. And it was a pretty simple tweet, but extremely effective. It was retweeted 42,000 times, and it actually crossed into mainstream media. The Russians actually came back with something else, so it was fun as well as it being quite effective. Let's see, we've had a few other very successful examples of Canada Weibo in China, where we have 1.1 million followers. But other than that kind of messaging, there's some very practical reasons why we're using social media. And I'll mention just consular relations. We utilize Twitter, Facebook, and others when there are emergencies, both in terms of letting people in the world know what we're doing, but also to target Canadians that are in affected areas. And I use this often in Libya if there was fighting or an explosion of some kind and you needed to tell people to be safe. It was very quick, it was very effective, and it's now become very much part of our mainstream. Our Trade Commissioner Service uses it, and also they're very big on LinkedIn and a few others. And just to mention, now that we have all of this social media activity out there, it's very important that we track it and we know how effective it's being. And one thing that we use is a product called Hootsuite that some of you may have heard of. It's one of the most widely used social media relationship platforms, and it allows us to engage stakeholders through multiple platforms with a consistent messaging. And it's a Canadian company, so I thought I'd just give them a little plug. Now, earlier we talked about, I think, some of the risks of social media. And sometimes you got to be a little careful of what you put out there. So I thought, since Peter's beside me, I would just put this slide up. Here it is here, Peter, just so you see it. I mean, it's a good, funny tweet, but it actually was an important message. This was a conference that was held a few weeks ago, the Barbershop Conference, which was focused on the role of men in discussing the role of women and violence against women. And there was a reception held. So I hope Peter didn't mind me sending a picture of him with a glass of wine to the world, but those are the risks of living in a social media age. Thank you.
I would have preferred there was a glass of whiskey, but that's what they had on offer. Hey, is that original slide up there where they were introducing us all, and I saw my Twitter handle said Thompson spelt the right way and my name spelt with a P in it. I've spent my lifetime trying to keep the P out of Thompson, but there was a glaring example. I make that point because it's always worth double checking what you are tweeting or emailing or whatever. I keep telling my wife this: do not send things out without having a second look at it before you press tweet. Before you press send, sorry. And it's, you know, like that old maxim, never get into social media when you've had a few drinks. Make sure you're stone cold sober when you send out what you're going to send. Look, my main message about social media is it has to be fun. You have to enjoy it. Otherwise, it's just another drag on your day, and you've got enough hard stuff to get through without another one. But if you enjoy it, and if you see it as a way to extend your message, then it's really worth being part of. I get my news nowadays from two sources. At breakfast, every morning, I sit down with a cup of tea and I read the New York Times from front page to back page. And then I follow my timeline in Twitter, and I find that is sufficient. I don't watch television anymore for news. So an example of where the timelines in Twitter is useful to you is King Abdullah's death the other day. New York Times missed it, of course, because of the time lag, and I picked it up right away on Twitter timelines. So it's an up-to-date source of news, Twitter, and I like it for that. Look, I would say two things about getting into tweeting. You've got to have commitment, and you've got to have a sense of balance. On the commitment side, I think back to how did I actually get into it, because, you know, guy of my age, not really, you know, what you would expect, I suppose. But I noticed Mark Lyle Grant, you know, who's a permanent representative in the Security Council, doing this every day. And I said to him one day, "Are you tweeting?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Tell me a bit about it." So he did. And it sounded a very intelligent way to get across your message, your core messages, and what you're doing each day about them. And I thought, I'll take that up. So I got a bit of professional advice, and away I went. And I quickly saw that, yeah, there is a fun aspect to it as well, because Gérard Araud, the former permanent representative of France in the Security Council, he was also, or still is, an avid tweeter. He's now the ambassador in Washington. But you could see the sniping going on across the English Channel, you know, between the British PR and the French PR. They were enjoying having little digs at each other on things. Now, this is fun, you know, as well as the reportage side. There's also a personal aspect. So that's how I got into it. My wife says I'm an addict, but you know, I just think if you're in it, you've got to be in it. So that's what I mean about commitment. There's no point of being half in. You quickly pick up the sites where people are only sort of half committed. You know, they might send in something once a week or once every 2 weeks. You drop interest in those. It's those that are actually adding to your information that you follow. So I think the other thing about, and I've touched on it, you've really got to focus on what your message is. You know, work out what are the things you care about. You know, for me, it's things like you know, violence against women, the eradication of poverty, you know, all the development aspects of work at the United Nations. There's plenty of people working on the security side of things. We need people working on the development side. So that, if you have a look at my site, and as a bit of self-advertisement, I did ask them to put up a slide showing what my handle is. If you look at my site, you'll see it's mainly focused on development stuff, and you try and put it in a way that's not boring. But it's coverage of the meetings that are happening here at the United Nations, and it's retweeting of stuff which I think is very relevant to what's happening in the approach to the post-2015 development agenda. I think there's another interesting thing about once you become committed, there's a competitive aspect of this. And amongst your colleagues, you quickly see, for example, yesterday, my thing is not up there, at Thompson, Fiji, if you have a quick look at that, you'll see that I think I broke the news because I was waiting for the moment when it was actually done. Yesterday, it might have been in this room, the Asia Pacific group endorsed Japan for the Security Council next year. And I took my photograph of the Japanese PR and I waited until the chairman's gavel had come down and I pressed send. So I think I actually broke the news. And it's quite a significant piece of news if you're interested in the Security Council. And I noticed, several other people around the room doing it, and I beat all them. And you see that quite often in our circle of PR. So there's a competitive element in tweeting, people wanting to break the news. I'd just like, in conclusion, to say something about balance and relevance, I suppose. And this is the lovely thing about Twitter is it's short form, just quick message stuff. You've got to get the balance right between your official and personal. I do think you have to get the personal in to make you worth following. I take my lead in that from my Minister of Foreign Affairs. He does that. He's not one of these filtered sites. You can quickly tell which are the filtered sites. My colleagues whose tweets obviously have gone through 2 or 3 filters, you can quickly pick them, and I don't follow them. I follow the ones that are coming from the individual. So my minister's like that. Wherever he travels around the world, he's letting us know, his ambassadors, what he's doing, who he's meeting every day by Twitter. And we would never get that through the normal channels just because there's too much information to convey. I think the other thing is that we're all photographers, and this is where the personal comes into it. We're all photographers because we're carrying cameras in our hand every day now. And if you see something where you say, wow, that's something special in my life, that's a lovely view, or whatever, you take that shot and you share it. People appreciate that. My most retweeted material is where I've taken a photograph of something that I've just seen, which is not official at all. So I think that's appreciated when you mix in your view of the world where it's interesting. Just because it happened to you doesn't make it interesting, of course, but so there's got to be something out of the way. And I think also that's part of using your whole brain. We shouldn't be just going through our day just being bureaucrats. We should still use our creative faculties, and if you do see something that inspires you or hear something that inspires you, pass it on. There is an example of that in closing, if you are on my site, where when we had our snow day this week, the supposed blizzard, I was walking around Central Park with my wife and I happened to meet a snowman, and I knelt down and she took a photograph of me talking to this snowman, and it's quite a cute photograph and it's been retweeted a lot. When I was sending it, I had thought about what I was saying to the snowman, and I nearly put something very non-PC there. And I thought better of it and just left it as, talking to a snowman in Central Park. So the point that I'm making is, you don't want to be Anthony Wieners here. You are putting this stuff out by, you are your own editors. And you, as I said at the beginning of my input, you've got to be sober when you tweet, and you've got to also have that second thought about, is this appropriate, judging, obviously with a good sense of balance. So thank you very much for that. And I pass you over to my dear colleague, PR of Pakistan.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mahir Nasser, for organizing this event. I think this is very useful and timely. And Mr. Adam Snyder for a detailed introduction of the media. I personally didn't know a few things, so I have learned quite a bit today. So this session is really very useful. Now, first and foremost, we have to recognize that social media is transforming our lives, whether they are personal, family lives, social, also our professional lives. So we have to recognize that. And this is a revolution which has just started, and this revolution would continue to influence our lives. people were talking about the information revolution in the 1990s, and they thought that that was the biggest tide that we had seen. But this is a bigger tide, and as somebody asked from the audience, what is next? And we don't know what's next, because the kind of data, sound bites, the kind of information this medium, social media, are generating will have new combinations and permutations, and we would have new synergies all around the world. So we would be influenced by this massive information flow that we have. It would also influence our consciousness, whether it is individual or collective consciousness. Let me now talk about myself. I have a very managed, restrained, and modest exposure to the social media. I'm on the Twitter and I'm on the Facebook, but my participation is static. It is not active or interactive, because I do not have any clear directions from my government. It's a gray area. They haven't made up their mind. We do have a website. Some people do have their microblogs, but I don't know how to deal with this. So other colleagues here at the United Nations, they are much more active. And as Ambassador Thompson was saying, that there are more avid social media personalities here at the United Nations. Paul Sager, you said you are a newbie, but you are a pro. I know for a fact. There is the Dutch ambassador. There is, of course, the Mark Lyle Grant of the United Kingdom, and the French ambassador that you referred to. But they're very prolific, and some of them are really hyperactive, and it's very difficult to keep pace with them. But the stuff that they put out is very, very interesting and worth following. Now, my main input into both the Twitter account and the Facebook account is basically photographs. The kind of activities that I participate in, the kind of activities that we organize so that we can share it with Pakistani citizens. My main audience are Pakistani citizens, as a matter of fact, because we want to share with them or give them a sense of what we're doing here. People have this notion that these diplomats are very crafty people. They deal with these esoteric issues, and they are into this Byzantine politics. So through this exposure, we tell them that, in fact, we are discussing here and dealing with real-life issues. These issues are alleviating poverty, promoting education and access to health, also promotion and protection of human rights, about climate change. We're talking about citizens all around the world. We're talking about the developing countries. We're talking about peace and security. We're talking about human development. We're talking about human security. We're talking about fighting traditional and non-traditional threats, like you have the Ebola virus, you have violent extremism, you have terrorism, you have conflicts within and between states. So they get the sense that these people in the United Nations are doing useful work. I hope that this would also boost the confidence of the finance ministries back home. Now, the advantage of the social media is twofold. I mean, whether it is the Twitter or the Facebook, it is, one, the brevity, second is the imagery. And both captures messages very, very effectively and broadcast them very effectively. Now, it is also a good tool here. I mean, if we are trapped in this city, the city of the United Nations here, somebody said the other day, it's our Vatican. So if we are trapped here, it's always, by following the social media, it's always interesting and useful to know what other colleagues are doing to promote peace and security, to sort of advance the cause of economic and social development. And what the United Nations itself is doing, what the United Nations leadership is doing, the Secretary General, his Under-Secretaries General, also other bodies affiliated to the United Nations, housed and based in Geneva and Vienna. So it gives you it gives you an idea of the full spectrum of the activities of the United Nations. So that's why these are very important tools. Now, somebody asked from the floor if digital wars have started, and I think that they have already started in full intensity. Of course, I mean, you have all these allegations about espionage and counter-espionage. But coming to the social media, I'll sort of share some anecdotal information with you. When we were in the Security Council members loved to tweet. And even the most confidential information would appear in the newspapers, New York Times or Washington Post or other leading papers in the world, or websites. And usually the source would be a tweet. And there, you would, the initiators of those tweets, they would completely deny having started that process. And they would blame each other, that this was done by the others, but they are pure and pristine, and they would not do a thing like that ever. So in that sense, Twitter wars have started, and we have to, in fact, find ways to resolve those quote-unquote conflicts. I think that it is becoming mandatory to follow influential statesmen, politicians, world leaders, opinion leaders, and diplomats. I think that this is very important to demystify and deconstruct our work here at the United Nations. Now, let me talk about some of the risks that are involved in using the social media, particularly in the absence of clear direction from your capitals. One is compromising confidentiality. There's this tension between confidentiality and transparency. Transparency is good, but confidentiality is also mandatory. So you have to strike the right kind of balance, and therefore you have to be very cautious, particularly in this area. Otherwise, you'll get fired at some point or get into some trouble. I think that I always feel that social media is quite narcissistic. So you're always obsessed with yourself. I mean, you're telling what you're doing, how you look, the kind of activities that you have participated in that. So if this could be somehow, this aspect could be soft-pedaled a bit, because otherwise it turns into very rank and naked exhibitionism. And this must be avoided at all costs. Your focus should be not on you as a person, but the message. I think that there's also the risk of hate speech, which appears on the Facebook or the Twitter, that should be avoided. In fact, of course, it is our primary responsibility not to post a message which would somehow ignite, incite hatred, or could be even interpreted like hate speech, the dictates of free speech notwithstanding. Now, so far, because of the constraints that I explained to you, I have been restrained in my participation in the social media. But if I become a private citizen, I may well become ballistic in what I do. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. It's been great to hear from all of you and various perspectives on why you joined and how you use social media, especially when it comes to engaging the public and others. Might be really interesting to hear, however, since you mentioned, Mr. Grant, that 100% it's important but not required to use social. How would you say, and feel free all of you to answer this as well, how has social and digital technologies impacted the way you engage with one another? Now, traditionally, diplomacy was very much so one-to-one or group meetings where it was behind closed doors, but how do you guys now work together in this public space?
That's a good question. I mean, I think first, as mentioned already, I mean, social media is helping to demystify diplomacy. It's sort of opening the doors to what it is that we do here. And I think that's a good thing because it's not mystical. It's really about human interaction. I think it's changing it, but not as dramatically as one would think. I mean, we've all made comments about the risks and you have to be careful. So yeah, I mean, whether you're in a hallway conversation or you're tweeting, you need to be certainly respectful. You need to be factual. But the impact of not being that on social media is so much more. I mentioned earlier that one thing that I get out of Twitter is you can't be everywhere. So there's a few PRs that were mentioned that are quite prolific, and it's quite easy to get caught up on the day by simply looking at their Twitter feed. And I think that's one way that I use interaction. And when there is a particular, Peter mentioned, on development issues in post-2015 where, we very much share similar views. Amplifying those messages amongst each other is very important. And that barbershop conference that I put the tweet up on, that was a great example. There was a lot of tweeting going on that day. And it helped to really get the message out much, further beyond a meeting room like this.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure, I can repeat the question. Essentially, how has digital technology changed the way to which you would interact with your colleagues on a daily basis as ambassadors? How is it different from it was traditionally when you didn't have social media?
Two things. I think that from time to time you read very brief messages and you learn a lot. And second is that those messages are delivered to multiple audiences with immense speed. So I think that it has broadened our horizon, and it has contributed to information revolution. Sometimes there is information overload, and it is really difficult. I mean, one finds oneself in a predicament how to handle this information overload. Thank you.
I think my response to that would be not a lot, actually. It hasn't changed it much. I mean, probably no more than maximum 10% of my day is what's going to be reflected in what I tweet. The 90% is where I'm doing my, my bilaterals, where you wouldn't take a photo and you wouldn't send out a tweet on it. The bulk of that is not for public consumption. What you send on Twitter, obviously, is. So I think, the role of diplomats, the role of having people rather than machines in diplomacy will live on. I mean, we make our arrangements and build our alliances by looking each other in the eye still. Thank you.
Thank you. I kind of want to dive a bit into more on the topic of digital diplomacy. It's very much so kind of synonymous with public diplomacy and culture and a lot of the soft power things of the world. As Ambassador Khan noted here at the UN, you focus on a lot more security, prosperity kind of oriented things, as well as social development. Can you kind of talk a bit about how you can punch above and get above, the embassies or the other handles that are focusing on social media usage for promoting Downton Abbey or something like that, how you raise these high-profile, very serious issues to the digital audience?
I kind of think what digital diplomacy has done and social media has done, again, I'm going to sound a little bit repetitive, that it is taking what we have normally done and allowed us to amplify messages, right? Allowed us to broaden audiences. So no longer are we holding events for 100 people in a room. We are getting messages out, hopefully, to a few thousand people who are going to spread it to others. So I think that would be my answer, is it's just taking what we have been traditionally doing and just made it bigger and hopefully more effective.
I'd agree entirely with that. The only thing I would add is just to amplify again Ambassador Khan's point, that this is sending information, good picture, short message, back to the taxpayers at home. You know, in my case, I come from a small island country on the other side of the world. How else are they going to know? You know, they're paying my salary and paying my rent here. How else are they going to know what I'm doing on a daily basis? This is a wonderful way for them to get a picture of what Fijian diplomacy is at the United Nations, and I've found that a very useful aspect of it.
Well, I'll make 3 points. One is about soft power. In order to project soft power, you have to have soft power. It can't be simply speak. So I think that if you have soft power, social media are good tools to project your soft power. In brief messages and sound bites, you can say so much about your country. Second thing is that we raise these serious issues, you call them serious issues, in different forums here at the United Nations, the Security Council, the General Assembly, the ECOSOC side events, other conferences, major conferences. We raise all these issues as representatives of our governments, and therefore there are some constraints. Of course, I mean, we have this shared space here in the United Nations. For instance, sometimes we just go beyond this space which is defined as the sovereign space, and we participate in the international realm. And we, in fact, define or discuss or negotiate issues which are important to the international community. So in that sense, I think social media helps there in defining or refining perceptions. And that too has to be subject to intergovernmental agreements. For instance, the declarations or the resolutions or the treaties that you adopt, you have to be within those parameters, within those frameworks. But I mean, compared and contrasted to the United Nations back home, when people are tweeting or they're saying something on the social media, that can in fact touch on different sensitive political fault lines and alter political landscapes there. I don't know whether I can't be in a position to give a definitive answer if the social media has that kind of impact on UN diplomacy or multilateral diplomacy. The last point that I want to make is that we mustn't forget that these are basically networking sites, and they are very helpful in knowing people, in getting things done, in creating networks, in sort of knowing new people, and that can be helpful to you in professional matters.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Take a quick question here from Twitter, and then I'm going to turn it over to the floor as well. This is with apologies to my friend from Twitter on the floor. There's a question about what about things that aren't Twitter? What about other platforms? You know, where else can we want to know is everyone talks about Twitter, but there are numerous platforms out there, and can you kind of enlighten a bit about how either you or others you've worked with engage on platforms beyond that?
It depends on your setting. And even in diplomacy, whether you're in a multilateral post or a bilateral, and even bilateral posts are different depending on what platform is used more. I'll give you the examples that I'm most familiar with. In Libya, we as a mission needed Facebook because Facebook was the main vehicle for communicating information. The government at the time would publish laws through Facebook. So you need it both as a consumer and as someone who is broadcasting. When we decided to create our social media accounts, our official accounts here for the mission, we looked at the various platforms and decided to really focus on Twitter. We still have a website. They still exist. For us, it's more of a depository of our statements. So it's for the record, if someone's looking for something that we have stated officially, they can go and find it there. And we link it through Twitter. But we made a decision to focus almost exclusively on Twitter.
It's an interesting question because I had personal experience of trying to broaden my social media. But before I mention that, the comment made from the podium in the previous session this morning that you have to think of Facebook as like a magazine, I hadn't really taken that on board until he said that this morning. My personal experience was that, I was having so much fun and with Twitter and really thinking, I've got to broaden my social media. This is working for me in terms of the message. So I got into Facebook, and it quickly got out of control because, all my friends back home and my daughter's friends and everything, and that magazine that he talked about became a very kind of, not the kind of magazine you'd buy. If you want a sporting magazine, you buy a sporting magazine. If you want a, how to fix it magazine, you go and buy one of them. But my Facebook page was quickly becoming a very, very mixed message. So I pressed the, delete button and got out of Facebook. Having said that, I'm an advocate for broadening your social media involvement. I would if I had a sufficient team around me, because I have produced magazines in the past, get back into Facebook. But I think with Facebook, you need a team to make it, for it to deliver the kind of magazine that you want it to be. And for a solo operation like you are on Twitter, it's a different ballgame. That was my experience.
Well, thank you so much. I'm still on the Facebook, and as Mr. Adam Snyder said, that one of the motivations for using the social media is to have public record of whatever you've been doing. You write a diary publicly. So I've been doing that on Facebook. It's kind of an album, a big album of all the official activities, and it's a useful record. That said, other media are important. Websites are still important. So is the internet. So are the email messages that we exchange every day. We rely quite heavily on email messages. And also, did I mention microblogs? They're very important. I mean, people use them, particularly when I was in China. Their microblogs are very popular. And finally, SMS is a very useful tool, because these short messages via telephone, through them you can also reach multiple audiences. Thank you.
I think we'll turn over to any questions from the floor.
Well, thanks a lot. I'm following really avidly this type of discussion, which is fascinating. I really have to say that. And to all three panelists, Michael, Peter, and Masood, a big thank you. Well, I have a ton of questions here, but I just leave it myself maybe to a few. To all, but maybe just say a comment. I think it's fascinating to see how different personalities also influence the way people tweet. I think Peter tweets different than Masood, for good reason, and Michael also. So I think that's also a reflection of one's personality. That in itself, I think, gives an interesting picture from my point of view. But maybe just a question to all of you colleagues. One is, which intrigues me always in my own tweets, how do you match complexity with shortness? We have 140 characters, and we need to bring out a message which is always often not so difficult to get across. So how do we match that? And also, how do you match what both Peter and also Masood said, the personal versus the official? I heard different responses from each of you, which probably is true because you're different personalities, but also you're treating the different audiences. But this is also something which I'm struggling with at times, you know, how to get it a bit fun and personal, but still, of course, I have to take kind of the fact I'm an ambassador. I'm not any ordinary person, and so we have to watch what diplomatic incidents can produce, and they have been diplomatic incidents with Twitter. And just two very practical questions: how many times a day you check the Twitter accounts? Is it hourly or several times? And do you respond to messages you get? Thank you.
Great, thanks, Paul. Complexity with shortness, that's always a tough one. What I try and do is try and write out the message as brief as I can, but complete as complete as it needs to be, and then edit it down from there, you know, and try to have something. I try to avoid, you know, using the number 4 instead of 4, and, you know, the BTW, you know, that kind of stuff. But you know, it takes a little bit of practice, I think, and you never get it absolutely right. And there are some things that go more than one tweet, and you just send them in more than one tweet. Personal versus official. I think since I started Twitter in Libya, and I just transferred my account over here, so it's been interesting. I can see my followers decrease and increase, because I think the Libyans aren't that interested in what's going on in New York. So, I've considered it to be more official than personal, and it's pretty rare to put something personal. But I think it's important because it does show the human side of the individual. And maybe because I am a bit narcissistic, but yesterday, kind of in preparation for this, we thought of doing something kind of unique. So we did a day in the life. And so we tweeted out pretty much all the meetings that I had. But even in there, I felt it was important to give something human. So put out a picture of my kids and a hockey game from last night. So I think it's important to show that you are a human being. Number of times, hard to say. I'd hate to count. You know, pretty much whenever you have a moment. Walking from the office to here, when the meeting gets a little slow. So many, many times. And response, yeah. The only time I won't respond to a message, if it's sent directly to me, is if it's offensive in any way. I'll always acknowledge someone who sends something to me.
Thanks. I'm not being rude looking at my phone here, but for some reason my Twitter is frozen. And I was trying to refer to a tweet that I did yesterday that would illustrate a good answer to your question. But now that I am looking at this frozen page, I'd just like to thank the 40 people that have become followers of mine during the during this meeting this morning. So thank you to them wherever you are, and I promise to make things more interesting for you. Now, the tweet that I was going to get up was yesterday's working luncheon at the German mission, where the disaster risk report was being presented by the UN University. Fantastic report. I really recommend it to all. My tweet on it basically focused on one aspect of the disaster report, which was urban risk, because it's a central part of the report. And so my tweet highlighted that urban risk. So that's an editorial choice. You know, you make it on the spot. You think, well, this is what's important to this report for me. So that's an editorial choice. So not only are you giving the message of, you must read this report, it's out now, but secondly, here's my take. The urban risk thing in particular, you know, 66% of the world's population being urban by 2050, and what they say about urban risk is quite fascinating. So I think that's the answer to that question. I probably said enough on the balance between personal and official when I was making my intervention earlier, but just to reassure you, the photograph that you sent of yourself in your bathroom shaving on the morning of the barbershop conference, I thought was very appropriate. I don't think that was at all inappropriate. But, you know, there is that judgment, I say again, you know, and there's this fine line between make your site interesting and be appropriate. Just in answer to your question, I don't answer questions that are sent to me on Twitter. I just don't have the time to do so. You're dealing with your SMS, you're dealing with your email and all the rest. But I do retweet anything that's sent to me that I find interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said right in the beginning, I just post static images, so there's no question of going into that zone of composing messages. I have avoided doing that because I did it once or twice and then got into loud arguments with the followers. So in order to avoid that, I do not compose messages. Second, I have completely eliminated the personal dimension. It's all professional. It's all related to my work. I keep monitoring the Twitter and Facebook accounts all the time. I mean, there's no set time for that. I can't count the times I would do so during the course of the day. It can be here in this conference hall, on the podium. It can be whenever I feel like doing it, I do it. So, but I'm not addicted to it. That I want to clarify. The topic of this panel discussion is tweeting from the top. It, of course, alters your profile and conduct in the United Nations and multilateral diplomacy, but it also affects your colleagues in the mission because they come to know about your preferences, your predilections, and your overall orientation. That I think that should be helpful to them, to the colleagues.
Can take another question.
Good morning, everyone. I thank you, distinguished panel, for your answers. I do have a question for you and a statement. Would it, as some of us who work within the business development and Twitter or social media universe, the question I have for you is, in terms of having a personal account and a business account, would it make it easier for you gentlemen if you were to say this account is of, has nothing to do with my profession and it is of my own opinions, or an account that would say either myself or that of my staff may utilize this account, for professional reasons?
That's a very good question. I think, first of all, in our department now, we are encouraging everyone to be involved in social media. But more and more, we are requiring heads of mission. And I think there's a difference between someone at the head of mission level and not. Because when you're a head of mission, when you're an ambassador or permanent representative, you do have a public profile. And I think it's very difficult to have solely a personal account. I mean, in Twitter, you can have an anonymous account where your name is not identified, and you can do what you like. But if you're out there with your name indicating where you're working, you're always public. And even though I completely agree that there is a need to put the human face on it from time to time and tweet about things other than work, you're always on. And that's not a change. I mean, that's always been the case. Even before social media, you're an ambassador 24/7, so you have to be always on your game. And with social media, you just have to be careful of all the other pitfalls that come with it.
Yes, I think Michael's pretty much covered what I wanted to say. It's that 24/7 aspect of being an ambassador. When you're being paid to do this job, you're not just protecting yourself; you're protecting your citizens. So. I think that having a personal account would be difficult in this role, but I think it's a very good suggestion if you're not in the situation that we find ourselves in. I mean, I have another life, which not being an ambassador at the UN. I'm a published author and, I was a hotel developer and all sorts of things. I could have 3 or 4 different sites with those messages on them, but I choose not to because of that 24/7 aspect that Michael's just mentioned. But I think it is a very good suggestion. Can I just also say that in what I said about Facebook and how, it's just too much for me to handle. I should also mention, and Ambassador Khan mentioned this, that the websites that the missions run are still very important mediums. And we keep our website at the Fiji mission absolutely up to date with what's happening. So that's really our magazine, you know, so we don't really need Facebook. Well, thank you.
Thank you. It's a very good suggestion. I'll follow it. And I'll probably add a notation to my account saying that the views expressed here are not necessarily of my government.
So I'm gonna shift gears here real quick and take a question from Twitter, kind of change the topic a bit. And it's looking at it from the lens of what can be done about, excuse me, countries that restrict social media, and how can you engage in that capacity?
Another very good question. I think one function of diplomacy is to try to get messages through to governments, through to publics, including in countries where they'll have very restrictive policies. And so in a social media context, this gives us a tremendous opportunity to engage. Because even in those countries that have, over the last few years, attempted to restrict feeds from various social media platforms, usually the techies will find a way around it, and you can still get your message through. And something Canada has done specifically, I just go to my notes, is we've, in cooperation with the Canadian University, we've established a direct diplomacy campaign in Iran to try as much as we can to pass messages and engage with the Iranian public. Because we feel that the situation in Iran is one of concern. And this provides us with an opportunity to open up a bit of public and political space to support the Iranian people. It's not perfect, but it does provide us with an opportunity. Thanks.
My answer to the question is, I think that I've already covered it in saying that traditional diplomacy is where most of our work is still done. The eye-to-eye contact, the bilateral meetings, the visits to the countries concerned, the attending the conferences. Traditional diplomacy is done still between humans rather than through social media.
Well, I'm not in favor of restricting social media, and I'm against all restrictions. But I can visualize situations where the governments have to resort to restrictions. And these situations can be, for instance, relating to countering terrorism, also some security concerns. And sometimes these restrictions are imposed in response to the demand of the people. Because if they are incensed on something and they think that a particular post on a website or probably the Twitter or Facebook is offensive, they demand, there's this popular demand. So in those situations, governments or government authorities, public authorities, they can't foist or impose that social media on the people. But I think that said, I'm in favor of imposing very little restrictions and removing them as fast as one could. Thank you.
So we can take another question from the audience. Nope. Sorry.
Hi there. Thank you, ambassadors, for this presentation. I have a question for Ambassador Thompson. Given the information overflow that we face at the UN on a daily basis, how do you think social media can be used to help small states to navigate the workflow of the UN?
It's a good question because I come from a small state, and what a small state usually has is a small mission. So there's usually an ambassador and a first secretary and a second secretary. That would be average. So to cover the United Nations, to get around the Vatican, as Ambassador Khan put it, and cover all those meetings. It's almost impossible. There's this massive spaghetti junction of stuff being churned out every day in this place. It's very difficult. Do we use social media to help us with that? I would have to say no. I can't think of, other than the fact that what we've talked about already at this meeting of getting our message out there. On something like climate change or rising sea levels, you'll find that all of the SIDS ambassadors or diplomats that are involved in social media, you'll find obviously a very disproportionate amount of information about rising sea levels and climate change. So yes, we get our message across. Other than that messaging, I wouldn't say there's a huge value add. It's about, for us, it's about strategically getting the resources that we have spread around the UN on a daily basis. Thank you for the question.
I think there was a question right here. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for ambassadors to share experience with us on social media. I have a question because as you know, Twitter is not being allowed to use in China. So I'm just wondering whether you have some, you are personally or your workplace has a social media account in Chinese.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Our embassy in Beijing has had since 2011 one of the microblogs, Weibo, called Canada Weibo. It currently has 1.1 million followers, and it's been noted a number of times as being extremely effective, both in terms of ensuring a kind of message to Canada, or message from Canada that makes it to China, and as a way of informing Canadians of what's going on. So it has been effective. Obviously, we would like to see more freedoms, but for right now, we find it to be a very effective tool. Thanks.
Well, what I can say is that I was posted in China for about 4 years, and during that period, I saw that the social media was very active. You have China's Facebook, you have China's YouTube, you have these microblogs, and very few people know that, outside China, that China has a very hot, intense social media scene. It's very interactive, and it doesn't just deal with the social aspects, but they deal with hardcore issues facing Chinese society. So I think that the volume is large too. I know that there are some figures, some popular figures who have followers more than 100 million or 150 million. So it's better to know that blogger rather than 10 million people separately, because if you reach them, your message would reach to 150 million people. I think some smart diplomats did that. They in fact cultivated them, they invited them to their residences, and they reached out to their followers. Thank you.
And I think we'll take one more question from the floor in the interest of time. So.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting conversation. I have one question. Do you actually use direct messages to interact with your counterparts?
Sometimes, but not really. I mean, there's other platforms for engaging. I mean, so counterparts here in the UN system, if you needed to do it electronically, it's email or SMS. But what I do use it for is if I see something really interesting, mostly from academics is when I've used it, where I've seen their tweets, I've read their paper, and I want to ask them additional questions, and I don't have their email. That's primarily how I've used it.
Just for me personally, very seldom. Occasionally I do, if there's something very targeted, but I would usually pick up the telephone.
We actually have one last question from Twitter here. So, questions kind of changes the game a bit here. Has social media has grown and it's being used for threats? Has it changed your security protocols?
Yeah, it has. And these are some lessons learned. Again, go back to my experience in Libya. We had to be very careful about who was tweeting what, especially when it came to movements. I won't name it, but I can remember one ambassador tweeting as he's pulling up to the American embassy in Tripoli saying, wow, security is really tough today. I wonder what's going on. You know, I mean, so these are some things that you need to be aware of. And I think also those lessons were learned at the political level as well. So I'm sure ministers and others have been taught you have to be careful about tweeting where you are and where you're going. Thanks.
I remember when I started out in government in 1972 and being told about confidentiality and how important it was. And you typed up your message on a typewriter and you put it inside an envelope. Then you got some red sealing wax and then you had to whack the official stamp down that and make sure it was sealed real good. And then you put that envelope addressed to the person who was to read it inside another envelope, which was then addressed to him. And then that had to be hand-delivered. So anyway, we persevered with that for a while. But nowadays, you just press send and it goes up there. I think, look, anybody who's on the internet, you just have to accept the fact that it's out there. Everybody owns it once you send it. And, you know, we've got WikiLeaks. We've got what comes next. We're living in a different age. Confidentiality has to be done in other ways than over the internet. Thank you.
You know, to that I would add that those envelopes should use to have another inscription, and I would say to be opened by the addressee only, or for eyes only. So, but in Pakistan, I'm not talking about the mission, in Pakistan, yes, security protocols have changed because of the social media, also because of the Twitter. And and therefore, if there are any institutional or departmental statements or official statements from spokespersons on the Twitter, they must have clearances and authorizations from the leadership. So yes, in that term, and also security officials do watch these postings quite closely. Thank you.
All right, thank all of you for this great discussion. And I think as opposed to traditional closing remarks, I'm going to ask you all one final, very brief question answer. Is if in your opinion, who's doing digital diplomacy well, whether it be a country or an individual? If you could give a name of an entity, who would it be?
I'm going to give you more than one. In Canada, Ben Roswell is our ambassador in Venezuela. He's really been at the cutting edge. But when I started Twitter, actually it was Ben who recommended a British ambassador in Lebanon, Tom Fletcher, who I think was really at the cutting edge of ambassadors tweeting.
I already mentioned Mark Lyle Grant and Gerard Darreau and the rivalry that they had on Twitter, but I do recommend them both to follow them. And I take my lead from my Minister of Foreign Affairs. If he feels free to say and run the kind of account that he does, I feel the same way. And so I would recommend the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Fiji to you.
Well, I'll add to that list the Dutch Ambassador van Ostrom and Paul Seger and Ambassador Thompson. So this, and as to your specific question, I think individuals are doing better than the countries. Influential individuals all over the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all, and thank you guys all for being here.
Thank you, Ambassadors Masoud Khan, Peter Thompson, Michael Grant. I think this session really put the topic in the context that we wanted it to. I just want to mention a few things. Hashtag #SocialUN is now trending in New York City, at least. We know that. And another point is, and I saw one of the tweets commenting on the gender issue, and we have tried to actually, I know there are 31, as of last year, 31 of the 193 ambassadors to the United Nations are women, including 6 who were in the Security Council out of the 15. And we have tried to have some of them be with us, but because of scheduling issues, we were lucky enough to have at least 3 ambassadors. They happen to be male, but we are aware of the issue of the gender but that will be addressed in the remaining panels. So I would like now to invite the speakers of the next panel, making the most of social media platforms, to the front. For our second panel, we have asked experts from LinkedIn, Twitter, and Tumblr to share their expectations and predictions for 2015. And the panel, and I ask you to join me in welcoming Mr. Sean Evans, Partnerships Manager on the Government and Elections team in Twitter. Ms. Florencia Arionodo, Editor at LinkedIn. And Ms. Liba Rubenstein, Director of Outreach at Tumblr. And the panel will be moderated by Ms. Lexi Rigelhaupt, Director of Marketing at Mashable. And she will join us and moderate. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I first wanted to introduce myself. I'm Lexi Rigelhaupt. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at Mashable, which is the connected generation source for news and inspiration and information during this connected time. I wanted all the panelists to then introduce themselves and the platform they're on and the role that they have there. Sean, do you want to start?
Hi, everyone. Whoa. I'm Sean Evans from Twitter. I'm on the Government and Elections team based in Washington, D.C. Our role there is to work with government officials and government agencies, everything from local level here in the States to international, to help drive creative content and moments and best practices around the platform.
Hi, my name is Thank you so much. My name is Florencia Iriondo. I'm an editor at LinkedIn. I specifically work in our content initiatives. I work with our influencers in an influencer platform and also with our publishing platform, making sure that people share insights on LinkedIn.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liba Rubenstein, and I'm from Tumblr, which is where the open web and social media meet, and the largest community of the creative class on the internet. I focus at Tumblr on all things related to social impact and public policy, which is pretty much as broad and vague as it sounds. And among the many things that I do, some related to social responsibility and defining the values of the platform and how those values manifest through all the ways we do business. A lot of what I do is working directly with the social impact sector, very broadly defined. So nonprofits, government agencies, social entrepreneurs, foundations on their digital strategies with a Tumblr hat on, and to sort of evangelize the narrative of Tumblr as a platform for social impact.
Great, thank you so much. And I think it would be helpful if everyone would go around and tell what the audience is like on each platform and who are they finding and what the behavior is, just so it can start off in saying, you know, this is really what you're finding on these individual platforms, and these are the kind of messages that you will find there.
Okay. Well, really to start that out, thanks for having us. I mean, we're all excited to be here and to see, you know, really people from everywhere. On Twitter, that's exactly what we're seeing. The growth that we've had as a company has been really fantastic. In 2009, we were averaging around 2 million tweets a day. We now do about 500 million tweets a day, or a little over 1 billion tweets every 2 days. And in 2009, we had 5 million monthly active users, and that was really only a few years ago, right? Nowadays, we're looking at over 280 million monthly active users on Twitter, and we're averaging about 500 million unique hits to the website every single month. So it's important to note, you don't have to have a Twitter account to still find content on Twitter. And we support 35 languages, so we're growing internationally. Actually, close to 80% of our traffic happens outside of the United States.
LinkedIn is the largest professional network around the world. We have over 332 million members in over 200 countries. We cover different languages, and it's constantly growing. We're growing at a rate of over 2 new members per second, and 75% of those new members are coming from outside the US. So our international platform is constantly growing. I'm specifically working on our content initiatives, and we're working with the influencer platform, which is basically a space that we opened up in October 2012, where we are inviting the top thought leaders around the world to share their insights on LinkedIn. Now we have around 500 influencers around the world, but not only that, the publishing platform was open, so every English-speaking person around the world can actually share their insights, and that's increasing the engagement, and people are sharing all of their contents from around the world.
So Tumblr's the largest social blogging platform in the world. We have about 220 million blogs or Tumblrs, and about 400 million uniques a month globally. As Sean mentioned about Twitter, even more so with Tumblr, because it is both a publishing platform and a social network, we have a lot of engagement that is just on the open web. Folks are building essentially websites on the Tumblr platform, and so a lot of the engagement is from folks who are not necessarily logged in. And we're seeing that also around the world. We are still, unlike my colleagues here, a US-only company in our operations. We have no boots on the ground outside of the US. However, only 30% of our traffic is from the US, and that obviously continues to flip, and that the share of international traffic continues to grow. And among our top 10 countries where our users are include Brazil and Japan and Turkey and Russia, as well as Western Europe and the English-speaking world. We're localized in 13 languages and do some local content and programming, but we really, our core operations are really focused on the US, and international is an enormous growth opportunity for us and just not something that we as a small company have invested in, sort of localized operations. Another thing about our demographics that I think are really important and pretty consistent around the world is that we are generally about 50-50 men and women are users, which is actually weirdly unusual in social media. Platforms often sort of tend in one direction or the other. And we're also generally about 50% millennials, so folks under 35. So we definitely over-index among young people, which obviously gives the platform a particular value for certain types of digital diplomacy and civic engagement activities.
Florence, I would love to talk to you a bit about the influencer program and the international initiatives going on within the influencer program. And then Sean and Livia, please follow in with some of the other initiatives. But I think through the influencer program, we're seeing a lot of people, coming out and making statements in that way. So it's very interesting that way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very interesting program, and it's very successful in terms of how much people are liking, sharing their insights, and how eager people are to consume it. So we opened up the influencer platform a couple of years ago. We started with 100, 150 influencers around the world. There are thought leaders, global thought leaders, people like Jack Welch, Bill Gates, Arianna Huffington, Deepak Chopra, Ban Ki-moon, and Jim Kim. They're also influencers. And it was such a huge success that we've been scaling it a little bit. Right now we have around 500. It's an invite-only program, and we're planning on keeping it at 500. By invite only, what we mean is that we're constantly seeing what are the right insights that people around the world are eager to consume, and that's how we see exactly who's the influencer that should come on board. But what we're really excited about is that a year ago we were able to open up the publishing platform so that every member can write on LinkedIn, the great thing about that is that everyone is able to share their insights, and it's very important for members to know that they should be writing on LinkedIn. They should be sharing their story. They should be engaging with their audience and building their follower base. The interesting thing is that when influencers and when members write their posts, if they come in a personal way, if there are insights that people can engage with and they can relate with, then the audience really engages with them. They want to hear more, they want to see more, and that's a great conversation starter when it comes to companies, nonprofits, organizations to share their message with the audience globally. So it's crucial for influencers, and not only them, but also every employee in different brands and different organizations to share and to be open in terms of sharing the things they're doing, and even stories about personal and professional stories about failure and success. People really identify to those, so if there's anything that specific organizations are doing and they think that other organizations could learn from, it's very interesting when people are open about it and they share specific things. I am honored to be working with the people at the UN, with Ban Ki-moon's influencer platform, and also Jim Kim from the World Bank, among others. I oversee the social impact channel, and it's very interesting to see how people engage with that. It's hard to find the right content online, especially about topics that are as interesting and as important as climate change or diseases or development, even around the Millennium Development Goals. Last year in September, around UN Week, we were able to partner with the UN and also with Mashable on 92nd Street. We had this very nice campaign where influencers, we had over 24 influencers writing about what they were doing in terms of taking action and sharing the things that their nonprofits are doing. Even people like Helen Clark, Jeffrey Sachs, Ban Ki-moon, Jim Kim, they were sharing their stories. And not only that, but members around the world were using one same hashtag, which was 2030 Now. They were writing very interesting content about the things that they are doing from their other small regions, small locations, the things that they are doing to help the world. So seeing how that conversation opened up, and we were able to bring together big influencers like Jim Kim and Ban Ki-moon, and having that next to other members who are doing their part at the same time. So opening up that conversation and seeing how people were eager to share what they're doing, and reading the comments where people were also adding up to the conversation. It's a very rich and very interesting conversation, and we're seeing that LinkedIn, since it's the professional network, is the right place for these conversations to take place.
It's very similar to Twitter. I mean, content is king, right? I mean, Twitter, as you've seen on the other conversations this morning, the types of content that you put out make a world of difference. I mean, I think photos work tremendously. Actually, 62% more retweet engagement on photos. And that's something that's true in the government and political world. If you take a look at my last tweet, my Twitter account is @Evans. That's another best practice, a call to action, and branding matters. But @EVINS is my Twitter account. I'm showing you my most recent tweet a couple minutes ago shows you my perspective. And that's something to think about when you're in the government and political world. In the last panel, there was a lot of conversation about demystifying the process. I think thinking about pulling back the curtain a little bit in what goes on here day to day. People are so used to seeing photos from the back of the room. What's it like from this end? It's a little bit different. That stuff matters. Letting your followers in a little bit into, as Ambassador Grant talked about it a minute ago, a day in the life. Like letting people in to see the day-to-day. That plays right into the theme that we've heard throughout the morning, showcasing your personality, being real-time, being approachable, being engaging and conversational. All of that works incredibly well on Twitter.
So Tumblr is a particularly democratic platform when it comes to content, and I absolutely agree. I think we're the age where we've sort of danced around this issue for a while in social media, but ultimately it really is about the content itself, not necessarily the number of followers or the person who is posting. It's about the substance, which I think is very exciting, and it's something that Tumblr has been about since its inception. It's always been a multimedia platform, so it doesn't have the creative constraints of some of the other platforms. It's really a receptacle for all types of media and all types of content, and we see that because we're not attached to real identity, because it is a multimedia platform and it's a place where creators thrive, you're not necessarily seeing the sort of celebrities and successful folks on Tumblr as the same folks whose names you've heard in the news. And that's something that I point to a lot when I work with more traditional influencers or institutions. There's a lot that institutions and influencers can learn from the organic, Tumblr celebrities and the folks who really understand the platforms and get that sort of that authenticity, the creativity, the fun that one of the ambassadors talked about earlier. That that they're sort of understanding the language of the platform, and there's a lot that folks can learn from those kind of. The folks who have become democratically popular because their content is great. Obviously, across the web, photos are absolutely king, and video is rising. I think on Tumblr, when we think about influencers and we think about sort of powerful users that I want to plug folks in the social impact sector into, it's much more the creative folks than it is necessarily the big names, as I said, and we actually just launched a sort of formal version of this idea, set an interesting counterpoint to the influencer program on LinkedIn, which is something called the Creator Program or the Creators Network. Creator, obviously, without the final E, because that's how we roll. And it's a really exciting program because it's a way of formalizing this connection between campaigns, causes, brands, and the folks who are really creating the best content and facilitating a relationship between them. And so I'm really excited to be doing more with that program this year to help organizations and influencers who are now competing in a democratized media environment where everyone and every entity has to become its own media company, basically, to help them compete in that environment by creating really amazing content made by the folks who make the best content on the web.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, I think it's very helpful to learn not only what's working, but what is the best practices people can use to kind of get their voice across to the people that they want to talk to. Because the big thing about social is it just seems so vast. So you're saying something, but how are you talking to the people that you're very interested in talking to if that's not the community as a whole? So I'd love to hear about best practices from each of the different platforms on that.
Right. Again, I mean, that's an excellent point. So I appreciate you making it. There are, like I said at the very beginning, there are 500 million tweets a day sent on Twitter. So don't try to read all of them. That will consume all of your time. But there are ways and tools that Twitter has to be able to find content on Twitter, which is very helpful in your day-to-day jobs and honestly day-to-day life. And that is because people break news on Twitter. Reporters, news organizations use Twitter to find content, but they also use Twitter to break content and break news. Everybody has an opportunity to essentially be an on-the-ground, first-hand, first-voice reporter. And that is very helpful. If you watch, what happens day to day around the world, people are turning to these devices that we're not going to go back from. We're all mobile. So thinking about a strategy that from your end, you're putting out content that people can receive on those devices, and Twitter is just a perfect platform for it. So rethinking the way that you put out your media advisories and your press releases, instead of just tweeting out a link to that on a website, actually tweet it out. Tweet out the headline, tweet out the main meat of what you're trying to put out, tweet out the conversation, and really engage with individuals. Engagement on Twitter is very important. Opening up for Q&As on Twitter is a fantastic best practice. Being able to routinely reply to people, it's a public conversation. So if we took a Q&A right now and everybody raised their hands, it would take us forever to get through the Q&A. But chances are if I answered one of your questions, a couple hands would probably go down because there are similar questions. But because we're in a more public environment than a one-to-one communication, that gets out there more publicly. We actually put together a handbook, and I'll tweet out a link here in a moment. It's a government and elections handbook. It will actually walk you through everything from starting up a Twitter account to advanced best practices for account security, to finding better content, to putting out better content, to being more engaging. And I'll tweet out a link to that in a bit. It's a free downloadable copy. I would encourage all of you to take a look at it. But a few things to leave you with on content that works. I mentioned photos. I mentioned routine engagement. I mentioned finding content. It was hit on a lot this morning, but I want to reiterate it. Just enjoying Twitter, like using it consistently, finding your voice on Twitter, and being personable and being engaging and being real time. That's what the platform is designed for.
In terms of best practices, I would say the first thing and the key thing is for you to be on LinkedIn. This is the place where the professional conversation is happening. You want to be there, you want to be a part of it, and you want to contribute. So the first thing is to join it and have an active and a fully updated profile with your picture, with your headline, with your current job. In terms of profile, I would encourage everyone to signal the fact that you want to volunteer. That's a key thing. We've recently launched the volunteer marketplace, and we're LinkedIn for Good. It's really working very hard on this from LinkedIn, and they've seen that there's a huge gap between the amount of people that want to volunteer and the amount of volunteering jobs that are available. So it would be very important for everyone to signal the fact that you want to volunteer, and for organizations to also make sure that you are posting the fact that you need volunteers. So that's one thing. But the key thing that I would like to focus on has to do with content. You're all able to share short-form content. By doing that, you can just write a few words or even share a story that you're currently reading and that you find interesting. By doing that, you are building your own brand, and you are also sharing the message that the brand you represent is sharing. So sharing short-form content and writing long-form content. Those are three things that will drive more traffic to your site, that will elevate your platform, and ultimately it's all about brand awareness. So by writing on LinkedIn, you are able to share insights, you're able to open up a conversation, and you're able to share the message and the mission and the values that you want to represent or that your organization wants to represent. Best practices regarding writing content on LinkedIn would be to work hard on the headline. People are very busy, so they only have a couple of minutes to dedicate to something. Why would they spend time reading that story? So you really need to work hard on having a strong, impactful headline, a nice picture. As Sean was saying, pictures are everything nowadays. And in terms of the content, I would say always write in first person. Share things that are coming straight from you, things that are meaningful to you. People are able to read if something sounds like a press release or if something sounds too formal or too impersonal. So always share, and feel free and be open about sharing personal and professional stories of failure and success. When you're writing a post, add a hyperlink. We've seen this with lots of influencers. Even Richard Branson, he has said that when he writes on LinkedIn, he sees how we're driving traffic back to Virgin. So use that in your advantage. Add hyperlinks to your posts. On LinkedIn, when you're writing on your publishing platform, you can also embed videos, which is a key thing, as Liva was mentioning before, and I'm working very hard on our video strategy this year. Feel free to embed videos. You're able to click and view and watch the videos while staying on the same page, so it's a very easy experience for the readers. You can also embed SlideShare presentations and videos on SlideShare and decks and infographics. Feel free to add information. People are eager to find the right insights that will ultimately help them be the best professionals they can be at their current job and learn the things that they need to know in their own industry, things that are happening, the things that they should know today, and the things that they should know next time they're in a conference or in a meeting and they're meeting colleagues. So don't be afraid to write, to share, to engage with your audience. And those are some of the best practices that I would like you to leave the room today with.
So I think in general, there are some best practices that are consistent across the social web, and we've heard a lot of them already, so I will try not to repeat those. But just to think about the sort of activity on Tumblr, to kind of frame it in a certain way, I think about the purpose of Tumblr and the way that folks use it as being about creation, curation, and consumption of content. And basically, all the functionality on Tumblr is around content creation, curation, and consumption. You're not playing games on Tumblr. You're not organizing events on Tumblr. And we have among the top engagement metrics of all social media platforms, sort of neck and neck with Facebook usually. And I think that's important to know because those engagement numbers are theoretically all around your content, reaching viewers and engaging with viewers. And so let's think about those three things. So consumption of content, that's about discovery. That's about finding great things that you want to read and share and view. That's where tagging strategies come in. That's where the searchability comes in. Tumblr is a little bit less ephemeral and a little bit more archival than Twitter, for example. A lot of the core functionality feels very similar. It's just a much more immersive, slow experience. So whereas, Twitter is really about real-time things. It's about breaking news. It's about what is happening right now from the perspective of people who are experiencing it. Tumblr content tends to, and the corollary to that is that, if you don't see a tweet, if you don't consume or engage with a tweet in a short period of time, I don't know what the logic is on that these days. I heard 20 minutes or something like that. It tends to disappear.
During this presentation, it's been pretty quick.
Yeah, exactly. It's really quick, and if you want to get the same idea across later, you have to do a new post, a new tweet. On Tumblr, content tends to have a much, much longer lifetime and a longer half-life. So it tends to be a great place to put evergreen content, to put archival content, historic content. It doesn't quite have to be as timely. Each blog has an archive function, so it's very easy to search for things that were posted a long time ago. It's one of the things that I often find frustrating about, I'm on other platforms and I'm like, oh, I know a friend of mine posted that great article yesterday, and if I don't know exactly who it was and exactly when they posted, I'm probably not going to be able to find it. On Tumblr, you can find it. Curation. Because of the multimedia nature and because of the archival nature and the ability that you have to present content to the web exactly the way you want it to appear, as well as being shareable within this social network, Tumblr is an awesome place to build a brand through curation. And I've worked with a lot of organizations and institutions and individuals who are scared about the creation element of social media, and particularly about Tumblr, because they have this sense that it's kind of where the cool kids are, and if they don't have something like super creative, it's not going to be successful. And the reality is that you can do a lot of brand building by sharing, as Florencia mentioned. I worked with the World Bank a couple years ago to start their first Tumblr, and when we were talking about what their needs were and what they wanted to do and whether it made sense to do an overall World Bank Tumblr or something a little bit more specific, one of the things that came up is that they have 800 data sets available on their website that nobody knows about and no one's really digging into. And we talked about the fact that Tumblr might be a place where they could reach an audience of creative technologists, folks who could actually do something interesting with that data. But they didn't have that audience. They didn't have a way to build that audience or reach those people. So they created a Tumblr that was exclusively curated content, and it was all of the best data visualizations of international development issues. Now, that sounds really specific, and maybe it's not your area of interest, but they quickly had 25,000 followers on that blog. And we talk about number of followers and whether that's important and these vanity metrics. 25,000 followers in the grand scheme of numbers of followers is not a lot of followers, but 25,000 followers for a blog that's that specific, that's trying to reach a very, very specific audience, that's an enormous audience of folks who could potentially, dig into the World Bank data and work with them. And that's what they did. They built up a brand and audience through curation. They were just collecting the best of this content from around the web and around the world. And then they had an audience to go back to say, oh yeah, and by the way, do something cool with our data. And they would refer to this site from all their other social media accounts. It's a great example of sort of perhaps unlikely success story, one that I consider to be actually a huge success, even though the numbers may not compare to the most viral things look great, but it provided exactly, it filled exactly the purpose that the blog was created to fulfill. And then there's obviously creation, content creation, and that's, we've been talking a lot about that. Photos, videos, telling stories, being authentic, showing a day in the life, showing things from the perspective of an insider, the behind the scenes. I think, those principles apply to most platforms. Tumblr is particularly known for, in addition to all these other multimedia types, all these other types of media, it's also known for the animated GIF, which I might argue was a precursor in a lot of ways to the short form video products that we're seeing everywhere else, because it has for a long time been this sort of autoplay, silent, super engaging, moving image in your feed that's very hard to look away from when you encounter it. It doesn't require a click through. It doesn't require a click to play. And it's a really fun and very powerful medium that we've seen elevated from sort of clip art. It's a form that was invented 25 years ago, so it's not new, but it has recently been used for photojournalism, for documentation, for infographics, and any number of other things that you can imagine. And I highly recommend experimenting with it because it's a lot of fun, and other platforms are starting to support it as well. I'll stop there. There's a lot more.
I think that's great. I think we've all learned a lot about what really does work and how to talk to your audience. But one thing I do have to ask is what doesn't work, because people will be like, commit themselves to one platform, and there are some things that just don't work on these individual platforms, and I think that's as useful to know. So Sean, we'll start with you.
I don't know if the panel's long enough to talk about what doesn't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. Twitter's designed to be a two-way conversation. If you're using it just as a destination website, if you're using it to be exactly like your website, honestly, if you're using it to be exactly like your Twitter page, or your Facebook page, sorry, or the other social media outlets out there, if you're using all of them together, if you lump them together in the exact same category and don't recognize the unique qualities and the benefits of each one, it's not that you'll have a terrible Twitter account. It's just that you won't be maximizing your Twitter account the way it needs to be. You won't be using it the way it's supposed to be utilized. Twitter is a two-way communication. It's an excellent real-time platform. You can find content, you can share content in a variety of ways. It's not just limited to characters anymore. You can add photos. We have GIFs as well, or GIFs, I guess depending on how you pronounce it and where you're from. And now we're adding video. So we're continuing to build into the Twitter infrastructure more exciting and innovative things. So I think what absolutely works is using Twitter the way it's supposed to be used. Being exciting, being a lot of fun, identifying, those that have used Twitter well. The people that were on the panel prior to this are excellent examples. All of the examples they gave are fantastic. Looking in this book and seeing what works. What doesn't, there's no silver bullet for it. There's no one right answer. But I can tell you that not being authentic doesn't, that is something that doesn't work. If you need to be able to find your voice on the platform. And again, if you're using it to just say, oh, here, click this link to visit our website, that's not an exciting experience. And while you may continue to grow followers, you won't be engaging with them the way that they would like to be engaged.
There are two key things that don't work. One would be not to be personal when you're writing. You need to be open and honest. People really read and they can see when someone's sharing a press release and it's written in a way that comes across as it's a personal post, but it's really just sharing a self-promotional aspect or some launch or some release. You have to be open. You have to be honest about the things that you are focusing on. You basically have to tell a story. Storytelling is everything nowadays. So don't be afraid to tell your story, whether it's your personal story or the story that you're trying to represent from your brand. Another key thing that really doesn't work is trying to hide the fact that everyone has a voice. We've seen that maybe now that's changing, but in the past, employers were telling their employees not to communicate externally the things that were happening inside the company, or specific things, or even be open about what they're doing in their current role. Now everyone is on social media, and people shouldn't be afraid to use it. You should be able to use that in your advantage. So we're working very hard with our influencers and also with members for them to know that it's okay for them to share what they're doing. It only helps in terms of brand awareness. It only helps engage with your audience. It helps you and your nonprofit or your organization to share your message, to engage with even more people, to build a strong follower base. So use that in your advantage. Write. Feel free to share what's happening. And so focus on what you're trying to say, tell a story, and be as active as you can. As long as you are putting effort in writing one thing, you should be engaging with your audience, seeing what they're saying about it, and keep going. There's a great example about Jim Kim, president of the World Bank. He wrote a post actually inviting and encouraging members to share ideas on how they should innovate. The comments were fantastic. And Jim Kim, 2 weeks later, wrote another post using those comments and saying how he was going to learn from those comments and come up with new innovations and new ideas. So use it to your advantage. Don't be afraid to engage with your audience.
The what doesn't work question is both the easiest question to answer and also the hardest. For Tumblr in particular, because the product is so versatile and there are so many ways to use it that I would call successful, depending on what your measures of success might be, that I think it's hard to put a generalization around what failure, what causes failure. But I do think generally across the social web, yeah, authenticity, canned content, content that feels like it was made for another platform, posted on across everywhere that's not sort of customized to that audience. I think generally knowing what you're there to do, who you're there to talk to, having a goal for being on any given platform is going to really help you be successful. And not having a goal will increase the likelihood that you're not going to see a lot of value out of it. I've been working in social media for social good pretty much as long as that sort of idea has existed. And I remember, nearly 10 years ago, really evangelizing the whole idea of social media, trying to convince institutions and organizations that social media was a valuable thing for them to invest in. And now we have almost the opposite environment, which is that everyone knows social media is important, everyone knows social media is powerful, everyone knows that they're trying to make something viral, and so they immediately sign up for the biggest platforms without actually having a strategy, without thinking why they're there, what they want to post, what their voice is going to be, who they're trying to reach. And so I think there can be a lot of like bitterness or cynicism about social media because so many organizations and folks have jumped into it without a clear sense of what they're trying to get out of it. And then they say, oh, I don't have as many followers as my colleagues in the same field, or I haven't had a post that went viral, and suddenly they're sort of disillusioned with this idea. It's not as magical as everyone says. And I think really that has to do with perspective, and it has to do with having an actual strategy and having goals and knowing what your measures of success are.
And quite fittingly, with the panel, we cannot ignore the questions from Twitter. So here is one. How do you define a social media influencer with a consistently evolving audience? Sean, start.
Say that again.
How do you define a social media influencer when the audience keeps changing and evolving?
Okay, to repeat the question, how do you define a social media influencer while the landscape continues to evolve? That is a very well thought out question. I think if we all do our jobs right here, I think the amount of influencers continues to grow, right? So I think identifying those that are the leaders and the influencers hopefully will continue to be difficult because the best practices will be ever changing. I think as as Twitter continues to grow, we see more innovative things coming from the Twitter audience themselves. And so identifying those that are leaders happens every single day. I see new individuals to follow on Twitter and to pay attention to and fun content every single day. And that's the content that doesn't happen completely randomly. It's stuff that people think about doing. And then when you have major world events or you have crises that undoubtedly happen, that's when I think the magic of Twitter really shines. And you have average people have the ability to step up and be influencers themselves just by sharing their perspective and their point of view and their thoughts on a particular subject or issue. I think in the world that you all work in, raising the level of debate around issues, having the world leaders communicate with one another publicly on Twitter instead of always behind closed doors is something that is a game changer for diplomacy. And that was something that was talked about in the last panel. I think as we continue to innovate and shed a little bit more light into the conversation and be able to engage with one another, it's no longer just a conversation between world leader and world leader. Now you can have an average Joe like myself be able to participate in a conversation really with anybody at any given time. And as long as that continues, so too will the influencers and the best practices with it.
What defines an influencer has to do with their international appeal. What I mean by that is not the fact that the influencer should be famous around the world. What I'm trying to say is that an influencer is someone who shares insights that can be understood no matter where you are. So if you're sharing a message, it doesn't matter where you're based, where you're from, as long as you're sharing insights that are coming from you and that people can identify with and they can engage with and they can relate to, then that's what defines an influencer. I would encourage everyone to follow our influencers on LinkedIn, people like Ban Ki-moon. They're doing a great job. You're going to see how insightful their posts are, how active they are. You should even follow the UN's company page on LinkedIn. You're going to see how being active is the key to engaging with your audience. A great influencer is also someone who engages with your audience and they're aware of the conversations that are happening out there. So if people are concerned about Ebola and they want to know how to deal with it, then if you're finding someone who's sharing interesting information about that, then that's an influencer. I would also encourage you to follow Phumzile Mlambo Nunca, the head of UN Women. She's also a great influencer. She's sharing very insightful posts that are easily digestible anywhere around the world because she's telling her story in a personal way. Around maybe 6 months ago when Emma Watson came here to the UN and she was delivering that powerful speech about he for she, that video was uploaded to SlideShare and Phumzile wrote a very interesting post and the video was embedded on her post and it got thousands of views in less than 24 hours. So people are eager to read and to understand what influencers are saying. So I think it has to do with an international voice.
Influence in the social web, I think, takes many, many forms. And in addition to what my colleagues have said, I think when you're thinking about influence as something to harness to get in front of new audiences, you need to look for influence in maybe unlikely places or places that they wouldn't originally think. And I'll give you an example. One of my favorite pieces about Tumblr that came out in the last few months was a piece on Medium written by a young woman whose sister is a huge fan of One Direction, which is a boy band that is, I believe, the most popular musical act right now. I don't know. They're huge. And teen girls around the world are obsessed with them. And they have an enormous fan following on Tumblr. And Tumblr is known for these niche fan communities. And I think it bears to be said about the whole social web that when we talk about all these big numbers and all the traffic that all of our sites have, what we're really talking about is a mass of many, many niches. And And that's really important to thinking about influence, because there's global influence, there's people whose names are known around the world and who have millions of followers, but then there's influence within particular niches, particular communities, and again, back to knowing who your audience is. So this story is about a woman whose sister is obsessed with One Direction. She wanted to take her sister to a One Direction concert for her birthday, and said, she said, I want to know a little bit about this band before I go. And her sister said, follow these One Direction fangirls, fan groups on Tumblr. And so her feed is filled with, teenage girls talking about these boys that they're in love with and their music. And there's all these hints that there's broader social awareness, even in their dialogue about One Direction. She talks about seeing like critical feminist theory that these kids don't even know that they're necessarily espousing, but they're using these concepts. And then suddenly the verdict from the grand jury in Ferguson is delivered, and her feed completely transforms. And suddenly, all of these teen girls, under the auspices of their One Direction fan blogs, are only talking about Ferguson, and they're talking about Black Lives Matter, and they're holding each other to account and saying, we're not talking about One Direction right now, we're talking about what's going on in the world, and this is really important, and you need to pay attention. And I encourage you to read the piece, and I'll tweet out a link to it. But to me, what's so exciting about communities like Tumblr is the meeting of pop culture and serious issues, the meeting of high and low, and the ability for influence to exist outside of the traditional realm. So, it's really exciting when you have journalists and heads of state exchanging with each other on social media, and you can see those exchanges and you know that it's a way that they're talking to each other. But it's also really exciting to know that you can, go deep into like where people are spending their time, what they're passionate about, and they might not be following the UN on Tumblr, but they may care about those issues, and finding those niches and those influencers in other communities and being able to engage them is, I think, equally as powerful to identifying the sort of traditional influencers that everyone might know.
And in that similar vein, what is the comparative advantage of each individual platforms working with either international or governmental organizations?
The competitive advantage?
Yeah.
I think Twitter is the vessel for communicating, right? I mean, it's the place, the medium that people can communicate on in real time, publicly, exchange of ideas, and be able to actually engage with one another essentially at the global town square, if you will. And I think that's the competitive advantage of Twitter, is that it is real time, and it's public, and it's distributable.
LinkedIn is the world's largest professional network, and this is the place where the professional conversations are taking place. So that's the key thing when you are sharing content, when you're writing, when you're joining the network. You will know that the people that are also next to you on that same platform are always focused on their professional brand. What I mean by that is that people know that they are connected to their boss or to people that they want to work with. So they are very cautious about the things that they are sharing. If you want to start an interesting conversation about something that matters, whether it's regarding social impact, nonprofits, changing the world, or just an interesting story, then LinkedIn is the best place for you to share that story, because people, when they come to LinkedIn, they're ready to listen to that. They're ready to find those insights. When they come to LinkedIn, people are eager to find knowledge and insights that will help them be the best professionals they can be. So they want to read about that. They want to start the conversation. They want to engage with you in that conversation. So you should definitely be joining it and being ready to talk about interesting things that matter. The type of content that you will find, whether it's long-form content or short-form posts on your homepage, they will always be about interesting things that you should know. in your own specific industry, it's hard for you to find interesting things and the key things that are happening right now. So by spending a few minutes a day, you will be able to read the key things that you have to know to start your day, to start your business day. So next time you are at a conference, or you join a panel, or you go to a networking event and you meet people that are in your same industry, you know the kind of things that are happening, the things that you should know, and the things that you should be talking about. So this is the best place to talk about these things that matter and important topics that are happening around the world and also in your specific niche, in your specific industry. I want to share an example. In September last year, Blake Mikowski, he's the founder and CEO of Tom's. He was sharing a post about how the private sector should also be part of the social impact conversation. And that's very interesting. Sometimes we think that there are two different conversations and that either you are for-profit or non-profit. He opened up a very interesting conversation, and that conversation started in LinkedIn. So you should be following these influencers, and you should also be writing the interesting comments and insights.
I think there's two ways to think about why Tumblr would be right for you, aka competitive advantage, I guess. One is on the community side. So we're talking about who are you going to reach on Tumblr among the logged in kind of active user base. And what's unique about Tumblr in terms of our community is it's where you reach young people. Basically, if you want to reach folks under 35, it's just an incredibly efficient and direct way of doing that. It's also, it's a super engaged audience. And again, I cited some of the engagement metrics were #1 in time spent and pages viewed per session and blah, blah, blah. But to me, what's most important about that is that these folks who are engaged online are also engaged offline, and we see evidence of that the folks who are influential on Tumblr, the young people who are influential on Tumblr are also the ones most likely to be registered to vote and to be recommending to the ones that their friends come to for advice and for information on what's going on in the world. So these aren't just like, fan kids sitting in their dark bedrooms playing video games and, never interacting with the outside world. They're people who are as influential offline as they are online, which I think is really important for this audience to think about. And then there's the creativity of the community. So when I talked about curation, I think I spoke about the World Bank example, and that was mostly about posting other folks' content from around the web. But part of their goal and part of the core functionality of Tumblr is a submission function, and the fact that it is part of the DNA of Tumblr for you to crowdsource content for your own blog. And many of the most popular Tumblrs, the meme blogs that you might find links to in the Huffington Post or elsewhere, those are popular. They're sort of kicked off by some very creative individuals, and then they're populated primarily by submissions. So Tumblr is very much a place where the community is used to creating their own content in response to your content or in response to your prompt, and giving you the opportunity to leverage that content. So there's sort of creativity, millennials, and engagement on the community side. Then on the product side, I think the thing that makes Tumblr really different is this meeting of the open web and social. So you have full control over how your content appears in the open web. You can assign your own URL to your Tumblr, so it doesn't even have to say tumblr.com in it. You can build a beautiful site that doesn't look like anything you would imagine a blog looks like, and make it your homepage on the web. It can be the hub of content from which you are then syndicating to other social networks, or where the full-length piece appears that you then tweet out a link to. And I think that in terms of the communities that I work with, very often this is a really important entry point to Tumblr, because If you're a government or a government agency, you might be working, your websites might be built on very old technology. It may be very, very difficult to keep them updated and sort of living and breathing. And to a millennial audience, a static website that has old content on it is the biggest turnoff. Or you might be a nonprofit that has a really, really gorgeous site that was built pro bono by a really fancy agency. And it's beautiful and it's dynamic, but you don't really have control over it. And every time you want to update it, you have to go through this agency and you're kind of at the bottom of the list. So the folks who are in those categories, or folks who just don't have a big web team and want to be able to publish content to the web in a really dynamic, easy way, but also have control over how that content looks and what that homepage looks like, use Tumblr essentially as an extension of their website, or as a part of their website. And that's really something that's quite different from other platforms, and it's why you see Tumblr being used as the hub of content that then some of it gets posted elsewhere in different forms, but you can kind of house it all on Tumblr because it's searchable and indexable, and you can have your own URL and you can design it any way you want. So in addition to all the social networking benefits, you have that publishing element as well.
To add one quick point to that, I think we've talked a lot about just community, and I think that is just an excellent pinpoint on exactly what we're talking about. And I think with the technology that's available, and obviously I'm speaking specifically about Twitter here, but the community can expand, right? The global conversation and the pulse of the planet are on Twitter every single day. But you also have certain things that we've come out with that allow you to stay more in touch with the individual communities that you would like to. Something like a group direct message, which just launched the other day, allows you can engage with smaller constituencies in a more private manner as well. But really, so you have the option to do something in a smaller group privately and get a good sense of that conversation and that sense of community. But at the same time, seeing the full global conversation and, again, the pulse of the planet, the ability to redistribute that content on Twitter publicly and see the much larger sense of community, I think is something important to note.
Sean, and I'd love to ask you about the role of Twitter in developing countries and how it's helping to close the digital divide. And anyone else can add in from their other platforms. But in line of growing communities, it's important to see how we're continuing that conversation.
Excellent. Thanks for asking that. I mean, again, somewhere around like 77 to 80% of the content on Twitter takes place outside of the United States, and so that's important to note. If anybody remembers the Barack Obama tweet from 2012 on Election Day saying 4 more years when he was hugging his wife and the First Lady of the U.S., Michelle Obama, that was retweeted in I don't even remember the exact number, but in a lot of countries. I think actually more countries than are members of the United Nations, ironically. So it's a global conversation. And when it comes to developing countries, it's an opportunity for an average individual to express their thoughts, express their ideas. So that covers really the freedom of expression. But there are also really interesting examples of how it is being utilized by world leaders, and I could go on for a long time, but mentioning one specifically that happened in the last 24, 48 hours, the Prime Minister of India, they were hosting a national conference on e-governance, and Modi could not attend, but he actually expressed his thoughts and his ideas and communicated about that conference on Twitter. So he couldn't attend a conference in person on e-governance, but he was using Twitter as the mechanism to still connect to that audience. I think that's important to note. You don't have to be present necessarily in the room anymore to have those kind of conversations. Even today, there are people that are blowing up my Twitter feed in the hashtag that are not able to make it in the room, but they are still able to participate in the conversation. And I think no matter where you are, that is really the ultimate power of Twitter, that you can join the conversation.
One question that just came from Twitter, unless anyone would like to add to that, is what do you say to people who believe that social media is a hub for slacktivism?
I love this question.
Not sure what that means.
If you're not familiar with the concept of slacktivism or clicktivism, It's this idea, this very cynical idea that the activism that takes place on social media, it's now called also hashtag activism, slightly less loaded, that it's really a tool for people who are sitting in their bedrooms to feel better about themselves and feel like they've taken some action that's not actually very meaningful just by sharing something or liking something or posting something with a hashtag, or changing their profile image, or these actions that some people see as being totally superficial and not actually impactful. And I have many responses to this. Ultimately, I think what social media does for activism, cultural diplomacy, is expanding an audience and expanding the very, 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 very baseline of engagement. When it comes to changing the world, there are many levels on which you need people to activate, but I think it's an inarguable point that creating awareness is the first step in taking people up that ladder of engagement. And that's part of why I talked about the influence of the Tumblr audience as being not just folks who are super engaged online, but seeing the corollary between that online engagement and offline engagement. We've found that our audience, again, known for its role in pop culture, known for fandoms, some might project a lot of slacktivism on an audience like that, and it's often really those terms tend to be pointed at millennials. And to confirm other ideas about how sort of lazy and apathetic millennials are, which I also disagree with. We've found that when we've activated our audience on a few key political issues, they will take the most traditional, offline, old school political actions. They will go into the street. They will call their congressman. We have shut down the phone lines of Congress a couple of times on important issues to our community. And so I think all that cynicism, again, comes from the fact that it's so ubiquitous and it's so public and obvious. You can see these enormous numbers of people doing slacktivism. Now, not every single one of those million people is doing all these other actions, but I would contend that the number of people doing these more superficial actions, spreading a message, creating awareness, is definitely leading to a culture of folks who are more engaged in all of the other higher touch, more traditional actions that you want them to take in order to make any kind of change.
Social media is one more tool, and we should use that to our advantage. The key thing about social media is that it's a very, very powerful tool. It's a megaphone. And just like with any other tools, we can use it to our advantage or not. So if some people choose to use it in different ways, that's fine. But I would definitely encourage everyone in this room and everyone who's watching to take social media to your advantage and use it as the megaphone that it is. By sharing your content, by telling your story, you are owning your message. So that's the beauty of social media. We're all owning our mediums of communication. We're owning our message. We're owning the story we want to tell. So we should use it in a positive way. We should use it to our advantage as the strong tool that it is.
As we're at the end, I'd love to ask you guys, I have a few questions, but the first one is, what do you think is the biggest trend in social media right now, and what is coming up on the horizon?
Okay, I can start with that. I would say that video is one of the key trends. People are able to shoot videos on the road using mobile technology, and even with the cheap cameras everyone has on their pockets. So video is definitely one trend, and you should feel comfortable in terms of sharing those messages in that new format, whether it's a conference that you attended or a speaking engagement that you were part of, or just looking at a camera and recording a video, sharing your story or sharing tips or insights or advice. we're seeing that people are uploading lots of videos on SlideShare, and those videos are being embedded on LinkedIn posts on our publishing platform. So that's definitely one trend. Another is, as I mentioned before, the fact that slowly people are being less afraid of sharing their message, and slowly, bit by bit, employers are starting to feel more comfortable with the fact that their employees are sharing their message. Before, the employees who were being trained or who knew exactly what to say were the only ones who were sharing a message. Right now, with the power of social media, as we were discussing a few minutes ago, everyone has a voice, everyone has a channel to share that story. So I think that slowly, bit by bit, employers are realizing that we all have a voice, we all have something to say, and it's okay for us to share that message. It can only help the organization, the nonprofit, or the company we're working for.
I mean, generally, I think content is sort of the big trend. I think as platforms also begin to converge a little bit in terms of their multimedia nature, you know, the dynamic nature of the platforms. Now you can post video and photos and even take actions on Twitter. You know, couldn't do that a couple years ago. It's really going to be all about the substance, not just, you know, it's not going to be if you build it, they will come. It's going to be, you know, are you investing in the best possible content in all of its forms? Yeah, I mean, I just think that can't be understated or overstated. I think also we're seeing a little bit of a, I mean, it's really always going to be all of the above, but a little bit of a retro trend in response to concerns about privacy and surveillance toward more anonymous platforms and toward disassociating your online identity from your real identity. It's one of the reasons that some people come to Tumblr because it's not about being attached to your real identity, and we don't collect much information about our users at all. All you need to start a Tumblr is a valid email address and to agree that you're over 13. Again, I mean, I think there's other environments where being attached to your real identity is very important for the social contract of those environments, but we're seeing folks definitely move in the other direction at the same time.
I think piggybacking on that a bit, you know, as we continue, I said it earlier, I mean, we're not going to go back from mobile devices, right? So we're there. So it's now using those mobile devices and what they have to offer. I think we're seeing trends, especially on Twitter, for live events. It's where people turn for live events, whether at something like the Super Bowl this weekend with, you know, a dedicated hashtag like hashtag SB49 for that event, or, you know, hashtag social UN for this event, or it's the events that arise organically. You know, what happened at Ferguson, for instance, came out of nowhere, and that started to happen and play itself out on Twitter. So we're seeing people engage more. We're seeing people live tweet live events. Photos and videos are fantastic, and Twitter just came out with a video feature. So I would encourage all of you to follow @Twitter, which is pretty basic, and it shows the updates that Twitter as the company is continuing to make, and video is absolutely one of them, and we're seeing some really fun stuff happen there. I think, you know, the improvements that are being made is just that people are learning, and more people are learning how to use these platforms effectively. And on Twitter, again, live events, live tweeting, and just honest engagement with individuals. It's fantastic to watch.
Unless anyone has any questions, I'm going to ask one. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Gail Davis. I have a question for the three of you. Two, actually. What do you think about employers having a requirement that when people are hired at their particular company, that they have to show their personal social media profiles first? And then the second question I have is, I think aggregation is a very good tool to keep up with what you're doing for Twitter, LinkedIn, Tumblr, all of them. What do you, as professionals, think of both those questions?
Sure. Would you repeat the second one? I'm sorry.
The second question, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. The second question is, what do you think about using, aggregation like Hootsuite and Buffer and things like that, to keep your social media organized and filtered out to all three of your platforms on a daily basis?
Honestly, I think the answer to both of those is really personal preference. I think you need to try to utilize different tools that might be helpful. There's a lot of them out there. Something like an app like Nuzzle, for instance, which allows you to break down what your friends are saying by 2, 4 hours, 24 hours, and showcases essentially the top articles that your friends are sharing. That's a great tool. I love TweetDeck. TweetDeck is the most amazing tool for Twitter power users. It's absolutely fantastic. You can create multiple columns for different things. You can filter by engagement. So let's say for the Super Bowl this weekend, for instance, there's going to be a lot of conversation. There's a lot of content, but you can filter that down. You can do a search of the Super Bowl hashtag and filter it by Seahawks fans with photos within a few miles of New York City if you wanted to, and surface those tweets. You can surface tweets that have 100 or more retweets if you want to see the content from the influencers. Those are excellent tools, and TweetDeck is just tweetdeck.twitter.com. And it's free, and you log right in. It's a Twitter product, and so I would say if you're going to be utilizing Twitter, it's great to stay with Twitter products for that. So I think for tools, aggregation tools, that's an amazing tool. You can also schedule tweets along with 1,000 other things that we don't have time to cover in this question. But I think to answer your first question, I'm going to say that that's really the personal preference of a particular company. In the present time, social media profiles are commonplace. So I think it should be, viewed just like anything else. I mean, if it's a reflection of the individual, I think, the company needs to certainly take a look at it, I guess, right? But I don't necessarily have an official stance on that either way.
Regarding the first part of your question, your account is yours before you join a company or after you leave. So I would say be very open and honest about chatting and having an open conversation with your employer when you join. I'm hoping that it would be a very open conversation where things can be clear from the start. But I'm seeing that that's not the trend, those conversations are changing slowly, but it's still a conversation that should be had. Regarding the second part of your question, whatever enables you to be productive and effective in your work, better for you. The good thing about customizing your content is that you are able to reach specific audience. So I would always say, come to LinkedIn, be very specific about the content that you're sharing. It's a professional network, so be mindful of that. If you have your target audience in mind, you'll be able to really reach that specific person and talk to them. So take your time to write your post, to share your short form status update, and to be active on the LinkedIn.
Yeah, with regard to the first question, I think, again, not an official stance or a stance on behalf of Tumblr. I think probably a requirement is not something that I would personally endorse, but I also think that that we cannot delude ourselves that we are not discoverable online, that what we post is not something that is, once it's posted online, it is out of our hands, and we have to basically treat it as public information and information that's on the public record. So I think, young people going into the workforce, I wouldn't choose to force them to share their personal accounts with me as an employer, but I absolutely think that that everyone should know, should not be under the assumption that anything that they post online will be hidden from basically anyone, and that should be your attitude when you're posting, is that this could be discovered later, it could be discovered in 10 years when you're running for office, it could be discovered by someone that you are dating, it could be discovered by an employer, and post accordingly. To the second question, I absolutely agree. I work with many organizations and folks who are super under-resourced, and I think whatever helps you do your job and helps this sort of ecosystem of social media feel less overwhelming is great. Those are really important tools. But again, you're going to always balance some amount of efficiency with some amount of effectiveness, and you just have to find the right balance that works for you. So obviously, high customization is awesome, and we'll all say that that's the best way. It's not going to be practical for everyone, and you just have to find that balance that works. And then, whenever you find that balance, and maybe it is essentially posting once and distributing it everywhere through some sort of tool, I think the key is to be a really good citizen of each of those platforms. So, posting is only part of the social activity, but sharing other folks' content, responding to comments, thanking people, being grateful, like being an engaged citizen of that platform is as important as the content that you post, and that's something that is by definition sort of custom to each platform.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up there. There is lunch after this, and we'll be returning at 2:30. But before, I wanted to ask you all what piece of advice you would give on social media in one word.
Engage. Engage with your audience, be active. Don't be afraid to write and to tell your story, to engage with your audience, to build your follower base. So the key word would be engagement.
Tweet. Seriously, tweet. I mean, it fits in a tweet, so it's an easy to answer question.
Human. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you all so much.
Just take it from way back there. Okay. Oh, no, excuse me. No, you guys look great. Just give me a really good smile. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
main advice we got from other citizens is that Twitter becomes much more important when you're
Right, I would agree with that.
I was wondering, there's something called the World Summit on Information Society that was held in January of this year. And we coordinated an informal group called the Wizards Friends in Europe and Friends of the World Summit. And we're wondering if you guys have a high level select group of investors to the UN. And should any of your groups also be visiting Europe or so the best email would be
this one, that's my personal. This is the parliamentary. More managed by the
So I'll send you some more information, including the first event of ours will be end of this month. So, but it's in November, but it's better to be a regular activity. Even if he isn't on my, we could have a special
I'm the one who said, why can't you put an auto hashtag in tweet deck because then it would be the most perfect.
But it does auto-populate.
It not always.
You're right, not always, because we changed our search surface. They concept related to that, and start
But if you want it to be like it is, I want like we definitely like chat.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, like you guys would want to that way everybody else wants to do their because the only reason why a whole bunch of these third party they auto populate the hashtag.
That's an excellent. I'll take that back.
Yeah, it's like
I don't want to. Let's not confuse. I know.
Right, I know, but it seems like it's always seemed like the easiest thing in the world, and I'm no engineering, but I am teach at the journalism and at One Avenue University, and I'm one of the research doctors. And I know Karen very well.
Yeah, fantastic.
But yeah, so I'm the one who's like trying to do like just what you know, what's and I can't wait to show you guys.
Good. We'll take a look at the handbook.
Yeah.
And
we just because the undergraduate class we just started last Thursday, and so they're journalists, but
build out
19-year-old.
Use Twitter.
Oh, that's the important.
Awesome. Thanks for reaching out. Good. Hi. Hey. Nice to meet you.
So I work for the UN Foundation.
Great.
I would love to chat sometime.
Sure. I'm based in Washington.
I am too.
Oh.
So we're pretty close.
So there's a lot of points of contact I have with people now. Yeah.
The UN Foundation.
Yeah, no, I know it, but I don't like it. I don't have roots in this conversation. But I got a meeting in our office. All right, I mean back in DC, right? Yes. All right. We need to catch up. I know
Well, anyway, it was a pleasure. I will definitely be in
Right,
touch.
so I'll be in DC most. Thanks, man. I'll be in DC most of February.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna travel abroad in March.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah,
Awesome.
awesome. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Have a good one.
Hi. It's okay. I mean, honestly, just look at it on Twitter. You pretty much have all the content you needed. Nice to meet you. Well, that's a good thing to do. Great. Yeah. Well, we can have some conversations about best practices for sure. I do this in Washington. this is a blast.
I'm actually now the tourist
I shorten words sometimes if I'm running out of here. But I would just...
Because I'm just kind of nervous. People to understand.
When in doubt, you can just move it out. But don't overthink it. One at a time, the right kind of conversation. If it makes sense to you, I would imagine it makes sense to you. So it's probably okay. Cool. I always spend 2 days in I am definitely running out.
They have a card when it's heat wave. And it's torture. Outright, the first summer they've ever had torture. I know, but it's constant thing. Summer. It's first torture. I don't even look at it. It's like, that's interesting. I'm going to LinkedIn because I'm on LinkedIn like most of us are. I have that impression of it as a business way to get a job. That's it. I think it's still got that real yeah, exactly.
If you saw my tweets, definitely take a look at that.
And I do.
It helps a lot. I think that's a very good thing. I tweeted out a lot earlier, and it's a free download. Thanks so much. How long have you been Isaac. Yeah, nice to meet you. Are you based in New York? I'm based in New York. Started working I'm originally from Argentina, so I have a mixed Let me know if you have any questions.
That's Josh. I'm a question I wanted to ask you in terms of the chance.
I need to probably do with that. What's the
Yeah. What's your deadline? That's 6 weeks. It's not 6
Is it written on that? What do you mean cover?
There was a couple of questions about you. I think one of you brought up that I sort of want to chat. Like, I'm writing a story not on today itself, but it's the day of how I guess the privacy and I wanted to sort of have it like our agency sort of about understanding the audience about how
types of countries.
Yeah, if you're looking at
Well, I mean, honestly, and I think I scripted this a little bit. There's stuff that happens every day. Nice to meet you. Really nice to meet you too. But shoot me a note, and I'd love to be able to give you.
Yeah, I thought they'd probably go away.
It's okay. Yeah, but no, it shouldn't be a problem. Just shoot me a note with what you're looking for, and I'll send it to our team. And honestly, there's so many different levels of government that we have to work with that I'm trying to move around, really making sure we can survive those practices. Nice one as well. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Sean.
Hey.
My name's Isaac. We exchanged emails about a week, 10 days ago. I just wanted to introduce myself and say I really enjoyed the panel.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
I emailed you regarding dinner that we're organizing in Washington.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway, let me know when you have a chance to talk about that.
Yes, so I'm going to be moving for a couple months to the UK to work on the elections here in a bit, like maybe like a month and a half.
Okay.
But I'd love to connect on that.
Okay, excellent. Well, actually, one of the panelists in the elections panel is SCL, which is one of the largest elections firms.
Okay. I don't, I'm going to have to train back tonight to reply to emails, but if you wouldn't mind just forwarding it back to me, because there's a lot. I've been here for a couple days and my email box is absolutely destroyed.
I understand how that's like.
Cool.
You have a card too, by chance?
Yeah, I do. I've got a few more. Really nice to meet you. Thanks
Nice
a lot.
to meet you too, Sean. Thanks so much for
Oh, already wrote my name on that one too. Perfect.
Excellent. Thank you.
This is great. I think that might be the last one that I wrote properly. Hey. Yeah.
I was tweeting at you.
Okay. Well, hopefully I was tweeting back at you. Hey.
Actually, I recognize you from years ago. I think you actually came to the Israeli embassy in DC.
Yeah.
We use the Twitter.
Yeah, I'm familiar with your use of the Twitter. Yeah. The coolest account that you've got right now is the it's awesome. Like,
I came from the
cool. What are y'all based in here in New York?
Well, I'm at we're at the consulate in New York.
Okay.
and I'm the actually.
Cool. Okay.
But I actually wanted to ask you something. For some reason, I think we have a content that we upload, the graphic stuff, and like things like sometimes Instagram, like mine,
Right.
our content.
You can take a look at our native video feature. For sure, it's
Already out?
You can access it on video.twitter.com. You're going to be able to access it on mobile in the next few days. I think that is because you can tweet out a YouTube link right now, but other people can take it and tweet it and share it, and you're never going to know it. And not many people subscribe to the channel. So if you're tweeting out native video, the only way to share it is to retweet it. So your engagement's going to go through. It's going to be really cool.
We do have a lot of content, but for some reason our engagement is 5%.
5% every tweet? That's pretty good.
Because like we don't get that much.
You guys are selling yourself quickly. I would be, let me take a look at it. We can do a deeper dive into the analytics and see what works, but I think you need to make sure you're capitalizing on the moments when they happen, big ticket items, utilizing some of the new features, and just engaging. Let me take a look. Shoot me a note with what you guys in particular feel like is working and also not working.
I think you're kind of business.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank
See you later. Hey, good.
Sure.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, nice to
I know, it's been a bit.
Yeah, it is been a bit, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know that you were like in town for this. I would have asked.
I came up yesterday morning, and I had a couple meetings on security stuff, not related to diplomacy, it's more like with NYPD and the FBI. And then I had a meeting with you yesterday. But I'd love to connect with you.
Yeah, sure. I'll email you I'll just whenever you're change
Yeah, I come up probably every, or I can at least come up every couple of months.
Oh, okay, great.
For
Actually,
sure.
I might be in DC next month sometime. So
Yeah, actually next month would be ideal for me.
Oh, okay.
So come to DC, let me know.
Yeah.
Don't just grab up and catch up.
Yeah, that'd be great. Because, as everybody else, it seems like our governments wanted to go more towards engaging.
So remember, when we talked, I guess like a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
the amount of consulates and embassies that were starting to really think about Twitter is so low. I mean, now it's like, all right, the penetration is high, but we really need to like move them along with some of the features. So I'm actually going to try to build out a training presentation deck specific to Diplomat. I wasn't able to do it in 2014 because of the election. In 2013, I had to go to Germany to help out with their election, and this year I got to go to the UK for 2 months. But I really I think now it's prime. I think diplomatic community is prime to really take a look at some great examples. I've had some really awesome instances in DC working with ambassadors directly, doing like a joint Q&A like the Danish ambassador to the US and the US ambassador to Denmark did a joint Q&A, same hashtag at the same time. It was awesome. Like things like that are really cool.
Yeah, that's something something that we are trying to get our people on board with.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we can work.
I think showcasing examples that are not like the Barack Obamas of the world.
Yeah.
And honestly, I know I mentioned Modi today, but the ones that are not like 20 million followers, I think are the ones that resonate more.
Oh, okay. That's what I wanted to
Right,
ask you,
because
whether you do.
if your boss looks at that and say, well, I don't have 10 million followers,
Right.
so I'm not going to get 1,000 questions. How do I do it?
I heard you were meeting with my colleagues. This was embassy about a month ago.
A little bit longer than that, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay, okay. Everything went well?
Yeah, it went great.
Getting over? Okay.
Yeah, just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. And it's so cool that you were able to do this today.
I love it. Yeah, just, I mean, I really think like working with UN folks in particular because they have the access to everybody else. They're an excellent channel to really hit everybody. Plus, they're based here.
Yeah.
So making sure they're building out great best practices and building out their account, and then the trickle down effect of that is really helpful. So I think it's good.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, no, over to what you're saying to Avishir as well about the guide, so definitely will
I
follow
hope so.
up.
This book is fantastic. I just want to be able to build out like a very case study specific, like a training deck. So if I can go to like, something like this, and instead of just doing a panel, like actually give like an hour and a half worth of here's best practices. I'd like to be able to do that.
And so are you in New York a lot? If you wanted to schedule a meeting with the ambassador?
For something like that, we can make that happen. I try to come up probably like once a quarter, if not more.
Okay.
And so I'd like to try to pack in as many meetings and opportunities as we can. So try to coordinate them. But
yeah, I'll definitely
I can come up and I'll be up here a lot working with the UN staff certainly for some of the stuff for UN General Assembly.
Okay.
So just let me know.
Yeah, because we have a new consul general, and he's not on Twitter, and I'd like to get him on Twitter, so, these things. Turnover, but.
Of course.
I'll definitely send you a
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Fantastic.
great. Thanks so much.
Sean, I just wanted to say hi.
Hey,
It's so nice to meet you
How are
in
you?
person. I'm good. I'm
Good.
really good. I just wanted to give you, I was talking to one of them was sitting next to me, and she happens to have an interest in talking to you at some point. She had to leave, so I put her free. That's mine, which is my funky business card, but I'm not at the Fed right now, but we'll probably be
Yeah.
Fed again for small projects, but I'm looking at the space. So attending more things and networking like crazy, so always smart to keep in touch with you. So I just want to say hi. It's really nice to see you. And I tweeted out the handbook. So
Saw it, yeah, that's fantastic.
So I was like, it's great, the guide, and it's.
I contributed to it. My colleague was the one that was designated with taking the lead on it, and she did it really well.
It's searchable, which is so nice, and that's the part that I'm like, guys, it's all searchable.
It's an awesome guide. And hopefully we're gonna build it out even more. But it was a really good guide.
Well, you've been helpful beyond words to us when we needed stuff quickly, so thank you for that.
Of course.
As always, just wanted to say hi.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice
Good to put a face to the name.
I said you're like a celebrity. Yeah, I know.
Right.
Say,
Sexiest Man Alive. That's right. I got voted runner-up.
Oh, you got your gift. Good.
I did. What is it? This is great. I mean, I shouldn't even speculate. Oh. Guys, you guys should know. Man, I gotta be honest here. My Twitter account was blowing up.
I know, I was seeing.
Holy shit. I was like, good. Yeah, I remember fresh. It's like, you got like, I gained like 100 pounds.
I think I got like 30 today.
Hey, you're welcome. Just kidding.
Maybe we should be verified.
Oh, dear God. Don't even start it.
I know,
I'm surprised she didn't ask. I'm kind of hoping this is my favorite question. It's a question you get all the time. That's like, oh my God. Without a doubt. That's the most common question that I get. Right. Well, you guys right now weren't very much. You would just break it down. Because there would be, like, nobody would know. You guys have done such a great job of doing the panel for the last year and a half, honestly. So, this is fun. Shit, no, I'm 30 minutes late. I wish I was. I'm going to take a picture of this. Shit, we should stop. Could it? That's not accurate at all.
Okay, so maybe I'll run now.
You want to know the coolest part? I was trending in New York.
You were?
Yeah, Ad Evans was trending in New York.
I was like, how is she also able to tweet from her? I know. You didn't even look like you were. You were responding to people's stuff, and I was like,
Well, when you're a celebrity.
yeah.
When you're the sexy man, yeah, I'm really not even up there.
You were doing like the, is it Matt Damon in that, what was that gangster film when he like said a text?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, that thing, yeah. I was actually showing it to you because it's not just that, but the crazy list of hashtags. And you didn't notice that? Okay, well I didn't really notice the image. Seriously, it's not like communication anymore. I mean, it's already scary.
Spanish connection. Oh my gosh.
Nice seeing you.
Do you mind sending a quick thing? I'm gonna send it to you email first. Yeah. But if you have something to say. We're gonna do it. Thank you.
then open it and set Catherine. She'll just see that it. Oh gosh. Yeah. I just assumed that. Yeah. Okay, so Catherine. I know. I was expecting yours. And she was going to give it to one. And could you say open? Speaking from here. Yeah, as you like. As how you feel comfortable. No, this one. No, the next one. The next one, yeah. After this one, after the set, you just say thank you and introduce the next one. Then, yeah, and then Shree's taking the seat. Right, great. The Fiji water for refugee housing.
Yeah, somebody noted that on
Yeah,
Twitter.
did you see that?
Yes. Branding or something like that.
Yeah. You still working on that? Everyone has one, right?
Yep.
Probably we start back minutes later.
Yeah.
Do you have a sitting down? Yes. Oh, okay. Margaret, she will introduce. Okay, but it's not the stage. You can come up here, yeah. Okay. She will introduce, and then as soon as she introduces you, you can come up here and take your seat.
Hi, I'm Anna.
Hi, Anna.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I see.
But I mean, shouldn't they come up before
Should
we
we-
start?
yeah,
I think
yeah.
so. Yeah,
Okay.
because I think, you know, it's not like the other ones where.
Yes.
Yeah.
So but we're still doing straight up presentations,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you'll take questions immediately after?
Yes. Okay. Oh,
After
okay.
your individual presentations, I think? Is that
Yeah.
how you want it?
Fine.
Yeah, okay.
And just to, I did give your colleague my, because I have slides.
Presentation, yeah.
So
We have
hopefully
it up
she'll be
there.
able
Yes,
to follow
we're
along.
still putting it together.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
I'll just make sure.
Sigh, collective sigh.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, no, so they're just gonna hopefully keep them up. Yeah.
Okie doke. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Hope you had a good break. And welcome to everybody joining us on webcast. My name is Margaret Nowicki. I'm Chief of the Communications Campaigns Service in the UN Department of Public Information. And I'm very proud to note that DPI's super social media team is part of my shop, and a big shout out to them for having a lot to do with organizing this event. The online conversation surrounding this morning's discussions has been really, really active, as I'm sure all of you who are on Twitter have noticed, with so far over 5,500 tweets from 2,500 different Twitter accounts, and still going up. We've received questions from countries all over the world, from people in Nepal, Greece, Cote d'Ivoire, Guatemala, and more. And we want you all to keep your questions coming. We welcome them. We'll keep monitoring the Social UN hashtag all afternoon, and then we'll be sharing some wrap-up posts on our social media accounts later today and in the coming days. And since this is meant to be a day of learning, our colleagues in Human Resources have asked us to remind UN staff who are tuning in that there are many social media training programs available online at inspira.un.org and also face-to-face at duty stations around the world. And also a reminder that we have our social media medics available at the back of the room who are ready to answer any questions you might like to ask one-on-one. Now we will turn to our next segment, Turning Moments into Movements. We have 3 great speakers here today to share insights on using digital platforms to create global online movements. Each will make a short presentation, and then we'll take questions from the floor and from those of you taking part online using hashtag #SocialUN. Now to our first speaker. Anna Nelson is spokesperson and intercross editor at the International Committee of the Red Cross. And today, Anna will explore how humanitarian agencies can connect and inspire people to act through strategic storytelling. Anna, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. At a 2013 conference in San Francisco, Hootsuite's director of marketing, Cameron Uganek, said something incredibly simple yet deeply profound. He said, stories are the way that humans make sense of the world. Think about it. Stories are how we make sense of the world around us. The joy, the suffering, the triumph, and tumult that make up the human experience. Take a look at this new pilot initiative by the BBC called Your Story, which uses Facebook data to explore key news stories during your life and then links to BBC News coverage of those stories, so you have the option to go back and revisit them. It claims to make the news your news, but what it's really doing is helping you make sense of your story, your history, what's happened in your time on Earth. In my case, Donny Osmond had a hit UK single called Young Love on the day I was born. When I was 11 years, 6 months, and 2 days old, Gorbachev became the Soviet leader. There have been 2 space shuttle disasters in my lifetime, in 1986 and in 2003. Mandela became president of South Africa when I was 21, and just after I turned 35, President Obama was elected here in the US. This particular example demonstrates how memories are an integral part of our story, but we're also motivated by emotion. And so once again, it's stories, not statistics, that prompt us to change our minds and do something. It's your brother's post on Facebook about how his account was hacked that prompts you to change your password or back up your own computer. It's not the newspaper article or about how many people fall victim to hackers each day. And yet, as humanitarians, we have a terrible tendency of leading with the facts and figures. Numbers of injured and displaced. We make bucket lists, and I'm not talking about going and living in a yurt on the Gobi Desert someday. I'm talking about actual lists of buckets and jerry cans and tarpaulins and food and non-food items, whatever that means. We use it all the time, and I don't know why. It's a turnoff for donors, for journalists, and for the general public. As marketing experts like Hootsuite and others know, the best communicators have always used storytelling to connect and inspire audiences to act. That's because storytelling is inherently social. And as we all know, social media is about making connections and sharing what inspires and moves us. It's about telling and retelling stories. What I'd like to explore here today is how humanitarians can become better social strategists through storytelling as part of a broad narrative. Let me tell you a bit more about myself. I've been a spokeswoman for the International Committee of the Red Cross, or the ICRC, for over 7 years now. And as you may know, the ICRC works to help and protect people in conflict zones around the world. We're in Syria, Iraq, Central African Republic, South Sudan, Nigeria, you name it. And one thing I've learned as a communicator for the ICRC is that it's hard to get people to care about war stories, because there's nothing to like about war. It's hard to get people to care about detainees, and let me give you an example. A year ago, exactly today, I was given exceptional, and I mean never before heard of, permission by the Department of Defense to take photographs of ICRC delegates at work inside Guantanamo Bay. This had never happened before in the 99 other times that my colleagues had been down to Guantanamo since 2002. I wound up with roughly 1,000 security-cleared images, including this one, which I took from inside a cell in Camp 5. So I returned to Washington, and I've got all these never-before-seen images from one of the most talked-about yet tightly controlled places on Earth. And I'm thinking, I'll put these on Facebook. It will be the first time we've actually used social media to show the humanity that we bring to Guantanamo. So I did. And ultimately, I was disappointed. Here's what. Around 328,000 people saw the post last February, the highest number of any post we had put on Facebook that month. Over 13,000 people clicked on it, which isn't bad, but when it came to engagement, only 166 people liked it. 0.05% actually engaged with it, 0.05%. The lowest engagement rate of anything the ICRC posted on Facebook last February, including a post in Russian. My own interpretation of these analytics is that Guantanamo is not something people are going to like, even though I firmly believe that it's important to keep it on the public agenda. But going back to what I said earlier, it's hard to get people to care about war stories and detainees. It just is. And for humanitarian agencies, this makes it all the more difficult for us to be visible and go viral. Because studies have shown that positivity is a key factor in determining whether content gets shared. If you want to know more about that, I suggest you Google last week's article in The New Yorker about what makes content gain viral traction. One of the interesting observations in that article is by Jonah Berger, the author of Contagious: Why Things Catch On, who was quoted as saying that people love stories, and the more you see your story as part of a broader narrative, the better. So again, let's explore how humanitarians can become better social strategists through storytelling as part of that broader narrative. Let me offer you another example of a highly successful online and offline storytelling initiative that the ICRC embarked on in 2011. Like a lot of people, I was hooked on TED Talks. I found them deeply inspiring. I shared them a lot on Facebook. I became a vegetarian because of a TED Talk that I saw about overfishing. Most of you are probably aware of TED, but for those of you who aren't, they hold big conferences where they bring together the world's leading thinkers and ideas people, and they give TED Talks. And they have a website where you can find all those talks and comment on them. They have volunteers worldwide who translate all those talks. They have an interactive educational portal, a radio program on NPR, a blog, multiple Facebook channels, multiple YouTube channels, Twitter, they're everywhere. And they have TEDx, a program by which individuals like myself can license and curate a TED-like event. So I organized TEDx RC Squared. The squared stood for Red Cross, Red Crescent. We did it in Geneva a little over 3 years ago, and our theme was multiplying the power of humanity. And the aim was to put a spotlight on today's most pressing humanitarian challenges, from child and maternal health in Africa to the need for dialogue in the face of rising radicalism and extremism. We also had a talk on how the Haiti earthquake was a game changer in terms of how the victims of disaster were defining their own needs on social media. The idea was to look at these challenges through the prism of positivity and demonstrate that if change is possible in some of the most difficult places on Earth, like Somalia and Afghanistan, it could happen anywhere. The event was a great success. We had about 550 people show up. A member of the Geneva government told me that it brought the city into the 21st century. There was a standing ovation following my colleague Alberto Cairo's talk about what he had learned from a legless, one-armed Afghan man named Mahmoud and his desire for dignity in a country where the disabled are generally given pity but few opportunities. And that was great, because the 550 people in that room walked away themselves feeling taller and better because of what they'd heard. But when we talk about the broader narrative and being social strategists, this is when things get interesting. I wanted to make the event immediately accessible to more than those 550 people in the room, so we webcast it with translation into French, Arabic, and Spanish. My colleagues in Gaza organized a live viewing event around it. A dedicated core of volunteer bloggers and tweeters were invited to attend the event with the specific aim of writing and tweeting about it in English, French, Arabic, Portuguese, Russian, Chinese, Spanish, Hindi, Bulgarian, Japanese, and German. In total, almost 1,600 tweets were sent out during the 2-hour event, with a potential reach of about 7.8 million people, thereby immediately extending the global online reach of a local offline event. I wanted the reception at TEDxRC Squared to be as inspirational and moving as the talks themselves. So I worked with one of our sponsors, Nestle, to create a discovery space based on the fact that millions of women must walk 6 kilometers a day to get water for their families. So we brought in treadmills, and we challenged our VIP guests, which included a real live princess, to walk the same distance. And in response, Nestle donated several wells to an African community in need of water. It gave people a way of giving back, but it also gave them something to feel good and talk about specifically on Twitter. And it was good advertising for Nestle. Within days of the event, we put all of the talks on TEDx on their YouTube channel, which today has about 2 million subscribers, and then something really magical happened. The folks here at TED in New York contacted me a few days later to say that Alberto Cairo's talk about what he had learned from a legless, one-armed man named Mahmoud and the importance of human dignity had been chosen as the last talk to go on TED.com in 2011. It wound up staying on their front page for a total of 4 weeks. It has since been seen almost 600,000 times on TED.com alone and more than 80,000 times on YouTube. Just last week, someone posted a comment saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. The world is a better place because of brave, humble men like you." It's still resonating. The message is still reverberating. People didn't just like Alberto's story, it inspired them. It changed the way they think about the disabled and Afghanistan and how we employ people. That talk got almost 700,000 people to sit down in front of their computers and their tablets and listen for 18 minutes to a story about the importance of learning from those we strive to help. 2 more of the TEDxRC Squared talks wound up going on TED.com, one about digital humanitarianism, which has been seen almost 300,000 times, and the other talk, which is in defense of dialogue with violent groups, radicals, and terrorists, has also been seen over 250,000 times. It's hard to measure the qualitative visibility value of something like this and determine just how great of an impact TEDxRC Squared had, how much the talks have prompted people to act, how many minds they've changed. I do know that the event itself inspired several other TEDx events in Geneva, so certainly we got others thinking about ideas worth sharing. But I'll be honest, some of our success was absolutely serendipitous. There was no guarantee that any of those talks would make it onto TED.com. But the experience taught me a very important lesson about storytelling, and that is, when it's authentic, when it comes from the heart, when it's credible, it can be incredibly powerful. I also learned that even though it's hard to get people to care about war stories, it is possible, especially when they expand our own sense of empathy and compassion, when they teach us about something about the power of humanity and the ability to overcome, when, like all good stories do, they help us make sense of the very messy world we live in. So when you find those storytellers in your organization, those unsung heroes who are more interested in talking about the grit, determination, and resilience they've seen in the field than about themselves, cultivate that and empower them to tell their story. Think strategically about how to make that story resonate on multiple platforms. They will be your best ambassadors. I've applied all those lessons learned from TEDxRC Squared, and I recently embarked on a new project. This time we've partnered with the oral history initiative called StoryCorps and the American Red Cross to record and collect conversations between people about their experience of war, disaster, and the Red Cross. We brought in Mike Durant, who was the Black Hawk pilot shot down over Mogadishu in 1993. He talks about the moment when as a POW, an ICRC delegate named Suzanne walked into his cell and gave him a reason to hope. I brought in a wounded warrior from Walter Reed to talk about how the Red Cross is supporting him in his recovery. We brought in a pair of Red Cross workers who met as a result of 9/11 here in New York. And being a social strategist, I've got a plan to roll those conversations out online via my blog, Intercross, Red Cross websites, on Facebook, on Twitter, over the coming year. And we're going to hold another event to celebrate the power of humanity and the human voice. Each conversation has already been logged in the Library of Congress as a sort of time capsule for future generations to discover. Some of the clips may or may not wind up on NPR or the StoryCorps website. After all, it is a serendipitous process. But you can help Lady Luck along by thinking strategically and keeping that broader narrative in mind. I'm always, always on the lookout for the next good story to tell, the next storyteller I might meet. And a good day is when I've said to myself, at least once, out loud, now that would make a really good story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Anna is going to take your questions now, immediately after her presentation. I just want to say that that was very inspiring to me, because it's something, a challenge that we face in DPI all the time, is how to make our stories compelling and how to make topics that may not sound all that riveting compelling to people. So thank you very much. Questions from the floor? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Hi. I must say that what you just shared was amazing, and makes people like myself who do the same thing you do as a social strategist like so much fun. I want to ask you something. Something that I like to do is take a story, which is what you just said, and you can actually take that video and cut it up in different pieces over time so that it makes a difference for people and has an impact on the story that you're trying to create. Is that something that you would agree that more organizations should do on a regular basis, who are trying to really gain an impact with the audience and create that humanity between the both of them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's in a sense what I was trying to kind of show with the difference between the Facebook post, which was in a sense a one-off, and was worthy, and it was a story we wanted to tell, and I was really glad we got to tell it. But I think when you think strategically, I mean, right now, for instance, with the StoryCorps material, I've mapped out every single anniversary, possible date that we can use to promote that material. So, International Day of the Disabled. We'll roll out that clip about the two wounded warriors. The anniversary of when Mike's plane, Blackhawk, was shot down in Mogadishu. It's in October. We'll roll out his talk then. And what I've done as well is I've shared all of that list. I did the work for StoryCorps so that when they're thinking about who they're going to promote to NPR, that they have that in mind. So it's really about taking a long view. I mean, the ICRC is 150 years old, so we're pretty good at that. But it's really about looking at, how can I take this wonderful material, these wonderful stories, because, the UN and other organizations are uniquely placed, because we're in the field, to really see what's going on, and then make it, as somebody spoke about it earlier today, really amplifying that message, using social media, but then also offline events to just be a megaphone for that message.
Thank you. Fantastic.
First of all, I would like to say thank you. Being a young person, when you look at me, I'm intergenerational. I am Queen Mother Dr. Deloise Blakely, the Community Mayor of Harlem, and the Ambassador of Goodwill to Africa, and heading a youth group, New Future Foundation. Just this morning alone, I was telling stories of 46 years of my engagement here at the United Nations to about a conference call, over 400 people on a line. Having you to help us to frame the issues that we've been working on at the United Nations and getting it out to civil society from the voice of telling the story. How would you help Queen Mother to make that a reality?
It's a good question. I'm a personal believer, because I think as international organizations, we use this terminology of, we give a voice to the voiceless, or, we're somehow supposed to be a voice for others, when in fact, I think their voices, their own voices, are far more powerful, and their stories are far more powerful, frankly, than my story is. And so that's what I always try to do. For the TEDx event that we had a woman named Edna Aden. You might actually know her. She speaks here at the UN a lot, come in and talk about maternal and child health in Africa. And, interestingly, she had not only, it was powerful because she'd done it, she'd lived it, she could tell that success story, she could speak of the failures, the setbacks, but also the advances. But then we didn't just let that sit. We didn't just let it sit on the YouTube channel. When it came to the International Day of the Midwife, I wrote to Ted and I said, "Hey, why don't you blog about this? This is a no-brainer. You're probably not going to have that many other stories about midwifery in Africa." And so they did, and so that gave it more visibility. And then when I saw that she was going to be featured in a Nick Kristof book, I got in touch with him and I just said, "Hey, maybe you want to put this out on your Twitter account." So it's kind of having your antenna up and open all the time and just thinking, how can I push that out a little bit further? So, the problem, I think, is it does require getting somebody sometimes to the field to tell those stories, but in my experience as well, when you partner with people who have a far broader audience, it really does act as a megaphone. But the important thing is that authenticity in my mind.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. We're going to move on to the next presenter, who is Catherine Marr, the Chief Communications Officer for the Wikimedia Foundation, the organization behind Wikipedia. And I'm sure you're all familiar with Wikipedia, and you're in good company. Nearly 500 million people visit its pages each month. Wikipedia features 34 million articles in more than 288 languages, and each one is uploaded by a volunteer. Catherine will shed light on what we can learn from this level of global collaboration and what it is that makes people want to participate. Over to you, Catherine.
Hello? Yes, there we go. Thank you so much for that introduction. I think that actually is the first couple of slides of my presentation, so we can just skip through. This presentation is going to be a little bit interesting. I have about 62 slides because I'm used to clicking through really fast, but we don't have clickers, so bear with me and the wonderful team over there as they try to keep up. So as we just heard, Wikipedia is in 288 languages around the world. Some of those are very small. Some of those are just 1 or 2 articles. But they speak to sort of a willingness to, and an appetite for the ability to create knowledge in somebody's languages. And some of them are very large. English Wikipedia is about 4 million articles. In total, there are 34 million articles on Wikipedia across those 288 language versions. And as we heard, they include 500 million people who come every single month to look at the content on Wikipedia from all over the world. I mean, truly, we have people coming and visiting from, I can only assume, are scientists in Antarctica. We have people who take offline versions with them on transoceanic trips. We recently heard from a family crossing the Pacific who brought a copy of offline Wikipedia to take on their journey. There are 6 million people who have made contributions to Wikimedia over the course of the last 14 years. And in general, there are 75,000 people who come every month to be an editor. So those 75,000 people are defined as people who make 5 edits a month. That's equivalent of making an edit a week. So that's a really high sort of barrier of entry to count. So in reality, it's actually a much larger number than that of people who just stop by, correct a grammatical error, and the like. And as we heard, they're all volunteers. I work at the Wikimedia Foundation, and we're just 200 people for the 7th largest website in the world. And what we do is we keep the servers on and support our community. But all the content itself is generated by volunteer Wikipedians. Wikipedia is the largest knowledge resource in all of human history. I mean, the only thing that when we think about how we can compare it, we think of the Library of Alexandria, maybe, and we don't really know that much about it. There's really never been anything like it. And I think what's so exciting about that is it is changing the way that we access information. Because what it now means is that access to knowledge, broadly defined, is available in all these different languages, or could possibly be available in all these different languages. And in fact, many, many more languages, right? We know there are, more than 7,000 languages in the world. So there's actually a lot of information that hasn't even yet been captured yet. And that brings me to the fact that it's also changing the way that we create knowledge. Wikipedia is as much about accessing knowledge as a reader as it is about creating knowledge as a user. The one thing that we think about at the Wikimedia Foundation is, of all the 500 million people who join us every single month, how can we engage them as creators of their own stories? The things that define Wikipedia when we talk about creating knowledge are these three foundational principles, which are a neutral point of view, no original research, and verifiability. These are the things that make Wikipedia trustworthy and reliable. I'm not going to say we're always perfect. There are mistakes. I'm sure many of you have had the experience of looking at a Wikipedia article about yourself, your organizations, your projects, the things you're passionate about, and seeing a mistake. I would invite you all to edit. It is an encyclopedia that anyone can edit, including yourselves. But the point of these three principles is that essentially with neutral point of view, it's not that it's objectivity in the way that we think about that perhaps with the media. It's about the fact that two different groups or multiple different groups can argue or dispute constructively around an issue and come to some sort of agreement about what the facts of the matter are. And we see that on some of the most contentious Wikipedia pages, for example, about regional conflicts. The page about the Crimea conflict last summer, or the Gaza and Israel conflict last summer, really ended up being very well-crafted pieces in the various respective languages that they represented because of the fact that people came together on that. No original research, that just means that you actually have to have a source for what it is that you're doing, and verifiability, which means that source has to be reliable. So I think one of the reasons that I'm here is that this is essentially a global movement. That's how the community of editors refer to themselves as. They refer to themselves as a free knowledge movement. And given that we're here to talk about how to engage people, I guess the question is, why do people edit? And I have a couple answers, but no definitive answer. As I said, this is a very broad community, and everybody has their own sort of reason for being there. But what I like to come back to is this question of, well, what is a wiki? A Wikipedia wiki is a software. Wikipedia has no monopoly on the concept of wiki. Wikis are used all over the world. They're used by many scientific organizations, for example, for sharing knowledge. They're used by hobbyists and enthusiasts to talk about their favorite television shows. They're very popular pieces of software. But what they essentially are is a hosted web page, a text editor, and a format for discussion, which basically means they are a blank canvas. They are whatever you want to bring to them. And so I think there's actually an image of, yep, it's a blank slate, of this is an internal page that I created just for this conversation from our internal office wiki, and that's all it looks like. So you can really do whatever you want with it, as long as what you're doing is creating text or having a conversation or sharing knowledge. And so people bring their passion and purpose to Wikipedia. And before I get into the sort of passion and purpose that we see on Wikipedia, I want to talk a little bit about how Wikipedia grew, because that number of 288 languages is a really big number. It was an idea popularized and pollinated by polyglots. So in 2001, Wikipedia was created in January. It was a project by a gentleman named Jimmy Wales, who's the founder of Wikipedia, who wanted to write the world's first online encyclopedia. And he had this idea that actually it was a very different idea at the time. It was this idea that experts would write articles, they would then be verified through peer review, and that would then ultimately end up on an encyclopedia that anybody could access for free. The whole concept of freely create wasn't really part of that initial vision. And what he did while he was waiting for people to submit their peer-reviewed articles was he created a wiki page where people could start writing drafts. And within a few months, there were maybe like a dozen peer-reviewed articles on his original plan site, and there were an explosion of draft articles in this wiki space. And so, like any good sort of innovator, he said, well, that doesn't seem to be working. Let me get rid of that, and let's go with what is working, which is Wikipedia, or what became Wikipedia, this draft space. So in 2001, it was English. By March 2001, we'd seen German, and then Catalan within a few hours, and Japanese. By May 2001, it had gotten larger still with Russian, Spanish, Arabic, Swedish, French, Chinese, Dutch, Hungarian, Hebrew, Italian, and Portuguese. And now, today, as I said, 288 languages later, these are not even all 288, these are the ones I was able to fit onto the slide. There are versions in all of these different languages. And what we learned from this is that the idea itself, this idea that anybody could create, that all you needed is a blank slate, was so powerful that it piqued the interest of these individuals who spoke multiple languages. Because to go from English to the very first language, second language, German, essentially what you had to have was a German who spoke English, or an English-speaking person who spoke German, and thought, this is an idea that I want to bring to my community and to my language group and my culture. And that is exactly how it spread. It spread one by one, somebody from one language group saying, this is a really cool idea. What can I do for my own language group, for my own community of language speakers? In January 2002, 90% of all Wikipedia articles were in English. By January of 2004, fewer than 50%. This year, 85.5% of all Wikipedia articles are now in languages other than English, which shows how powerful this idea is of community-centric collaboration. And I really want to highlight that. It is about creating something within your community is really where we see the power. So when we think about what powers Wikipedia, it's about people. We refer to people as the software of Wikipedia. I mentioned that it's a blank page. The creation of protocols, the very structure of a Wikipedia article itself was created by people. The Wikimedia Foundation had nothing to do with it. We didn't build the templates or tell people what it should look like. That was something that people brought to it. And while purpose matters, because it's an encyclopedia, what we found is that sort of ability of less being more was in fact more powerful, because people were able to build the tools they needed when they need them. Oh, thank you. So for example, first it was about content and making sure content was correct, and then it was about governance and making sure that behavior on the site was appropriate and conflict resolution was handled in a transparent and meaningful way. Maintenance to ensure that the site stayed up, and then as we grew in increasing complexity, actually the contribution of code itself to run our back-end servers. As Wikipedia went from a content group to an actual community, we saw the introduction of mentorship, appreciation models, collaboration formats. So one of the most popular ways to improve content on Wikipedia is to get engaged in something called a wiki project, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a bit, and purpose. And I'll talk a little bit about purpose as well and why people engage. So every Wikipedia has its own culture and norms, and every Wikipedian has their own reason for editing. I said I'd mention purpose. For example, heritage and preservation, and I'm just going to walk through a few examples. The next image here is from something called Wiki Loves Monuments. Wiki Loves Monuments is the largest photography competition in the world, and it receives tens of thousands of beautiful image submissions every year from around the world. This is a photograph from Poland of a church. The photographer of this, oh, by the way, that church doesn't have an article about it. So if anybody would like to write an article about the Church of St. Martin, by all means, please, you can create one. So the photographer of this is a man named Jacek. If we go to the next page. Jacek is a photographer. He's from Poland. He was a photographer and actually suffers from a disability and is no longer able to move under his own power. And what brought him to Wikipedia was this idea that he had this skill set that he could use to help explore the world. It's just that he would bring his world to other people. So what he wants to do is he's very passionate about where he lives in Poland and feels as though there's beautiful architecture that he can share. And so for him, it's about heritage and preservation, but it's also about finding a sense of purpose despite his disability. And so what he said to us when we talked to him is that it is a great use of my free time for the benefit of others and a way to prove to myself and others that illness does not mean idleness, apathy, and depression, but I'm going to leave something good behind when I'm gone for this world, and my pictures will live on and be useful to people. For other people, it is about, it is also about sharing their community with the world, but it's about documenting things that might not be lesser known outside of sort of dominant Western or Northern cultures. So this is the Satyagraha House in Johannesburg. It's where Gandhi lived between 1908 and 1909. And if you look at the plaque right there, which talks about the heritage for the city of Johannesburg, right next to it is a little plaque with a QR code, which you can scan with your phone, from Joburgpedia. And Joburgpedia is a project by Wikipedians from Johannesburg Johannesburg, and if we go to the next slide, I can introduce them. Joburgpedia is a project to document the living history of Johannesburg, particularly because there's quite a bit of fear that many of these historic places, and not the Satyagraha House, but some of the lesser known ones, will disappear from Johannesburg's physical history. And so Bobby and Dumi, two of our Wikipedians in South Africa, have launched a project to document their history as a way of preserving it from what they, I think their concern is the development of Johannesburg. And so they work with the organizers of these various different local heritage sites to be able to document and engage them in improving the content and quality on Wikipedia for visitors and for people who aren't able to actually visit South Africa. And similarly, in our next slide, this is an image of a church in the Philippines. We have a group in the Philippines with Wikimedia Philippines that have paid quite a lot of attention to the fact that over the course of two natural disasters with the Bohol earthquake and Typhoon Haiyan, quite a number of the sort of early colonial architecture of the Philippines has been damaged. And so what they've gone ahead and done is document some of this damage in order to try and understand what a model for rebuilding or preserving that might look like. And then the next image is actually the group of the group of our colleagues receiving an award for their work. In the middle is Jose, who spearheaded that initiative. So heritage and preservation and cultural patrimony is one part of it, but another part of it is education and activism. So in the next slide, this is Dr. Neta Hussain from India. She's a surgical resident in Kerala, and she speaks Malayalam is her native language. And when she was studying, she realized that there was very little information about her sort of subject area as she studied medicine in her native language. And so she started translating all the articles that were available on English Wikipedia into the Malayalam Wikipedia. And now she's a very passionate Wikipedian and an activist. And what she does is she engages groups of women editors in order to, if we go to the next slide, for Women's History Month, to bring the history of females from India into this sort of written record. Dorothy Howard, in the next slide, is a Wikipedian here in New York, and she's one of the organizers of the Art and Feminism Project, which brought 500 editors to 30 events and 3 continents to talk about female artists who are underrepresented and their role and importance in feminist discourse. And James Heilman, who is a doctor involved with the Health Information for All by 2015 initiative and the founder of the Wiki Project Med Foundation, which is one of those wiki projects I talked about, is focused on improving medical content and content about disease and other issues on Wikipedia, and initiated a project earlier this year to gain peer review of articles about medical issues on Wikipedia from traditional scientific and medical journals, including the article on Ebola, which earlier this year was translated into 50 different languages and noted on the front page of the New York Times for their efforts to share that information. It turns out that Wikipedia was one of the top 3 sites for information about Ebola over the course of 2014 during the crisis. And Dr. Heilman felt as though it was incredibly important and actually a mandate of his profession to ensure that that information was correct and accurate and up to date. So I want to talk quickly about where Wikipedia is growing fastest, because I think one of the things you'll notice is that all of these places, with the exception of the last 2 that I discussed, are individuals from places around the world, not the United States, not North America. By editors, we're seeing the fastest growth in Persian. So all Wikipedias are by language, not by country. So in Persian, Ukrainian, and Arabic, Vietnamese, and Indonesian. And by readership, we're seeing the fastest growth in Iran, Ukraine, South Korea, Nigeria, and Pakistan. Now, this is not sheer numbers. This is just representative of how fast that growth is increasing. And what we believe is to be the case is that people are coming online in all of these countries, not necessarily South Korea, but what they're searching for is information in their own language. And Wikipedia is the largest general knowledge resource around that. And so what we see is that the more that we have an increase in readership, the more that we have an increase in editorship. Those two seem to be correlated. We think that this is an opportunity. As I mentioned, there are 34 million articles, 4 million of which are in English. But what that also means is that when we create the world, we tend to create it in our own image. So the very first editors of Wikipedia were predominantly male, they were predominantly white, and they were predominantly of a socioeconomic background that was upper middle class. And the things that we see is that, for example, articles about video games tend to be much longer, for example, than female African authors. So we miss some things. Just this weekend, or next weekend, there will be an edit-a-thon here in New York on the Black Lives Matters edit-a-thon to bring the stories of Black leaders from Harlem into Wikipedia of people who are currently missing. So, for example, Roy Otley, a war correspondent, the very first African-American war correspondent, is missing an article on Wikipedia. And we see this across the board. So as these other languages come online and as these other Wikipedias grow, it's a tremendous opportunity for their cultural context to come in. And so there are many things yet to be written. In fact, there are some estimates say there are 96 million things that should belong on Wikipedia, 96 million notable articles. We're only at 4. There's quite a lot of world knowledge that is not yet out there. And to summarize, because I know I'm sort of running close to the end of time, I think the things that we've learned from Wikipedia that I would bring into all of the work that we've heard and some of the work that we've heard already about today is offer purpose. So what is the purpose that brings people to your audience? Create blank spaces, spaces for creativity without too many rules. Empower people by giving them the ability to architect the environment in which they're working. Enable creativity. I didn't talk about this that much, but we offer grants and support for our editors, particularly in places where access to resources is less, and provide support. And some of that support is just the backbone of knowing that we're going to be there and that what they do matters. We are all curators of our heritage. And I think that the important thing for Wikipedia is that we're all stewards of our shared knowledge, and that's really what drives everything that we do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. That was really a fascinating insight into the breadth and global scope of Wikipedia's work. We'll take 2 very quick questions before we move on. That's okay. Questions? Questions? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you very much, Catherine, for your presentation. I work, my name is Giovanni, I work with the Italian mission to the United Nations. You said that, and I'm not surprised, that Wikipedia is one of the main sources of information for the general public during international crises. Actually, this connects to something I was saying before in another panel. My impression is that we diplomats are not yet fully aware of the whole digital world that is out there and how important it is and how can be useful to our job. So what you just mentioned brings me back to that topic. For example, I always try to tell my colleagues how we should start ourselves, that we are an institution, that we represent the government, we should start to edit Wikipedia pages. So I do think that when an institution is trying to communicate a message, Wikipedia is one of the main tools that we should use like anybody else, like the volunteers do. Of course, we have to follow Wikipedia rules. We have to be objective, etc., etc. We don't have to be particularly partisan, but still, I see a point in that. So at the end of the day, I'm not really asking you a question. I'm just supporting your view and thanking you for the wonderful presentation.
Sure. What I can say is that I think that that's wonderful, and we would love to see, I think our mission is knowledge, right? And if there's knowledge that is out there in the world and there's a way for us to help in terms of sharing it, then that is what we're there to do. For what you're saying, I think that there are a few good models for bringing institutions with knowledge into Wikipedia. There are a number, for example, in the galleries, libraries, archives, and museums community, so really sort of the curatorial community, we have a lot of partnerships between Wikipedia and those different institutions. So for example, the National Archives here in the United States, the National Library in Germany, British Museum, and we work with them to bring some of that knowledge in. The UN and various missions are a little bit less like that in terms of institutions, but I know that in Washington, D.C., for example, a lot of our Wikipedians and in Brussels work with actual governance bodies in order to bring some of their knowledge, their learnings, their information in. And so there are partnerships and good ways of doing that. And I would encourage, if that is of interest to people in this room, to reach out on Wikipedia, directly on articles, actually, to find out, speak to editors about how to do that, or follow up with me after, and I can perhaps provide a more direct approach. So,
thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bradley from the New Zealand Mission. I studied a few years ago, and we were told not to ever reference Wikipedia. I'm sure you've heard this.
Sure.
And even working with my young daughter, was also told the same thing. How much has the accuracy of Wikipedia improved since its inception?
Tremendously. So I would also agree. Don't reference Wikipedia in the same way that you wouldn't reference Encyclopedia Britannica or anything else. It's a great place to start, but no book report would be complete if it cited an encyclopedia. I think it's a wonderful place to start exploration and not necessarily the place to finish. There are all the citation links at the bottom that you can continue to explore. But the accuracy issue, a number of different studies have shown that Wikipedia is on average as accurate in English and in German as leading encyclopedias. So about, I think, I don't want to give a statistic, but there was a study that recently showed that German Wikipedia is as accurate as Brockhurst, which is the leading German encyclopedia, and the same is the case in English. The percentage of articles is so, over 4 million articles, the percentage of errors is so low that it is as accurate as Encyclopedia Britannica ever was in its heyday, which is quite remarkable. Again, there are always errors, and so double check everything, but in general, it is very, very accurate.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We will now turn over to the final speaker in this segment, Andre Banks, who is Executive Director and co-founder of All Out, an alliance between straight, gay, lesbian, bi, and trans people committed to equality everywhere. Andre will share with us how All Out has taken advantage of key moments to mobilize millions of people around the world to stand up for love and equality. Andre, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Does anybody know about All Out? Anybody a member of All Out? All Out members? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for opening my emails. All Out is, exactly as you described it, a global movement that's focused on bringing millions of new advocates into a community that pushes for equality everywhere. When we started All Out, myself and the co-founder Jeremy, about 4 years ago, we had this sort of crazy idea. The idea was that no person should have to live in a world where they have to sacrifice their family, their freedom, their safety, or their dignity because of who they are or because of who they love. That's what we felt. We believed that there were millions of people around the world who believed that too, and so we started looking for them. We started looking for them online. And there were two sort of big ideas that really inspired that sort of inspired Jeremy and I to get started. The first was looking at the crisis facing lesbian, gay, bi, and trans people around the world. In 76 countries, at least, it's a crime to be gay. In 10, at least, being gay can cost you your life. And in no country in the world do LGBT people have the same rights as straight people. No country in the world. So when you look at stats on criminalization, those 76 countries, a lot of those are in Africa and a lot of those are in Asia. If you look across Europe, there are 24 countries that have laws on the books that force transgender people to be sterilized if they want to change their gender marker on a government ID. We worked with activists in Sweden to change that law. In every region, there are tremendous difficulties that these communities face. And I think one of the things that really, really inspired us when we got started was even when we looked within the field of human rights, LGBT rights were sort of the dirty little secret of that field. So often, even as other human rights were pushing forward, making progress, shifting hearts and minds around the world, often LGBT rights were too difficult to talk about. They were seen as too controversial. Too many governments would walk out of the room if we bring those up. Companies will walk out of the boardroom if you try to change policies that would actually give equal benefits to LGBT people. And we took that on as a challenge. We believed that the world was changing, that the time where you couldn't talk about sexuality, the time when you couldn't talk about gender identity in mixed company was actually changing it. There were millions of advocates who wanted to be a part of that struggle. The second thing that really motivated us was that gay people are really good at the internet, and they always have been. We're like awesome at the internet. We're like really, really good at it. So, I'm not sort of like, I'm an online campaigner, but for a long time before that, I was an organizer. I bring people together to build power. But everything is on the internet. Like everybody that I knew in every country where I know people were moving onto the internet. And if you look across, even going back to the 90s, like the sort of pre-internet internet, you have sort of these extraordinary communities popping up that are led by LGBT people. So you ask yourself, why do you see all these like crazy chat rooms on like AOL and Yahoo and these things that we've all like basically forgotten? And the reason is that it was really out of necessity. It's really a place where people could come together to form communities that couldn't find a space in the real world. When you're a kid who lives somewhere that tells you that your sexuality is wrong, that you can't talk about it, where do you find information about who you are? A lot of people started turning to the internet. That's where a lot of people started finding each other. So we sort of had this sense that, LGBT people, awesome at the internet, LGBT people needing to like build some power to like gain more access and rights, we could find a community of advocates. So what I really want to talk about today is how we do that and how we use the internet, in particular social media, to do that. So just going to that sort of next slide, what we do online is build power. That's my job. My job as an organizer, as a campaigner, is to find ways that I bring people together to build a really particular form of power in the world, and that's the power that I call people power. When people come together, when people who feel like they don't have a lot of power on their own come together in the hundreds and the thousands and the millions, there is a particular impact that those people can have on the decisions of governments, corporations, on the hearts and minds of the people in their communities. So my job is to use the internet to bring people together to do that. So what do I do with these 2.1 million people who have signed up for All Out? There are a couple of things that we do. The first thing that we do is we influence decision makers. So a big part of my job is figuring out ways to use both a carrot and a stick to bring people together to make sure that, that people are making the right decisions on these issues and that we're really taking on the fights that need to be taken on. The second thing that we do is we try to frame the debate and we try to change minds. So one of the things that we always knew at All Out was that no matter how many resolutions you pass, no matter how many discriminatory laws you get off the books, if a kid is still kicked out of his house when he comes out to his parents, or a person is still fired in their job by a boss who doesn't want to work with a lesbian, then our movement hasn't come very far. We haven't actually achieved what we want to achieve. So we have to actually tell a new story, and we have to reshape hearts and minds. And the last thing that we have to do, which relates to that point, is to expand the circle of concern. So, of those 2.1 million people who are now a part of All Out, almost half of those people are people who identify as straight. So they're not people who identify as lesbian, bi, gay, trans, but they are their brothers, their sisters, their mothers, their best friends. And part of what we wanted to say was this fight is not just about sort of a narrow articulation, us trying to get special rights. This is actually about all of our communities, it's about all of our families, and it's about a fight for human rights overall. So what I really wanted to do to get out of sort of the theory is just to start talking about some of the things that we do, just to give you a taste of what this actually looks like in real time. So on the left of this photo is an ad for Westin Hotels that they did about 3 years ago. So this was a $40 million ad campaign that was all about getting Westin to just advertising Westin Hotels. What we found out was that Westin was a part of a network called the Christian Values Network, and it was basically an online referral site where if you went to CVN's website, you could make purchases at Westin Hotels, about 50 other major companies around the world. Every time you made a purchase through that website, a portion of that transaction went to charities. So we started to look at what these charities were, and they're some of the most well-documented hate groups targeting LGBT people. So what we decided to do to get Westin's attention was we took their ad and we made the parody that's on the right, which sort of makes, has sort of that same woman with the kind of a ball and chain illustrating the places around the world where it's a crime to be gay. One of the charities that they donated to had actually advocated for people to be put to death because they were LGBT. So that's a nice picture. That's a great ad. It's fun to look at. But what we did was we sent an email to All Out members, and we said, here's a link to Weston's Facebook page. What we think you should do is post this image to Weston's Facebook page and tell them that they need to get out of this network, CVN. We spent 2 weeks sending emails and making phone calls trying to get their attention on this. In less than 1 hour, after thousands of All Out members had posted to their Facebook wall, they called us up, they asked us what was going on, and within the next hour, they had dropped out of that network. The next day, Apple dropped out of that network, Best Buy, Kodak, a number of travel sites, all told about 50 companies dropped out of CVN, and now CVN is not really a thing anymore. So, to me, this is a good example because it's, a way that we're using Facebook, but again, it's a way to show our power. In this case, helping All Out members show their power as consumers to companies who want their business, and making sure that we show that at a scale where it actually is pretty scary for them, and they have to ask the question, is it worth it for us to be on the wrong side of history on these issues? Jumping to the next one, another sort of chance to influence decision makers. Last year, there was a law that was proposed in Arizona that was basically the law was about transgender people using the bathroom, and in particular about trans women using women's restrooms. The law proposed to basically make it legal for the police to question any woman entering the bathroom and asking for an ID that had to show that the woman was female on her driver's license or official ID, or that person could be fined up to $2,500 and possibly sent to jail. What this does is create a terrible climate for trans people. It creates an environment where trans people are seen as suspicious, where women in general are able to be policed in the bathroom. So we thought this was pretty crazy. What's interesting about this issue was that even within LGBT issues broadly, trans issues are still pretty marginalized. So a lot of people aren't educated about gender identity. They haven't met people who are transgender. And so telling these stories are really new and sometimes challenging. But one of the cool things about the internet is that it's very niche-y. So in the big internet, like the real internet, not like the internet where your friends are, because that's your little niche, but in the whole internet, there are all of these little pockets where people are just doing their own thing. So one of the really great places to find people like really deeply doing their own thing is on Tumblr. Tumblr is an awesome place for like sort of these where micro communities emerge and find each other. And one of the most vibrant communities on Tumblr is the trans community. So what we did was we created an image that looked similar to this, and we created a macro image that told the story about this law. We posted that to Tumblr. We tagged it with some of the popular tags that are used by the trans community, and the community exploded this campaign. Within hours, tens of thousands of people, new people who had never heard of All Out before, had never heard of this bill before, didn't live in Arizona, had taken action, and within a week, we were able to get that law dropped. The person who was pushing it dropped it under pressure from other politicians in Arizona, and that law still has not come back and has not passed. So I like that example because so often you're talking about how we're sharing content, what we're doing with content, that we're building communities, but what's the point of these communities? The point of these communities is to come together around issues that have common meaning for us, but to also find ways to mobilize together and to act in support of the things that we care about. And I'm going to start speeding up. So the next one is about sort of how do we change hearts and minds. So across the last year or so, All Out ran a campaign to put pressure on the International Olympic Committee to finally speak up and protect lesbian, gay, bi, and trans athletes, fans, and coaches at the Olympic Games. This was particularly sparked around the Olympics in Sochi, which are being held in Russia, who had just passed the anti-gay propaganda law in that country. As a result of this campaign, a couple of really exciting things happened, including the IOC the Olympic Committee for the first time ever, saying that sexual orientation and gender identity are protected classes under the Olympic Charter, and actually amending the language of the Olympic Charter to include sexual orientation along with race and gender and religion as protected classes. But one of the ways that we sort of helped get millions of people in dozens of countries around the world involved in this was really to figure out how we could tell this story in a bigger way. So the IOC is sort of, as anybody here who works with them knows, a sort of bizarre bureaucracy. Not exactly the thing that like an average person feels like, not a place where an average person feels they have a say. No one's sort of calling up their IOC rep and talking to them about issues that they care about. So what we tried to do was to really tell the story in new ways. In this case, we used a video that we made that we actually filmed in London with these two actresses that focused on what could happen if you were a woman in Sochi winning an Olympic gold medal who decided to make a public display of affection during the Olympic Games in Sochi. That video reached 1.5 million views in the space of a few days, and also sparked media coverage around the world, giving people sort of a new way to tell this story, a new way in to understanding this issue, a new way into understanding the law, and also why this has an impact in the world of sport. And lastly, I want to talk a little bit about this campaign that we supported in Iraq. We heard from a group a few years ago called the Iraqi Refugee Assistance Project, and there had been a well-documented set of kill lists where people who were either gay, transgender, or perceived to be were being attacked. And so they had worked with groups throughout Iraq to find out who these people were, to verify their claims, and what they wanted to do was help get these folks out. So they had a list of about a dozen people who they wanted to get to safety. And what they told us was, we've talked to several governments about this. They think it's a great idea, but they can't move the money fast enough. And these people have already faced violence and could be dead by the time this money comes around. We've talked to foundations, and they think this is a great idea, but they can't come up with the money fast enough. Is there a way that we can get this $60,000 to get these people into a safe house and get them on the pathway to permanent resettlement through UN agencies and through a few governments? So what we did was we went to All Out members. At the time, it was about 750,000, and we asked them, can you contribute $5, $10, $15 to help us help these guys get to a place where they can be safe? In less than 3 days, we were able to raise the $60,000 and immediately move those guys out of harm's way. They've all been resettled, mostly in the US and a few in the Netherlands. And so we were able to sort of use social media to do this crowdfunding to bring this group together. But one of the really interesting things about this case that I'd actually forgotten about until I was making this presentation was that when we sent out the email to All Out members about this, the folks at Grindr, does everybody know what Grindr is? Awkward laughs. Yes. So Grindr is, how should I describe it? It is an app that is kind of it's an app where mostly gentlemen find each other. And using some really advanced geolocation technology. And long story short, you can find all the gays on your block. So Grindr is that app. It is used. It's probably one of the biggest lists of LGBT people in the world, actually. With I think there are somewhere around like 5 to 7 million users all over the world. But what happened was Grindr. When you open up Grindr, I've heard you get. You get these little pop-up ads. And so, they sell advertisements and you can advertise events and other things. What they decided to do was to start using some of those pop-up ads to promote causes and issues that they cared about. So they rang us up and said, we saw your Iraq campaign, we saw the email, this is crazy, can we take this to Grindr members? And we said, that is weird, but sure. Of course, we want to expand that circle. We want anybody who cares, should have the opportunity to participate. And so they popped that up, and what they asked us to do was to create a unique link so we could actually see how many people from Grindr came through. And we assumed people are logging into Grindr to hook up, to chat with people. They're not going to be ready to take an action. They're definitely not going to be willing to donate. But what we found was that, in fact, tens of thousands of people landed on the page through Grindr, that we had more than 1,000 donations from Grindr members, many of whom stayed a part of the All Out community and still are a part of the All Out community to this day. So I think, one of the things for me that was really interesting in that is, when we really sort of push the envelope and look in the unexpected places for the people who will be allies, who want to be a part of this broader movement, we often find those folks, and we often give them opportunities to move to action. And yes, I am wrapping up right now. Very last thing is just, this is a campaign that we did last year on the International Day Against Homophobia, where we sent this email, this image to All Out members and asked them to post just this number 77 to their Facebook walls, with the explanation that the next day we were going to reveal that this was the number of countries at the time that made it a crime to be LGBT. We posted that first image in order to sort of start this conversation. We were able to reach 4 million people, 20,000 people shared that image, 20,000 people liked that image. The next day we posted the next one and had even more success sort of being able to spread the word. So just, again, another example of ways that we can use these communities to reach out, to talk to the people who are close to us and really make sure that we're changing the debate. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre, for sharing the important role of social media and social mobilization through the very impressive and important work of All Out. We'll take two very, very, very quick questions, and then we'll have to close this session. Any questions? Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm usually not doing the speaking in these meetings. How do you find dealing with the UN itself through your work? I mean, obviously you talked about the 77 countries, obviously they're UN member states, and you've pointed out that pretty much the entire UN community would not have, equality across the board for LGBT people. What's it been like dealing with the UN?
I have a very varied experience with the member states of the UN on this issue, as you can imagine. But I think one of the things that's been really encouraging in the last few years of doing this is to see, as an institution, especially under the leadership of this Secretary General, the UN really move dramatically and aggressively towards speaking out on behalf of LGBT rights. And I've been able to work really closely with UN Human Rights on their Free and Equal campaign, which I think has been a real breakthrough in terms of making sure that all the stakeholders in this body understand that the UN's official position on LGBT rights is that LGBT rights are firmly within the space of human rights. So working with the UN, I think, has been really great. I think one of the challenges, one of the first experiences I had it all out working with the UN was the Human Rights Council met, and the Secretary General had made a speech in which he spoke about LGBT rights, at which point many of the member states from Africa and the Middle East got up during his video message and walked out of the room. So one of the things we did was actually took the video image of those people walking out, along with the speech that the Secretary General gave. We remixed it with some music and put it out to the All Out membership. That video now has hundreds of thousands of views. So that was sort of our response. And I think, to me, it's all about, we all have different roles to play. My role is to bring people together to push from the outside. The role of this institution is to push people inside to make that progress. So it's a mixed bag, but I think progress is happening.
Hi, I'm Liron from the Israeli Mission. First of all, amazing talk. I wanted to ask, it seems like you had incredible social media campaigns. What do you think are the top 3 fundamental things you need for a campaign to succeed?
Yeah, I think the top 3. I could make a long list, but I won't. I think the first thing is a clear understanding of what you want to achieve. So I think there's so much, I think the examples that I gave, there's so much that you can do. The question is, what's the most important for you to do? What's the most strategic? So everything that we do starts with strategy. It doesn't start with technology. It doesn't start with tactic. It starts with what are we trying to achieve? I think the second thing is to have a really detailed understanding of who your audience is and what it looks like. So I think, some of the insights from these campaigns came from really digging deep and learning who are among these 2.1 million people. I could break it down for you by country, by gender, by what issues they care about, what things they read. The more you know about the audience that you're trying to reach and to move, the more you're going to be able to do. And I would say the last thing is, I think it's really, I think it's not being afraid to fail. I think it's, there's so much to try, and this entire space of campaigning, in particular online, there's nothing here that's happening that's more than like really 5 or 6 years old. Like everything is new, and every day, all the people that I work with are making up something new to do to like move at the pace that the internet is growing. So just to feel like you don't have to follow what I've done or what anyone else has done, but to give yourself the space to try, fail, learn, and try again.
Thank you. I'm afraid our time is up for this segment, but before we wrap up, I would like to give a huge thank you to our speakers for their engaging presentations and their concrete examples of good practice. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Everybody, can we take our seats, please? We're going to start again. You're going to move up. Okay, it's now time for our final panel of the day on social media trends for 2015. And it's my pleasure to hand over proceedings to moderator Sri Srinivasan, who is Chief Digital Officer at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Thank you, Sri, for being with us here today. And I'd like to ask you and the panelists to please take your seats up on the podium. Thank you. You are moderator. Yes?
Their names are on there. Hi, everyone. Are we all here? One second. Okay, there we go. How are we doing? How are we doing? Yeah, all right. I gather we're the only thing standing between you and a break and drinks and all kinds of cool stuff. So we're going to have to pack this with lots of useful information, right, guys? I hear that we've been trending in New York, and we trended in Washington maybe, but not yet nationally. So we're going to give you a task. I'm a professor at heart. We're going to make sure that we trend nationally, if not internationally. And there's a prize for the first person to email me a screenshot of us trending nationally, okay? If we don't make it happen, it's on all of us, not anybody else's fault, okay? So my email is just sri@sri.net so that you can send that to me. So the first one in my inbox with a screenshot of us trending gets a prize. Maybe it'll be a private tour of the Met. I'm not sure exactly what I should give you. What is a worthy prize? So we are the last panel, and it's social media trends, and you've had an unbelievable day. Have we thanked our organizers yet? No, not properly. Let's all give them a big round of applause, folks. Really loud, sustained applause. Thank you. Thank you, everybody over there. This is awesome that you have put this together. A couple of years ago, I started doing some social media workshops here at the UN. And over time, I must have trained hundreds, if not thousands of people. And one of the things we said was I said to Nancy Groves and Kushal Ramyad and others that we should do a social media day at the UN. I had no idea it could be like this with cool hashtags on the podium like this. This is incredible. And signs everywhere and all this great, great stuff and live YouTube things. So sometimes you have an idea and then it takes smarter people than you to execute at a greater pace and velocity than you could have ever expected. So thank you for not just doing this, but for making it open and shared with the world, which is, I think, the key to today is how open this session is, and the people all over the world are following and paying attention to what you're doing. By about 1 o'clock today, there were 6,000 tweets, and we want to see if we can do 6,000 in the next hour also, okay? That's one of my challenges to you. We have a terrific set of co-panelists here who are going to share with you their wisdom about trends in social media. And what I'd like to do is just introduce them, then I'm going to just make some quick opening remarks, and then we will get a chance to hear from them. Sitting next to me is my former and current adjunct professor at Columbia. This is a person I call Travelogue, but she has a real name, which is Liz Barad-Wright. Please say hello and welcome her to the session. There you go. And what speakers want now today is your applause, but they really want you to follow them, right? So we're all going to follow each of these people. Next to her is Chris Brown, and Chris is at cbrown035. And I should have said about Liz. Liz is, you can tell from her handle, a big social media person, but on travel, she's also the BBC Localite, where she does Instagram for the BBC. I can't believe that's a real gig that you get to do. It's awesome. I'm very jealous. So that's Liz. And Chris Brown is the Director of Social Media Strategy for Story Worldwide. He's a snowboarder and guitarist, which is pretty cool. So please welcome at cbrown035. I just followed him, so I want to make sure all of you are following as well. Next to him is Hayes Brown. He's at Hayes Brown. He's a foreign news editor and reporter at BuzzFeed. And the jokes kind of write themselves. If you don't know BuzzFeed, you think it's full of cats. But in fact, there are almost no cats on BuzzFeed. There are many, there are very few slideshows, right? There are many lists, but not many slideshows. But Hayes and the team there are doing fantastic real journalism all over the world. He'll tell you some more of the folks that he's hired and hiring and kind of rocking the world out of BuzzFeed. I had the BuzzFeed team come to the Met, and they did 22 statues having a worse Monday than you. And they finished that story before they had left the place. It was incredible. And that's the kind of agility that we can all learn from. So please welcome at Hayes Brown. And then finally, my partner in crime for many years, he's now a professor at the CUNY Journalism School, but taught with me at Columbia. We started a social media skills class, and people couldn't believe we were actually going to teach this and charge people money for it, but we did that, and it grew into a whole program. I see my friends Karen Szyminski, Linda Bernstein, and others who are here, Eugenie Sills. All of us decided that we can actually charge people money to teach them social media. Please welcome Adam Glenn, who's Adam Glenn. 2 A's in Adam Glenn because he's extra awesome. How's that? Okay? Yeah, please give him a hand. So what I did a few minutes ago was I tweeted some slides. I told these people no need for slides, but I just tweeted some slides just for fun. So we're going to see if we can pull up my last tweet, which has 5 slides on it. And I wanted to try a new tool called 5 Slides app. And they're going to go onto the internet, they're going to find it there. And what this is a way of thinking about presentations. Instead of doing 45 slides, as Liz knows, that's my typical slide presentation, 45 slides. I just did 5 slides. And there's an app called @5Slides app. You can just go onto my Twitter feed, you'll find the posting there, and you can just click on it and you can see it. So I'm going to just share with you very quickly what my thoughts about the trends in social media are. But the very first trend is this idea that you can have a slideshow or a presentation of just 5 slides. So I hope you will take a look at that when you get a chance. And if we don't get it up there, it's okay because you have them all in front of you. If you just go to my last tweet, you'll see it. So among the things I'm thinking about are 3 social media questions I'd like you to think about. Is your social media optimized? Who follows you? Are you tracking new ideas? If you answer those 3 questions, you're going to be awesome on social media like Adam is and these panelists are. So I always talk about 3 ABCs. ABCs are always be charging your phone. Who is right now charging his or her phone? Raise your hand. Look around you. The rest of you are lying or wishing you were charging your phone. The second ABC is always be connecting. Always be connecting. That means if you followed all 5 of us right now, you've got the right attitude, right? That you've got the right mindset, that here we gave you 5 handles, you should follow us right away. And you can find all the handles on the program. And by the way, that's a big credit to the team today that they printed out and wrote down all the handles, saving you all that hassle. It's kind of a model for how to do a conference. So always be connecting. Connect with us on LinkedIn, connect with us on Twitter. Some people connect with us on Grindr, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, I believe it was, as Hayes said, the first time that Grindr was mentioned at the UN, maybe. You said that in your tweet, right? Yeah, you implied that it was the first time. We don't know if it's true, but it sounds good. It's on Twitter. It must be true. And the third ABC is always be collecting. And what I mean by that is always be using your phone to collect stuff. So how many of you have taken a picture of the @SocialUN hashtag? How many of you have done that? Well, everybody should have that because this is the first moment this happened at the UN, and it will happen now on a regular basis, I hope. I'm not giving more work to other people, but check that out. Always be collecting with your phone. I know these guys have already taken a picture of all of you to remember this. But the other side of always be collecting is share as appropriate, SAA. So it's always be collecting, but share as appropriate, and that's very important. And if you're following things, I would also say please follow @MetMuseum. We're about to start a campaign starting tonight to get New Yorkers to come back to the Met on Friday nights. Friday and Saturday nights are open till 9, and the tourists have left by then, so we'd like you to come. It's going to be a big, big deal. So #MetFridays, even the name of the campaign has the hashtag in it, so the hashtag is really, really big. I also tell you in the slides that you have with you, in front of you, study what's working and what's not working. Become a student of social media, of your social media. What is working, what's not. Create smarter content for each platform. What happens is we tend to make 1 or 2 things and just post them on every platform. We call that clogging. Think about posting specific content for specific places. And remember that almost everyone will miss almost everything you do on social media. Almost everyone will miss almost everything you do on social. And That is absolutely true until you make a mistake. Then everybody will see it. I have this happen to me on a daily basis. I make some mistake. I'm trying to text my wife. I tweet it by accident. That tweet gets favorited, saved, retweeted, and then the really good stuff doesn't get seen. So what I've done is captured everybody who hasn't retweeted me but has retweeted my mistakes, and I've collected them, and I'm going to do something so awful to them to embarrass them publicly. You will see that one of these days. On the third slide, so there are only 5 slides, the third slide talks about the importance of, and the lack of importance of, the counts on social media. So if you're looking at my tweets, you'll see the 5 slides app. Raw counts mean nothing on social media, right? One of my rules is it's not who follows you on social media that matters, it's who follows you that matters. It's not who follows you, but who follows you that matters. And one of the things you should be doing as part of your connecting is don't be an ask on social media. There was a K in there. Don't be an ask on social media, which means don't be the first time someone on this panel hears about you is a request. Please come and do this. Please come and speak at my son's high school, whatever. That should not be the first time they hear from you. Connect with them, get to know them, retweet them, and so that when they finally get a request from you, they say, oh, this is someone I know already. So don't be an ask on social media. And then use Twiangulate. How many fans of Twiangulate in the room? 2 people, 3 people, right? So this is a tool by a guy named @HC. Well, that's not his name, but his Twitter handle is HC. He created blog ads, and he has this wonderful tool called Twiangulate. And it shows you who your 100 biggest followers are. This is the most important list that you can build. And what you do is you go on to Twiangulate, click on the reach button, and then type your handle in and hit retrieve. And it'll show you a list of your 100 biggest followers. So important, so useful. Every follower counts, but your 100 followers count more. The @UN account, which Nancy manages, I tell people Nancy is one of the most powerful women on earth because she runs @UN, has 300 million followers. The top 100 followers have 300 million followers. The official account probably has much less than that, but yeah, it has 3 million followers, the official account, but the top 100 followers have 300 million followers. Does everyone see the value of this? So when your boss says, get me more followers, that's not the raw number. Tell him I'm going to get, or her, I'm going to get you more influential followers. And let's create the Twiangulate index that's like triangulate with a W. Check that out. And I just wanted to mention a few tools that I'm obsessing about, but I'm going to wait till the end. I want you to hear from these guys, and then I'm going to share my 5, 6 biggest obsessions for 2015 that I can say publicly on YouTube in front of the world and at the UN. And then you'll also find on there my social media success formula that you can get. So now we're going to hear from each of our speakers, and I've asked them to think about the top 3 trends, and I want you to make a list, and let's see if, I'll take a piece of paper, I'll do this as well. Let's see if we can make a Venn diagram. If they overlap, that means those are the real things we need to focus on, right? So we might hear almost 15 things, or we might hear 2 things. Let's see what that is. Are you ready? All right, we're going to increase that volume of tweeting from this session if we're going to be trending. Are we trending in New York yet? Not yet. All right, we're going to, at least let's start at New York first. Let's start trending inside the UN building. Let's start with that, okay? So, Liz, over to you.
Is this?
No, it's on.
Oh, it's on. Okay. Hi, I'm Liz Borad-Wright, as Sri said, and I taught with Sri for many years at Columbia, and so he's asked me to prepare to think of 3 things, 3 big trends, and the first trend that I'm seeing is an increased interest in analytics. People really caring about how many people did that tweet reach, and again, it's the caring sometimes, unfortunately, I think just focuses more just on the numbers and doesn't really look to see, were they influential, were they people who care, but literally the raw numbers of who did that tweet reach, who did that Facebook post reach, and then even in Pinterest, how many people saw that pin. And the reason why I say that this is a trend is because these numbers are now being made public to us, and they're from the platforms themselves. Before, analytics was seen as, some fancy third-party client, that only people, who felt like spending a couple $100 a month were getting. Now, in fact, we're being given this information for free. So that's just something to think about. And it's not just, big brands and big NGOs and big organizations that are taking a look at their analytics. But I think now regular users, individuals, are going to be looking at analytics as well. And then that brings me to number 2, and that is that I think that social is really moving in the paid direction. And I think that this is because people are seeing the analytics. Like right now, Twitter, it's for free, and they'll show you how many people saw your tweet. So that means how many people were logged on and presumably looking at their news feed during whatever amount of time frame they showed your tweet. And if it was retweeted or things like that, then it gets a longer shelf life. But basically, I have 35,000 followers, and typically it looks like only about 500 are seeing a given tweet, unless the tweet is retweeted several times. But anyway, that's just an example of people seeing these numbers, feeling disappointed, and then bringing me to what I feel is the second trend, which is paid. And I think that that's going to be more, I don't think that many individuals are going to go, to paying, say, for promoted tweets or sponsored posts on Facebook. But I do think that it's something that every organization is going to need to take seriously, and that they're going to need to make an informed decision about whether or not they want a paid social strategy. And then the third thing is that I think that people are going to feel the need, I think, to get more creative and to say, what can I do differently on social? So now it's not just enough to be a great sharer, and following best practices and following etiquette and being a good reporter. But for example, so BBC Travel, so BBC has many accounts that reflect its different areas of interest. And BBC Travel is actually not under the UK license, but funded by ads. And in fact, the BBC Travel website can't be seen in the UK. But these are all things that are a little bit beyond me and beyond the point. But just to explain a little bit about what BBC Travel is, so it's a website, and so for content. And they decided, how can we do something different, and how can we build up our Instagram account? And the idea was to have these social media correspondents. So we were the inaugural group, and this started at the very end of July. So New York, which is me, Paris, London, Rome, and Munich, and to post about 5 times a week, and then to tweet that out, and to give the local slice, and with the hashtag BBC Localite. And it's really built up. So this is so completely organically. They've gone from about 3,000 to I think over 20,000 in a couple months, which is really great growth. And so it was that they got creative. They said, they thought of a strategy. They were able to execute, and then I guess people were catching on and started following it and all that. So it's sort of people sort of taking a different angle. It's like, now that you understand the platform, how can you work the platform, beyond, beyond just the usual posting? What can you do differently?
Okay, so let's go through those three. Those 3 things are, if you sum them up in one word: analytics,
paid, and getting creative.
Okay, that's terrific. All right, now let's hear from Chris Brown. Chris, and if you're tweeting, he's C Brown 035, right?
So I think 2015 is going to be a really exciting year for social media. My first trend, which has been an ongoing trend, is mobile. I think mobile is going to take us to a lot of new places in 2015. 93% of the world has some sort of mobile device, so that's the highest statistic that I've seen, and that provides a lot of opportunity because phones are becoming such important content creation devices. So I can take photos with this device, I can take video with this device, and I can write with this device on Twitter, as a lot of you are right now. and across other social platforms. And 60% of social network usage currently is through mobile device. Even platforms like Pinterest that were built for desktop are now 90% mobile usage. So that, mobile is really taking off. And some of the largest platforms recently that have taken off in the past few years have been mobile first. So platforms like Instagram, ephemeral content sharing like Snapchat, and even Yik Yak, which is a newer platform that's coming up that's all about proximity. All of these platforms are built mobile first and are really for the mobile user. My second trend is video, and although video has been very important for the internet for a long time, it's seeing a resurgence in importance, and that's happening across some of the platforms which I just mentioned, like Instagram and Snapchat, but also on, the gorilla in the room, which is Facebook, introduced autoplay video last year, and that pretty much changed a lot of the way we consume video today. And to Liz's point, even though paid is a very important part, autoplay video and paid together has been extremely successful for Facebook over the past few months, and there have been a lot of studies about how that's performing for them and how it's performing even better than YouTube in some cases in terms of distributing video. And that takes me to my next point, which is social activation, which is number 3 for me. And social activation saw a really interesting phenomenon that happened here in the US last year with the Ice Bucket Challenge. How many of you participated in the Ice Bucket Challenge? Anyone? Got a few people here. But it was a phenomenon in the United States. It raised over $100 million for ALS in a matter of, a month and a half or 2 months, which is very incredible, considering that there wasn't really any specific organization behind that initiative. It was really a groundswell that happened. And one of the mechanics that happened with the Ice Bucket Challenge, which takes me back to video, is autoplay video on Facebook. The Ice Bucket Challenge had actually existed on Twitter for some time before it reached critical mass. And the way it reached critical mass was really on Facebook, when you saw all of your friends and family standing in their bathing suits dumping buckets of ice over their heads. So I think these 3 trends are things that we'll see grow in 2015, and actually social giving is something that is very important to us at Story Worldwide. We work with a number of different institutions, mostly universities, with their Giving Day campaigns. So we worked with Columbia University, and in October of last year, we raised $11 million in one day for Columbia University across 53 countries, and so that was like a really important thing, and I think we'll see more and more social giving go on, especially as we move into an election year in the United States.
Thank you. So you would characterize your 3 as mobile, video, and give me
and social activation.
Social activation. Okay, I like that. By the way, my thought on the Ice Bucket Challenge is that it's great, but it's the biggest pain in the butt for all nonprofit people, because your bosses are saying, hey, give me an ice bucket. Where's my Ice Bucket Challenge? And the answer is you're never going to have one. But the point that Chris makes is that you can use some of the elements to learn how to do things better, including, by the way, with what he did at Columbia Giving Day, because I was involved, the first year when you did this. It was fantastic. And you guys should, I don't know if you did a case study on it, or if they can see what you've done. It is almost magic what you were able to pull together. And the growth from first year to second year is really important.
Absolutely. And there's a white paper coming out about it, I believe, in the next few weeks. So now that you're following me on Twitter, watch out for that. And with the Ice Bucket Challenge, I'm having the same thing in marketing, where it's my clients are coming to me and they're saying, "Oh, I want the next Ice Bucket Challenge," and I'm like, "Well, first of all, you're a brand, so that's going to be difficult, and second of all, you know, people usually will get behind a social movement when it has to do with like a good cause or something like this. But if you're a brand, it's going to be tough. But I think there are like a few mechanics that we can learn from the Ice Bucket Challenge to achieve success in our social activation campaigns throughout social.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's go now and listen to Hayes Brown, who's at Hayes Brown, Hayes Brown.
All right, before I start, I want to have a couple of caveats here. First of all, I work for BuzzFeed News, specifically for BuzzFeed World, which we jokingly call Sad BuzzFeed internally. We are not the cat videos, we're the war in Ukraine guys, so that's fun. Second of all, I want to make clear that unlike most of the people on this panel, I am not, an overarching social media expert. I'm a power user, especially Twitter. I love Twitter and using it on the daily. So that's why I'm up here with these fantastic people. So as far as what I see as the trends for the next year, the first one I guess I'll call the rise of the new platforms. We've somehow gotten to a point where we live in a world where Facebook and Twitter are basically legacy media, or legacy new media, legacy social media. They're the big powerhouses out there. They're the ones that everyone else is aspiring to be. So as we see them try to buy up these smaller companies, we also see them start to rise. Like, for example, Snapchat, which is now owned by Facebook. We're going to see more and more of, especially journalistic outlets start to use Snapchat and other outlets like that to try and push their news stories out. That's something that BuzzFeed is very cognizant of and something that we're trying to do more of. For those of you who don't know, Snapchat is an app on your phone that was originally used to send pictures that you would very much want deleted very quickly. And it is now shifted to a point where there are outlets like Yahoo News who are pushing out, and Discovery Channel who are pushing out short video posts and news stories using this app. And it's fantastic and something that I don't think anyone would have predicted when the app was first created. The second one is more of a continuation of a trend. I feel like when social media first started out a couple years back, it was more of a, this is my life, I want to connect with my friends, just a very vague sort of life-sharing tool. I think that we're going to see a continuation of what I call the look at this cool thing trend. It's more for sharing the fun things that you find on the internet than ever on social media. The pictures, the videos, the news articles, the whatever you have, the hashtag content out there online is being shared on social media, and I see a continuation of that in 2015. The third thing I would say would be more humanization, especially from hashtag brands. Has anyone heard of a Twitter account called Brands That Say Bay? Okay, perfect. Okay, I see Catherine. Thank you, Catherine. So to sum up for you, so bae is a word that the youth or kids use these days to refer to someone who they find particularly attractive or devoted to. And you saw on Twitter a surprisingly quick pickup from brands to try to emulate the language that the youth today are using. And it's very apparent and kind of awkward, but they seem to think that it works. I mean, I think it was DiGiorno Pizza who managed to crack that social code and send off a tweet that had a couple of million retweets. And more and more, I think we're going to see that brands and journalistic outlets and other people using and this boils down to people themselves too. I mean, individual users. What people want on social media is not a monologue. No one wants just to be yelled at in the ether. They want a dialogue. They want to feel like they're being listened to, that if they say something back to you, that there can be a conversation. So I think that we're going to see even more humanization on social media in the coming year.
Perfect. Thank you. So let's try to get those three words. So one is humanization.
Yeah, one is humanization. One is, oh man, I'm really bad. Apparently, cool things. I'm going to go with that one.
That's okay. 2 words, good.
Okay, and new platforms.
Okay, new platforms. Excellent. Thank you. And now we're going to Professor Glenn, Adam Glenn, who's A. Adam Glenn, 2 A's.
So I'm tempted in the great tradition of social media to say what they said. It's my oral version of a retweet. Except I think it's important to add value, so I'll say awesome as well.
Good native retweet.
Exactly. One caveat for me, which is I am not a prognosticator or a futurist. I can play one on TV, which is, I think, what I'm doing today. But these are things that I'm looking at. Whether they're trends or not, I'm paying closer attention. One goes, sort of ties in with Liz's reference to analytics, which is the attention web. And what I mean by that is that we know how social has changed the way people get to information. Now I think we're going to pay increasing attention to what they do with the information. And you'll hear the catchword engagement often. We know it's no longer good enough to measure our success by pure numbers, but to start asking ourselves, are people sharing information? How long are they spending with information? How much attention are they paying? And the various organizations are looking at different numbers under this umbrella of the attention web. So I think we should pay close attention. The other thing is also touched on a little bit with the reference to video, but I'm watching the visual social media. Instagram is a great example, not just because of President Obama's reference to it in the State of the Union address, if you heard that. He told an astronaut to basically Instagram his space journey. But it's because services like Instagram have reached a critical mass, 300 million users, and importantly, something like half of all young adults are using Instagram, and half of them are using it daily. So I think it also points to other kinds of visual sharing services as well, whether it's Pinterest or Vine, or YouTube, the old granddad of them. I think we'll see more and more sharing of visual information via social. And the third thing that I'm keeping an eye on is social messaging, instant messaging, private messaging. We've seen services, these sort of mesh networks are called phone-to-phone messaging services like FireChat, used by organizers of political protests in Hong Kong. But we've seen also services like WhatsApp, which is, I think, one of the most popular messaging apps, 600 million active monthly users. And there are countries like Qatar where you're seeing, and Qatar has one of the highest smartphone penetrations in the world. And WhatsApp is the leading social tool for them, and increasingly used for things like sharing news. So I'll stop there, but I think those are my three.
So let's go through them again.
Okay, so attention. What is my order here? Attention, messaging, and visual. Thank you.
Thank you. What an excellent list, folks. I'm just going to remind you about them. Analytics, paid, getting creative, mobile video, social activation, new platforms, cool things, humanization, visual social media, attention, and messaging. I just want you to think about that for a minute. That's an incredible list of things that we have to think about. And one way to look at it, it's so exciting. Another way to say is, oh my God, there's a lot of things for us to think about, right? What's exciting is that all of this is doable, and all of this is something you can fit into your regular way in which you do your work. But first, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Before we leave today, I will give you the latest Facebook tips on increasing your engagement, which I just got 2 days ago from the head of nonprofits at Facebook. So I'm going to share that. It's a way to keep some of you here. I want to introduce to you in the audience my friend and former student who is now my master, Jim Rosenberg. Jim, where are you? Will you stand up, please? He's at Jim Rosenberg. If you'd wave, he now works at UNICEF, so he's one of you guys. I hope you will use him for his great talent that he has about understanding digital media better than almost anyone I know. He worked at the World Bank where he had 80 languages or some crazy thing like that that he had to worry about. And he taught me something that I teach everybody about social media. Think of your social media platforms as your embassies, but your home web page is your home country. So think of your social media as your embassies, but your website still counts. Your website is your home country. And think about how you can make those connections better and smarter and stronger. And at the Met, we've just launched over the last year an account on Weibo, which you might know is the big Chinese messaging platform, spelt W-E-I-B-O, Weibo, but pronounced Weibo, and I'm sure I'm also mangling it. But think about finding the right channels for the right time for your work. At the Met, China is our biggest market. It's #1 in visitors. 300 million Chinese have passports, and there is a museum opening every week in China. So we have to reorient what we're doing. We also, by the way, congrats to everybody in this room, we are trending nationally in the United States. Now let's go global if we can. But the point is not to trend, that's fun, and we can do that. But it shows you how few people you need to trend, right? I know social media consultants who charge a lot of money and say, I'll get you to trend. And I just show you, it's very casually you can do it if you have great content and you have great people doing the tweeting, which is what you guys are, right? So think about how in just a very short time, by posting great stuff, you can activate people, and it sort of fits in with this thing here. I also wanted to introduce Kushal Ramyad. Where's Kushal? He's here somewhere. Where are you? At Kushal Ramyad, who is the only person here from Mauritius, right? Maybe the only person in New York from Mauritius. He's head of the UN Africa Club, but he helped get the message of social media by holding hundreds of classes online and elsewhere. And I think it's very important that we have people in our midst who can help us think about these tools better. And Karen Szyminski and Liz and Linda Bernstein were the ones who told me that we are now trending. I also see that Enid Portuguese, where's Enid? Are you here? Enid, where are you? No? She was complaining that I said always be charging, but she couldn't fit her charger in the outlets here. So I'm going to lend you my battery pack. If you'll come down, you can have it. Come down, and you can charge your phone. You just need the cable to go into this. Come, take it. Here you go. All right, so this is physical and digital all at the same time. So she's going to come down and grab that here. Let's get some quick questions in here to these folks. What are some things you want to know? We'll take some questions from Twitter that our team over there will get to us. But if you have a question, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you, and then press the button. You'll feel like a UN delegate. It's so exciting. It's like this is what the UN ambassadors do. So cool. All right, we have yes, hello. She's Enid Rocks, E-N-I-D-R-O-C-K-S. First of all, great handle. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I have a quick question. My name is Gail Davis, and I work with New Futures Foundation. My question is, when you're, like for BuzzFeed, you do so many different things at BuzzFeed. My question is, when your guys are out there reporting on, like, Ferguson or wars, are they actually, like, out there on the ground, or are they working with another reporter that's also reporting and videotaping at the same time?
So to answer that, our people are out there on the ground. BuzzFeed News we're the largest division. So last year, BuzzFeed split into 3 teams. BuzzFeed Buzz, which is what you're all most familiar with, the listicles and the GIFs, etc. BuzzFeed Life, which is more of the do-it-yourself, the health and beauty, that sort of like lifestyle sort of thing. And BuzzFeed News, which is the team that I work for. Now, we have a lot of reporters. They go out on the ground. For BuzzFeed World specifically, I wrote it down so I didn't forget any of them. We have people who correspondents who travel to Ukraine, the Turkish-Syria border, Israel and Egypt. We have Mexico. We have people who are on beats that aren't localized. So we have an LGBT rights correspondent. We have a women's rights correspondent. And they go out there and they actually are doing the reporting themselves. And we also, so one of the things that we try to hire for at BuzzFeed News is not just the ability to write good stories, but the ability to know what is of interest to people out there. What will people want to read and share with their friends and colleagues? And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about the look at this cool thing of the web. The idea that to be good at social media these days, you have to know what sort of content people that you know want to read and to see. And I think that at BuzzFeed News, we're doing a pretty good job of that.
Terrific. Well, that's also partly, I would say, on BuzzFeed itself, that it should do a better job of telling people all this cool stuff you're doing. I think you do that. We should say hello to their boss, to his bosses, including BuzzFeed Ben, who's Ben Smith. Say hello to him. Just tweet him and say, hey, we're talking about you here at the UN. He'll be pretty excited. And at Jonah, and he's just Peretti or at Jonah Peretti?
Pretty sure it's Peretti.
Yeah, Peretti. Look him up. Jonah Peretti is the founder of BuzzFeed. He was one of the co-founders of the Huffington Post. Follow him now so that the first time he hears from you is not when you ask him to come and speak at the UN or wherever else. By the way, someone tweeted, don't be an ASS on social media. That's not what I said, but it's also correct. Adam.
Just to add one thought to that is that and keep an eye out also for social DJing, as Andy Carvin called it. He was the fellow at NPR who pioneered the social media coverage of Arab Spring. And as a matter of fact, he has a news service reportedly, which started 3 days before the Charlie Hebdo shooting, so trial by fire there. But the idea is to, if you're not necessarily on the ground, to take advantage of what is happening on the ground, but to curate and verify and make sure you're sharing the best of it.
Thank you. And it's called Reportedly. Right? Reportedly. And his book, Distant Witness, is a fantastic book that we should all be reading. Distant Witness. They did a great event out at CUNY. Yes, hi.
Great, thanks a lot. Matthew Lee, Inner City Press. This has been really interesting. While covering the Security Council, watching it on and off, and I wanted to ask the following, which is, does the UN do enough to protect kind of freedom of expression of those who use social media? Today, Ban Ki-moon is in Ethiopia for the African Union Summit. There's like bloggers that are jailed there, but he didn't raise it. So I'm wondering, I mean, I hear all of the sort of technological trends, but what do the panelists think? Where is the trend for countries actually cracking down on their people in jails for a single tweet in some of the Gulf countries and in Turkey? What can the UN do to actually make it so that social media can be used, you know, not just to raise funds for UNICEF, but to actually speak about power and who doesn't have it? Thanks.
So we'll ask Hayes to jump in, but I don't think any of us are here are UN experts. So maybe one of the UN experts wants to speak up or not. But I think there's a very important point, and I want to tell you somebody you should say hello to on Twitter. Wael Ghonim, you know, was one of the people who helped spark the Jan 25 stuff in Egypt in Tahrir Square. And he's actually in New York. He gave a great event yesterday, did a great event yesterday at Columbia Journalism School. And his Twitter handle is GHONIM. And he's the Google exec who got arrested. And that's whole part of your question. So tweet him at GHONIM, follow him, become his 1.5 millionth follower.
Hi, Matt. So good to see you. So I think that one of the most fascinating things about the UN to me, so I've covered the UN for a while, written UN analysis for a while. One thing that's most fascinating to me is that it's both a giant institution, but also beholden to its member states. And the balance between the two is something that I don't envy for any UN employee, because it's very easy for a person to want to be able to protect the rights of journalists. It's very easy for an employee to say that it's up to us to try to make sure that there's freedom of expression and freedom to report. It's much harder when you have to also try to balance that on the backs of the people who are paying all of your bills. And so I really feel for them. I personally am a huge advocate of the rights of freedom of the press, clearly, as I would like to go and report in these countries without getting arrested myself. I think that in particular, you mentioned the African Union Summit that's going on in Ethiopia, where there are bloggers who are being jailed, and I think that is terrible. I think that that is something that should be raised, but I am not entirely sure what I'm not in a position to say what exactly the UN can be doing more, aside from raising these issues behind closed doors or raising their voice even in public to say that we need to do more. I'm not exactly sure how to maneuver that, and I'm thankful that that's not my job to try to figure that out.
Let's get Liz in here.
Well, I can't speak at all to what the UN is doing, but it did feel that that there is activism around free speech with the Charlie Hebdo tragedy, and the hashtag of Je suis Charlie, I think, filled people with a lot of excitement, people thinking about the rights to free speech, especially on social media. So it would be exciting if the people who had who have the freedom of speech on social media, given where they live geographically. I think if that can be more of a movement, to remember those who have Twitter but who could get jailed just for what they're tweeting. So maybe then that perhaps may not be a trend, but maybe that is something then that we can all think about in a direction to move in, to remember that it's not equal where we are. And actually, I was giving a workshop, and I think it was the day after the Charlie Hebdo, and they were talking about social media etiquette, and someone made a comment saying, well, like, it wouldn't be good social media etiquette to say that that you didn't agree with Je suis Charlie. And I said, well, you're saying that because you're sitting in a room in New York City. I said, if you were sitting, if you were, in a cafe in Beirut, you may not have that feeling at all. So it's indeed, it's very global. It's not just one sensibility. But I do like the idea, though, of remembering that it's not equal that it's not at all equal out there in the social media sphere.
Okay, Adam?
Just very quickly, I'd say that with all respect to our hosts, one thing that can be done, and it seems to be starting here, is to make sure that the staff, and particularly the field staff of the UN and folks here in New York themselves have the proper training and support to use social media to get word out so that others are encouraged, I think, to follow suit. So I hope my hosts don't mind me saying that.
I'm sure they're all for freedom of speech. Let's go in the corner there. Yeah. At Right Mao, right? Tell us your Twitter handle. I hope I got that right. At R-I, his name is, I don't know his name, but I know his Twitter handle. At R-I-G-H-T
thank you.
M-A-U. R-I-G-H-T-M-A-U. He was a social media doctor for us at...
Thanks, Sri.
Yeah.
Good to see you again. I just wanted to ask the panel, I heard one of the trends mentioned as a growth of video and visual content. I think this is very true. I mean, I definitely have seen this as well. I'm wondering if you think, or if you've seen that platforms will start to see this happen across the board, and if you feel that organizations are going to feel challenged to communicate to their audiences because they will feel oversaturated with video and visual content in the near future. I know Mark Zuckerberg mentioned that in 5 years, most of Facebook content will be video. So to me, that was pretty surprising, and I think it's actually true. Will platforms start to curate or create algorithms that help filter this content?
Chris, yeah.
There we go. So Facebook already does have an algorithm, right? So they're already curating what we see. But I think, what was your exact question? Well,
if other platforms are going to, because as organizations, we're trying to communicate, we
Sure.
try to optimize our content. Are other platforms going to also similarly, follow Facebook? Or new platforms will come up that will follow Facebook?
So I think across the board, we'll start to see more limitations on social in terms of how the content is created. So for example, Vine is only 6 seconds long, right? So the fact that it's a whole platform filled with video, but they're very short, allows people to consume them easily and at mass. So by putting limitations on the amount of video that we can see at any given time, I think that that's one way to address that. Same thing with Instagram, 15 seconds. But also the fact that people are able to curate what they want to see, via, right now it's hashtags, in the future it might be something else. But people are starting to search out for the content that they want to consume versus just seeing what's in their feeds, right? So that's how Instagram has really exploded. And, I would say Facebook is primarily a network of friends and family, where Instagram is more similar to, and I bring this up and people laugh at me, but like more similar to how people used to use MySpace in terms of like they're engaging with brands, they're engaging with influencers. You know, it's not just their friends and family, it's beyond that now. So I think even one of my points was actually going to be that influencers are going to see a big resurgence, but people seeking out the content that they want to see is going to be a major trend, even moving forward. And I hope that these platforms that don't currently have algorithms, I hope that they don't create them, because I particularly don't like Facebook's algorithm very much. In terms of like they're telling me what I want to see versus me seeking out the content that I want to see. So
I agree.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks. I just wanted to tell you that I was trying to do a real surprise thing for all of you and bring Wael here to speak. I didn't even tell Isabella this. He's in New York, but he had an appointment at 3:30, and the woman stood him up and didn't even tell him. So the reason you're not getting to meet Wael Ghonim just now is because somebody had a chance to meet him, had an appointment, and canceled at 3:30. So he sends his apologies, but here's what he asked me to tell you. He said, after fleeing Egypt, so this is again Ghonim, after fleeing Egypt post-coup and leaving my job at Google, I'm starting with 2 co-founders a new social media platform that's basically for engagement on politics and current events with an emphasis on civility and a range of opinions. My goodness. The idea basically is to have a social media feed that helps you find the most knowledgeable and interesting voices on a given current affairs topic of the day, posting mini op-eds, but not just the ones you incline to agree with, getting around the Facebook and Twitter filter bubble, and have a platform explicitly designed to weed out trolls and unproductive smears and attacks. Sounds perfect. It's actually how Sally Cohn, a CNN editor, described us to her friends. It's called Parlio, P-R-L-I-O. You'll all want to join. Only 300 people in the world have done it. You're going to be able to join right now because I'm going to give you a referral code. It's called Parlio, is a community of global members. You just heard a little bit about it. There's a referral code. It says request an invitation. So if you request an invitation, it says you can tell anyone to sign up, but put Sri in the referral line so that we can let them in, as we are invite only. And she says, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there. So that's awesome. He has 1.5 million followers. He has changed the world already. This might be his second attempt. But I'm very careful with new platforms. It's very hard to change the world, but it can happen. So please go to parlio.com, follow him, and see what we can do. Yes, hi. Oh, so I guess it's whoever has the mic.
I would like to say thank you. Again, I'm Queen Mother Dr. Blakely, the Community Mayor of Harlem and the Ambassador of Goodwill to Africa. I'm looking at Columbia University. You're in the heart of Harlem. How have you looked at the unmet need to the state of the art of social media for our community as a best practice?
This is something I think a lot about, especially when I was working even closer to Columbia. For 21 years, I was a professor at Columbia Journalism School, and now I moved a few blocks south to the Met. And I can just say that we need to be much more engaged with the community there, in Harlem. But it isn't as unlike the older generation of technology. I used to lament the digital divide and how sad it is that people aren't buying enough computers and laptops in Harlem. But that's, I think, the gap has shrunk a lot when it comes to social media. In many minority communities, they over-index on social, on mobile, and in fact, on any given day in the United States, you can easily see that its topic started and engaging that are engaging African Americans that are trending, right? What do they call it? Black Twitter, right? So in many ways, it's not like Columbia and other places need to show how to use social media. People in Harlem can be showing other people how to do that. So I think that's exciting. That doesn't diminish the fact that everybody in America who could be benefiting from social media for things like job hunting, job skills, are not doing it. That's absolutely true. So how do we harness this energy? We have the same question from the Hispanic community. Hispanics over-index on mobile, meaning more of them use mobile than the general population, but how do we make them give them opportunities to use it for work, for business, for jobs, for training their kids. The short answer is it's going to be very difficult, and the platforms and people like us need to work a lot harder. One of the most disappointing things I heard in the last year was said to me by Sal Khan. Everyone know who Sal Khan is? Of Khan Academy, one of the most important people in the world at Khan Academy. And he said that the vast majority of people who can benefit from his free educational service, he will change people's lives tonight. They've never heard of his service, and they will never hear of his service. It was so upsetting, because if Sal Khan cannot give away his wonderful service, then what the hope do the rest of us have, right? So part of it is people need to get engaged, parents need to get engaged, schools need to get engaged, and if you have a social media expert in your life, or you run something where you want a social media expert to come and speak, message me, email me, I will request one of our wonderful volunteers to come and help in any community, not just Harlem, anywhere in the world. We can drum up people. One of the beautiful things about social media is generosity, and people are generous on social media, and they will come anywhere in the world tonight and help you if you need help to understand these tools. Biz Stone of the founder, one of the founders of Twitter, had a great line, at Biz, B-I-Z on Twitter. He said, I'm surprised how successful Twitter is, considering how complicated it is to use. Keep that in mind, that even the founder of Twitter acknowledges that. So I think Chris wants to jump in, and then we're going to do a couple of quick questions. We have to start winding up here.
It's funny that you say that about Twitter, because I think their goal in creating it was to simplify, you know. So I can't speak on behalf of Columbia University, but I can speak as someone who's a founder of a nonprofit who goes into underserved communities. I started a nonprofit. Actually, the part you left out on my Twitter bio was that I'm a founder and board member of a nonprofit called I Got IT Too, which is a nonprofit that goes into underserved communities throughout New York City and teaches technology classes. And part of the digital divide that we were just talking about is something that we address as part of that nonprofit. But during my time there, I was amazed at how many of the youth in these communities have smartphones, are interacting in social media heavily already, and are sharing information with one another at a rapid pace. And some of the platforms that I mentioned earlier are some of the platforms that some of the younger demographics are starting to go to. So the fact that private sharing amongst the younger demographics is becoming more popular, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's something that's going on. I think it's a backlash against the openness and the ability to not being able to make a mistake on social media and not having that come back to you, you know, so that's kind of like something that's driving that behavior is, and their parents are also joining Facebook, joining Twitter, so they're leaving these places, but these tools are incredibly powerful when used the right way, and there are lots of resources for them. Even like Wikipedia, which we were talking about earlier, is an incredible resource and it's free. So it's a matter of just getting these kids online and putting them in the right direction, and I think that would go a long way for these communities in terms of, you know, getting them to where they should be.
We're almost out of time, so I'm going to read out 2 questions from Twitter that these folks can think about. I'm going to give them each a chance to give a final thought so they can incorporate these questions in there. And I know they have a lot of questions in the audience. I'm going to ask our panelists if they can stay for a few minutes and mingle after Hayes is not sure. But he will try to at least say hello to all of you. So the question is, do social media influencers have a responsibility for maintaining platform neutrality and integrity? Are the panelists aware of the post-2015 Sustainable Development Goals process? And if so, what are their thoughts on how to communicate it? So this is, you know, this is like a UN quiz. We want you to tell us everything you know about the Sustainable Development Goals, list all of them, and tell us who founded each one. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so those are, you can answer either of those, none of those, but give me a final thought. and we'll go in this reverse order and start with Adam. He thought he had a few extra seconds there, but yeah, all right. So turn on the mic, and then we're going to do that. And then after he's done, I'm going to share with you my Facebook tips that I just got, and then we'll be done.
Okay. Well, I'll try to address the second question very briefly, which is that it's not enough to build a virtual community. If you're trying to share something as complex as sustainability goals, you have to build a real community as well. And that means bringing people together in what a colleague of mine used to call meet space. Not M-E-E-T, but M-E-A-T. That's our bodies in a physical place like we are here. That's an important supplement to a virtual community, especially with communicating complex issues. The other thing I would say is that if, like me, at the end of a day, such as today, you're overwhelmed by the amount of information and ideas and techniques and technologies, my suggestion is adopt a just-in-time knowledge approach, which is start with what you need. Think about what that might be on any given day, and then search out the tools and techniques. It's always fun to look at the new gadgets. Look what's cool, right? But the reality is our day doesn't allow that kind of time generally. Start with your goal, work backwards towards the technology, just-in-time knowledge. I'll end there.
Folks, that's Adam Glenn. Let's give him a hand.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, Hayes Brown.
First of all, I want to say thanks to everyone for having me here, because I work in a really weirdo niche of the internet. I work in journalism, and journalism Twitter specifically, and so the chance to come out here and share my thoughts on that with you is really great. As one of maybe like 12 people outside of this building who knows about the post-2015 goals, I can acknowledge that it is really difficult to convey how important they are with the general population. I do think that with this sort of trend towards visual, that's something that you should try to capture. Instagram, Snapchat, these are the Tumblr, these are the platforms where people are sharing their quick things that are easy to look at, understand, reshare. That's something that BuzzFeed has understanding. That's why we launched something called Your BFF, which instead of like writing full posts out, and by the way, I'm a writer, so I look at this kind of warily, but it's something where we have original content that's posted just to Tumblr, Vine, Snapchat, that sort of thing, and it's great. It's amazing content. We just choose not to put it directly on our website. So that's something that I think that you can think of trying to harness at the UN as we work towards moving into the part where we're locking in the post-2015 goals. As far as the final thought goes, the thing I tell everyone who asks me about tips for how to be successful on social media is be a person. Don't just be someone who sends out the links to whatever it is that you personally have done. Be someone who engages. Be a human on the internet. That's the best I can tell you.
Awesome. That's Hayes Brown, everybody. Chris Brown.
What was the exact influencer question? I'd like to...
Should influencers be neutral on platforms?
So should they be neutral? Well, if you think about influencers, they're people, so they're susceptible to all the things that all people are susceptible to. So influencers are commonly approached by brands, especially in my world, to endorse products and things like that. So I think that they should be transparent when doing things like that, but they should also speak their mind. They've gained popularity or social reach because they have a certain position. They built community around a specific topic, most likely. So they should be able to speak their minds in that regard. Okay. And my final thought is that be a person. I love that one, but also find a niche too as a person. So find the specific topic that you're really interested in and dive deeper into that and build community around that topic with people that you might not have interacted with or communicated with outside of social media.
All right. It's Chris Brown, everybody.
I don't think this is exactly what was meant by being neutral on a platform, but it just got me thinking about being on the various platforms and how, once you really start using social a lot, you'll definitely have the platforms you prefer. And I think that there's nothing wrong with having uneven followings on different platforms, on focusing on a different platform, on thinking time management wise, what platform should you concentrate on? And interestingly, all the platforms seem to be getting more and more similar in the sense, like Twitter is now overwhelmingly visual. As you go down your stream, you see a lot of images, and it really used to not be that way. It's just the way they're integrating. So in a sense, the visual, that trend is everywhere, but your audience may be very different on each platform. So in a sense, you know, I don't even know if you need radically different content for each platform. But I mean, you know, you don't want to do platform clogging. You know, I never, you know, people say, so what's your favorite way to automate? And I always say, I don't have a favorite way to automate. I think that it's, you know, best if you plan something out for each platform if you have the time. But I would say, think of your audience and think of who you're reaching on each platform. Are they the same people? Why are they choosing that platform to communicate with versus a different platform? And how can what you share, you know, be of use to them and to you as well?
All right. That's Liz Barad, right, everybody. And I just want to leave you with a couple of thoughts. First is that we're trending between Suge Knight and the croissant donut. So that's an unusual things. And hash how babies are made. I need to read that. Couple of thoughts. One is you heard some great advice here. Please follow them. Please connect with them. These are people who can help you and your work down the road, so please do that. I think you heard some great advice, and I want to just tell you about a couple of things from Facebook. One is that Facebook is telling us now that all the advice they gave us 2 years ago is not valid anymore, especially the idea of putting a photograph with every post and then having a tiny link. They're now saying the opposite. Use the actual link in your post rather than doing just the small link. So instead of uploading an image and then putting the link to your content, put the link itself and use the preview post. I think that's dramatically it's like 180 degrees opposite of what they used to say. And this was the advice given by people at Facebook. So that's number one thing. We're going to change that in what we do at the Met and what I do personally. Second is they're really going after YouTube in a big way. And you heard a little bit about that already. They're showing us that if you put video on YouTube or Vimeo and then upload to Facebook, it's this size. If you upload natively, it's this size, right? So they're going directly after YouTube. And you see the engagement, you see the numbers. So we talk a lot about Twitter in sessions like this, but I wanted to talk about that Facebook thing. And then finally, you'll see here that I put this up, and maybe the camera can come closer, probably can't, but this is something brand new that the Met launched a secret project with Facebook until yesterday. We just launched this. This is 8 places in the world, including the Met, have this thing called Place Tips, PLACETIPS. And when you have your phone and you come to the Met and you open your Facebook app, it will show you things your friends have left and said publicly at the Met. And so that's pretty dramatic. It uses Bluetooth. I can show you guys more later. I can show you what this thing is. But it is dramatic. It's the only places that have it in New York and in the world are the Strand Bookstore, us, the Big Gay Ice Cream Shop, Brooklyn Bowl. And so not typical Met company, but we're happy to be there. One person I'd love for you to follow because he's my boss, but also because he's doing something new on Instagram. He's Tom Campbell, or at Thomas P. Campbell. He's my boss. He's the director of the Met. And he's breaking new ground. This will be written about in the New York Times one day, how a leader can be on Instagram. We put him on Instagram instead of Twitter because we believe that there's less drama on Twitter. And check out what he's doing. It's new, different, and important for a nonprofit leadership position. And he's amazing on it. He's really kicking all kinds of things. So check it out at Thomas P. Campbell. Once again, big applause for our panel, please. And keep tweeting Social UN. I tweeted this document just a few minutes ago, so you all have that. And I think we're done. Is someone coming up? You are? All right. Thank you. One comment. Yes, one comment.
I just wanted to pull this all together and put it into the relevance of the UN, because there were a few questions about that, especially the gentleman sitting right in front of me. And that is, going back to the comment of freedom of speech, there are multiple topics out there that, as UN staff members, we can't go out and propagate our personal views. We're international civil servants. We can't do that. We may believe in them. We may go to work every day because of many of them. So if there are people, and if the trend is that humanitarianism is going to become more popular, then what I would wish is that those people who truly believe that start social media activities, grab onto these people who have 1.5 million followers, and then tie it back to the ambassadors and the permanent missions who become aware of these things, rally together, becomes a worldwide thing, and that will make change, and it'll make us be able to do our jobs even better. So I wanted to bring it full circle. Thanks.
Is it working? Yes, now it's working. Thanks. On behalf of DPI, I would like to thank Sri and our wonderful panel for this great discussion. Thank you. And indeed, all of our fantastic speakers and moderators over the course of today who've shared their insights and perspectives from across the digital spectrum. I think it's safe to say that we can all leave today's event inspired and better equipped for our practice of social media. This was our very first UN Social Media Day, and we hope it will not be our last. I'd like to thank everybody who came in person here today, and also all of you who joined online and via webcast. Thank you very much for your participation. And I have to give a very special thanks and a really, really big shout out to our DPI social media team, Nancy Groves, Charlotte Scadden, Isabella Poschel, Hisai Kawamori, and Francesca Lorusso Caputi, who are fantastic and phenomenal. And I'd also like to thank the Consulates General of Canada and Switzerland, the Permanent Missions of Canada, New Zealand, and the Netherlands, and the New York chapter of the Digital Diplomacy Coalition for pulling this great event together. It's not quite over yet. We hope you can join the organizers and many of our speakers to continue the conversation in the Delegates Lounge. If you haven't been to the Delegates Lounge, it's an iconic room at the United Nations, and you really must go there. When you leave this room, if you go down the hall to the right, there are elevators. Take them to the second floor, and they will direct you right to the Delegates Lounge. We hope to see you there. Thanks again, and have a great evening.
Excuse me, guys, can I take a group shot? Oh, sure.
Come put her in the middle.
Yeah, great. I'm like, okay, okay, get really close. Now smile really well.
How are you? Nice to see you again. Please do. I hope you do.
You are in social
I should have what? But if you have a card, I will show you. I'm just How are you? Nice to see you. Your phone. Liz. How are you? Cut your hair. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Can I have your attention? Hello.